4. Gather around, freaks. This is where the fun begins. Oh, I have a bad feeling about this. Another happy landing. That's right. So gather around the internet transponder and find your Ben Quadranoris doll. Nope, Quadraneros doll, because it's time for another episode of... Hey, did you see this one?
Hello there.
Spaceport. We are still flying half ship. Your move.
Hello there. Hello there.
Kenobi. Hello there. Hello there. I sense a trap.
Next move?
Spring the trap.
Your move.
Spring the trap. Your move.
I will deal with this Jedi slime myself.
Your move.
Kenobi.
Your move. I have a bad feeling about this. Spring the trap. Your move.
You have a job to do, Anakin. Try not to upset him.
Kenobi. Try not to upset him. Your move. Go about your business.
Move along.
Spring the trap. What about Pat? She seems to be on top of things.
Your move.
Do you have a plan B? Kenobi. Plan B.
Kenobi.
Plan B. Plan B.
Another happy landing.
Do it. I shouldn't. Do it. That's not the Jedi way. Do it. 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 Do it.
Hello! Welcome to episode 219 of the weekly roundtable discussion, review, reaction podcast, where we just have to ask the question, hey, did you see this one? On this episode, on the show, we take a movie, we pull it apart, we leave no stone unturned, and we talk about the movie until the movie is talked about. We are wrapping up the prequel trilogy for Star Wars month. Next week, we're going to move on to Solo, a Star Wars story, but we are wrapping up the original prequel trilogy with Revenge of the Sith, Star Wars Episode 3. And we're very happy. And we've watched a lot of Star Wars in the last 3 weeks. I've moved from Skeleton Crew over to Andor Season 2, so I'm Star Wars coded and Dave Filoni pilled. I would like to welcome back to the show for the 700th time. It's Mace Tim to himself. Tim Covey's back on the show. Tim Covey's back on the show. Tim Covey's back on the show. Steve's hands.
Cheers.
Thank you very much for having me back.
Awesome. And also welcoming back to the show, I'd like to welcome back Darth Nolius. Darth Nolius, welcome back to the show.
A real life Sith person.
Welcome back to the show.
We're just going to do the show like this.
Execute Order 66.
And hold my hand like this.
Noel doesn't get the audience seems to not care about Noel. There's no cheers.
Wow.
Oh, I forgot I was too thrown off by the fire crystal.
I didn't.
Glad.
You guys have both gotten your 5-timers club sting, but you haven't gotten the fireworks. So here's the fireworks for your your overdue 5 times. You got your Sith crystal,
Yeah.
bled all over it, and now you're gonna have a red sword.
Yep. That's how that works.
like I said, we are talking about Revenge of the Sith.
I'm also here, by the way.
Oh, yeah, right. Please welcome to the show my co-host and host of this show, Stephen Boba Blackfly Waters, and myself, the also host of the show, Jason R. Phillips, episode 3, Revenge of the Sith. Sorry, sometimes I forget to introduce who's actually running the show. This month is special. Normally, I painstakingly go beat by beat for the movies, but I'm passing the main microphone, the narration microphone, if you will, over to Stephen.
Narration. I have no idea what that means.
He will be doing it more because this month has been great. So look out for that.
You don't
feel
say.
very relaxed. Great. I didn't leave you birth for the let's explore the depths of it in the video, even after I asked you to do it.
Yeah, I was waiting, and then I was like, okay, I guess we're not doing that today.
My apologies. Also, I've never said Ben Quaterneros out loud before, I don't think, so I just blocked that immediately.
There goes Ben Quaternero's power coupling. Holy shit.
I usually just say his name to a cup and close it back up and put it away quiet as possible.
Exactly.
Who are we talking about?
He's a pod racer from episode 1.
Oh my god. Okay.
The coolest pod racer.
His whole torso is just his face.
He is kind of cool spot from 7-Up, yeah.
Oh my god. I
He comes
forgot.
from Planet Up 7, yeah. UP7 is the planetary code.
This is gonna be a problem, isn't it?
I mean, I was gonna say we should do a game where Jason makes me blind rank random characters that he chooses out of like the Star Wars Wikipedia, because I'd probably do a pretty good job. But yeah, I guess should we start with the synopsis of this film, or
why don't you give us a synopsis?
A brief synopsis? Oh God, I did the wrong one again.
Synopsis, bitch.
No, wrong person. Freddy, get out of here! Get out of here, Freddy!
Zardoz speaks to you. He demands you synopsize this film. Tell him how, why, who, what occurs in this film.
It's so funny that Alex put the subtitles on the screen of a thing that already has the words written on the screen to me. It's so funny. Anywho, Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith is a movie, the final chapter in a 3-part trilogy that, has a brief 20-year pause before it picks up again in Episode 4. But in this exciting conclusion to episodes 1 to 3, we finally see Anakin's turn to the dark side in a very I don't want to call it ham-fisted, but it's pretty quick. But there's lots of stuff in the extended lore that explains it a little bit better. Anyway, the movie picks up in the middle of a battle over Coruscant, where Anakin and Obi-Wan are sent to rescue Chancellor Palpatine from a new enemy named General Grievous, who up until this point we've never seen or heard of before, but he's a cyborg man. And in their arrival, they find that Count Dooku is basically in charge of this operation and has Chancellor Palpatine kidnapped. They kill Dooku. Anakin does it in a pretty shady way upon Palpatine's orders, and they escape. And that's about an hour of the movie. It's crazy how much is just the beginning of this movie. Then Anakin is promoted to the Jedi Council upon the request of Palpatine in order to spy. He both wants to have a spy in the council, and the council wants him to spy on Palpatine. It's sort of this like double-edged sword thing where he's double agenting, but he doesn't realize he's doing that. So the Jedi and Palpatine are both sort of playing the same game here. But as we know, Palpatine is the master of games. And in doing so, he further drives a wedge between Anakin and the Jedi. And upon doing that, Anakin starts having nightmares of his wife's demise, similar to how he had visions of his mother's demise before she died. So he's fairly certain that this is a warning from the Force that he has a chance to save his wife. Palpatine basically holds a carrot in front of Anakin saying like, I can help you. You know, all you have to do is kill a bunch of kids and your friends. And Anakin does. He does kill a bunch of kids and his friends. And he basically is the cause of his wife's death and also has to fight his best friend. And he loses. And in his loss, the galaxy falls into the hands of the First Galactic Empire. Y'all put your hands up for the Empire. Yeah. That's the story. Oh.
Hey, Jason. Hey, Steve. I just remembered you guys would be doing episode 219 of the podcast. I just wanted to stop by and say, you know, I think of all the great times we had, and I just know that this one's going to be a great one. So, you know, I hope I see you guys soon. Love ya.
How did he get all the way up Everest?
I don't know.
That's crazy.
He
did a stunt.
So, did he have like a lavalier mic? How did he mic himself up like
I
that?
asked him that. I was like, "Do you got a lav mic?" He's like, "No, iBuds or whatever they're called."
Oh, right. I forgot that technology exists.
Yep.
That is easy.
It was the distance that.
What did he get a boom? Like, how did he get a guy to hold a boom over his
coworkers? Yeah. Well, thanks, Alex. We love you too, and we can't wait to have you back. So now that next week, now that we've gone through our brief histories, our synopsis, let's do our brief histories of the movie, Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith.
A brief history.
So, I mean, I guess we could go with either of you, but I feel like I want to hear from Darth Nolus first.
Also, Noel, what we've been doing this month too is like, give us your brief history of this particular film, but give us your Star Wars history.
Well then.
Oh, I thought this was supposed to be brief.
Yeah.
It's gonna,
Yeah.
I know for a fact Noel watched every Star Wars thing in existence a couple of years ago. So
Okay, let's make this clackety clack, see what we can do here. So a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. Okay, so I've been a Star Wars fan since I can remember. My brother and sister are older than I am. My brother's a huge nerd, so I basically got a lot of the downloading of pop culture from them. And the first Star Wars thing that I had was actually the graphic novelizations of
I have those too. Yeah.
the original
Like
trilogy.
the huge ones? The big
That was
giant-
it was massive.
Yeah. I have those too.
At the time, the only trilogy.
Yeah.
So I had those, and then at some point I saw all the movies, and then I remember being so excited for Phantom Menace. Like KFC had all the little planes and stuff, and I was just so freaking excited about it. And I've never been more. I think I saw it at the Uptown Cinema. Never been more disappointed in my entire life. Like that was when I realized that there is no God. That like my existential crisis, my second existential crisis of life happened there. It was just, and I remember the commercials so well. The like Jar Jar Binks comes in for comic relief, like just seared into my brain. Huge disappointment. So I didn't go see Attack of the Clones or this one.
It's crazy that you were that young and had an existential crisis.
Oh no! So my
we're the
first
same age, and I fucking loved it. I was like, best movie ever made.
When I was 5 years old, I had my first existential crisis when I looked at my parents and said, "Why did you give me consciousness?"
Wow. So this is just like a lifelong thing.
Yeah. Rory, are you throwing up? Yep, she's throwing up. I'll figure that out later.
Oh my god.
So I didn't watch those. I went back and was like, it's okay. A New Hope is the only movie that's ever been made for Star Wars. Everything is going to be fine. No, everything's going to be fine. And then as I got older, I went back, watched them. I watched the original 3, like the prequel trilogy, and just basically it's not redeemable. Like, I freaking hate these movies. Then something very strange happened. All the new movies came out and I liked them, and a whole bunch of lurking my guys. So being a Star Wars fan who likes not just the originals, but who actually likes the sequel trilogy is very difficult on the internet. So I was told that I was garbage and full of shit, and that I didn't know anything, and that Legends were the best thing in the world, and all of that.
Whoa, a Star Wars fan said that to you? No way.
Can you believe? So I said, and like, I didn't need to prove it to anybody that, like, you can just like what you like. Like, I'm an 8-year-old child in my head because I had so many existential crises. Like, this is me, like, reliving my childhood. They're fun movies. Anyway, I decided that the best thing to do would be to read everything, watch everything, and consume absolutely everything Star Wars that has ever Star Warsed.
Okay.
So I watched all the movies, obviously, like the 9, Rogue, blah, blah. I loved Rogue One, by the way. I watched all the cartoons, everything that was on Disney Plus. I read canon books from now. I read like shit like the High Republic. I read a cross section of Legends. I read old comic books. I read a cross section of new comic books. I like consumed like 300 hours of Star Wars in 3 months at one point. Like, I was listening to audiobooks on like triple speed to just get through as much Star Wars content as I could. I watched freaking flyovers. I watched
I watched those too. There's nothing wrong with that, all right?
No, they're really great. So I watched freaking everything. Parodies. I had to sit through Phineas and Ferb. I had to sit through so much.
Oh, wow, this is like this is more than the required reading, Noel.
Yeah. Yeah. I watched playthroughs of all of the video games.
Right.
Everything.
So you
Everything.
consumed all Star Wars content.
Sorry?
I said you've basically consumed all Star Wars content available. Which is pretty impressive because I don't think that anybody else would have done that. I've a lot of it, but not as much as you.
So,
Definitely not.
long story short, too late. Ewoks broke me. So I started watching the old
The movie Ewoks?
No. I watched the movie
the
Ewoks.
cartoon?
Fine.
Just the concept of Ewoks?
No. The Ewoks cartoon.
Okay.
It was like, oh, this is new coming on Disney Plus. Like, okay. So it was a new thing that I would be able to get. And I watched like all the cartoons, all the Dave Filoni, everything that came out. Anyway.
Yeah.
So Ewoks cartoon. I'm 2 episodes in, and I'm like, I'm broken. I can't do this. Like, I can't do this. And I went from being like seeking the truth of the Force for good to turning into like my soul was crushed, and I understand his turn now. Because it was like that I went from like
from my point of view, the Jedi are evil.
Yeah, I was like, I'm on the good side here. I'm a lady Star Wars fan now. I know everything, and then suddenly I was like,
the soul crushing experience of the Ewoks cartoon.
Yeah,
two
episodes too. It wasn't even the full run. Just 2 episodes of the Ewoks cartoon.
And then I was
enough
like,
to turn you to the dark side.
Yeah. So it was like I died. I dark, like, this used to be blue.
Yeah.
And I just like
that's Noel's lightsaber or kyber bleeding ceremony is watching 2 episodes of Ewoks.
Exactly. So
your
I'm
eyes
sitting there
start
like
bleeding into your lightsaber crystal.
So, and that's why I've taken it out as a lightsaber, because I can't be trusted with this. So instead I have to carry my burden with me. So
it is.
That's my history with Star Wars.
Oh, wow. What a long storied history it is. Well, good for you for making it 2 episodes to the Ewoks cartoon. I can't say that
anybody seen this cartoon? Anybody?
I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it.
I was the target audience at the time.
Yeah, I will say I've seen pretty much everything that you can watch Star Wars related, except for like a couple of the newer cartoons. There was like one that was like Star Wars babies or whatever, like Star Wars babies, we like lightsabers and shit. And then like there's
That was the actual theme song of it.
yeah, I wrote it. And there was another one that was, I think, set in either just before or during the sequel era. It was a cartoon show that came out. It was one season, but I didn't actually end up checking that out because
Was it
I've
Forces of Destiny?
No, it's called Resistance. I think I've never heard anyone talk about it ever. So like I'm just like,
I've watched Resistance and Forces of Destiny. Oh, I can tell you things.
Listen, I know
about
you just told me you've watched literally everything. I'm not shocked that you've seen it, but that's one of the only things I haven't watched, and it, specifically just because I didn't really interest me, and then also like I haven't heard anybody speak of it ever, except for you just now saying that you've watched it.
Yeah, he's like, I'm the coolest, and they're like, I'm gonna go. I'm so rich. I'm the best. And he's super annoying, and then he watches his whole family explode, and you're like,
See, I don't even know who you're talking about. Who's he?
Chill.
I don't know. Some guy. That's his
Some
name.
guy.
It's a Star Wars name. Some guy. My name's Some Guy.
When is Resistance based? Is it based during the sequel trilogy? Yeah, because it's got BB-8.
Yeah, it's based during the part where they blow up the star
Killer?
system.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
the first one.
Yeah.
And what's his face? Oscar Isaac shows up in the cartoon briefly because like he's here. And it's like only one episode though. It's like having Vin Diesel at the very last.
It's fun. They got Oscar Isaac to record it on a cell phone call.
Oh yeah,
the audio quality is like terrible.
Like,
Palpatine returned.
Okay, don't even mention those words. Don't get me started on somehow Palpatine returned.
Hello,
we will
Smooth
not
Turtles,
talk
welcome.
about this movie.
I feel like there's enough to talk about in this movie that we don't need to talk about the sequel trilogy at all.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll do those movies another time, but right now we're talking about episode 3. What about your experience with episode 3?
I really hate this movie.
Okay, let's go to Tim.
I love this movie. So my overall Star Wars experience is like since in utero, when I was in the theater and my mom was telling me for Return of the Jedi, there's probably not been a single second of my life that had no arm's length contact with Star Wars, which is a complicated thing, both good and bad. But it is a series that I love, and I will say forever that Empire Strikes Back is probably one of, if not the best movies ever made. That it's an example just on many levels that it's a wonderful movie. But otherwise, like, there was a time where I was a big prequel defender. There was a time that I was very dismissive of a lot of things Star Wars, and I was teetering on the edge of becoming a not great Star Wars fan. And then seeing what kind of rotten people were becoming as a result, I was like, nope, that's not the way. And got to go back and accept that, like, there's things that I'll like and things that I won't. And there's plenty of room in the sandbox for everyone to play and to enjoy their own stuff. And honestly, probably taking that mental approach has helped me to enjoy some things in Star Wars that I didn't enjoy before, which up to it includes this recent viewing of Episode 3. And that's the just like probably not as much as Noel, but similar to Noel, where I've consumed many things Star Wars property. But what always engages me is when they find something new to do with the story, something new element to see how this plays out in this wild universe. And I think that's the charm of it, as far as I'm concerned, is that there is so much room to put something else in there and see how it plays out. Where a lot of people might argue that it's a very limited storytelling universe, I find it to be quite the opposite, in my opinion. So overall, that's where I'm at with Star Wars in general. But for Episode 3, my first viewing experience of it was in the theater after it came out. And as I said, I was a prequel defender at the time, where there was things I thought were great, and I was not focused on anything Jar Jar Binks. I actually, back then, I thought it was very cruel for people to be poking fun at Ahmed Best and Jake Lloyd, and always feel bad for the dark places it kind of put them to. And happy to hear that they're in better places now. But at the time, like even episode 2, which the two of you just went through, slogging through that. There's lots of stuff in that I really, really like, and other things that I don't. I just kind of dismiss it, which is not the greatest sign overall for a movie. Is that like you just have to kind of numb yourself for a few minutes when these things happen. It's not a great thing to say, but at the same time, for me, I can wait until the nice stuff happens. So come to episode 3, it comes out in the theaters. So my brother and I, both of us, like our family, are big sci-fi fans. My brother and I are huge Star Wars fans, where he also, did a lot of the Timothy Zahn book reading and all that kind of stuff, and a lot of the old background stuff. So we go to prepare for this, and we also find out that the Clone Wars cartoon, not the CGI one, but the Samurai Jack Studio one,
the Genndy one,
they've got a preamble to this movie that's
and it's fucking good. By the way,
it's awesome. It's really
I loved
really
it when
fun.
it was
I'll have to check my rankings on where that one.
You're like number 1. Whoa! Wait a minute.
Overall, all of Star Wars, that show.
Yeah. So we did we decided to take time off our jobs, and we were going to go prepare by watching episodes 1, 2, and then that Clone Wars cartoon. Go to the theater to see 3. Come home and start with 4, 5, and 6, and just kind of see it all encapsulated. And for us, I remember at the time when we sat down in the theater and this feeling swept over us, and we looked at each other and we said, what if this is the last Star Wars movie we see in the theater for the first time? And we were kind of like thinking, oh, it's kind of a lot to think about, got the rest of our lives ahead of us to consider that. Lo and behold, grab a shovel, there's a lot to get through.
Yeah.
So
don't you worry about that. Disney bought it. There's gonna be Star Wars forever.
Yeah. But I overall I thought it was a good way to cap off the prequels, and I was satisfied with it at the time. As time went on, I kind of avoided the prequel stuff, mostly because whenever it comes to heated debate over things, I find it gets in the way of my viewing. Like anything that's super popular, I can't watch it while it's popular. I kind of have to wait at the sidelines for all that to subside, so I can either whether it's a game or a movie or whatever it is, to consume that content in its own context and see it for what it is, without other people's faces bouncing around the screen as I'm trying to watch it.
I had that same thing with Superman recently, where I was like, I'm gonna wait until everyone just shuts the fuck up, and then I'll watch it and then see how I feel.
I did the same thing for Superman as well, and I was happier that I did it, because I mean that's a whole other discussion. But yeah, so that's, and then honestly, so I kind of muted the prequels for the very long time. So the last time I saw this movie was about more than a decade ago, the riff tracks version of it. So it was like being torn to shreds by those comedians, and then haven't seen it since. And then watching it recently, I've developed a new appreciation for it at different levels, but also some harsh criticisms.
Yeah, which I understand, because there was about 10 years after this movie came out, there was a huge internet revolution when it came to tearing the prequels a new one academically, and then that backlash had sort of another pendulum effect where all these prequel defenders started to come out, because they were little kids when this and the other movies came out, and they're like, no, these are the greatest movies ever made, and those people are now the same people who are ripping apart the sequels, and then eventually they'll be the pendulum will swing back the other way, and all the little
I
kids
can tell
will
you
come out
right
and be like, I love the sequel.
They're 30 because my cousin is 30, and he's like, that was my trilogy, and you and I, Steve, have talked about that a bunch, and I think there's going to be like that Gen Alpha kid coming on and being like, the sequels are fucking stomp all over the original trilogy, and it's just gonna be like,
The sequels are good, but nothing's better than ooh, I oughta okay.
I know, but you're also part of the generation that fucking hates the prequels, right? So it's like
No. I am
okay.
part of that generation, but carry on.
Okay. So what I'm saying, anyway, we've already talked about this in the other two movies. And also, Tim, are you done?
Yes.
Done? Okay.
Yes.
I'll go into my experience with Revenge of the Sith the first time I saw it. So the first time I saw this movie, we talked about it briefly last week with Alex because Alex Gow was there when I saw it. Me and Alex we went to the same high school. We were, I believe, 1 year apart in age, but we did have some overlap in certain classes. And I knew him fairly well at that point because we had done a play together, and we got to know each other through that a little bit more closely. I thought he was an extremely hilarious guy, so I was delighted when I got to the movie theater and saw that he was the first person in line for Revenge of the Sith. And I had driven back past the theater earlier that day, and I saw some people out there, and I was like, fuck, there's already people there. We gotta go, guys. We gotta go like 6 p.m. because we went to the midnight showing, and we did. And it was a bunch of people that I knew who were at first, and then we were behind them with my friend Amanda and my friend Jason, their siblings, and I worked with them at summer camp and stuff, and we kind of all grew closer through our love for Star Wars. There was one summer where me and Jason turned that summer camp basically into like Star Wars camp. Like we walked around with little lightsabers on our belts, and we gave everybody Padawan names. It was fucking good. Anyway, it was one of the best experiences of my life, was waiting in line for that 6 hours before the movie started and just hanging out with all these weirdos that I never met before. All these people dressed up as like Twi'leks and bounty hunters, and my friend Spencer was fully decked out in like a Jedi costume that his mom had made him, but it was like good. Like his mom's like it was like a real cosplay level outfit. And so like a news team came by at one point and started interviewing people, and then these like I guess like early vloggers or whatever came up and was doing trivia, and me and Alex and Spencer were just ripping the trivia a new one. We're like, you're not gonna get one, you're not gonna get us, guys, you're gonna have to pull one out the dome because these cards are not gonna get us. And the cards didn't get us. And then we went into the theater. We all split up to our preferred locations. It was weird because like, you have this idea in your head of like, this is where I always sit because this is where I want to sit. And because I was early into the theater, I could choose wherever I wanted. And I saw Alex go right to the front. And I was like, what are you, nuts? The front? Crazy? I went like middle row, enough to see the whole screen, middle of the halfway up to the back. And it was like the quintessential Star Wars experience when a long time ago comes up, everybody is dead silent, and then as soon as the Star Wars hits, everybody cheers, and you're just like, you're full of joy. As I watched the movie, I was like, oof, there's some rough acting in this, but at the same time I was like, but look at the lasers. And I remember the first time I watched this, I was like really thrown off by Palpatine's acting choices. I was like, this is so hammy. Like I was expecting it to be a little bit more edgy and dark, but now that I'm older, I'm like, I love hammy Palpatine. It's the best shit. He's basically being like a mustache twirling villain, like on a railroad track, being like, like I love that. I love it. At the time I did not. And at the time when Darth Vader at the end of this movie, everybody in the theater started cackling with laughter. I don't think that was George Lucas's intent to have Darth Vader's pained scream of no have the entire theater burst out laughing. But I zombied out of there at like 3 a.m. afterwards and was just like, that was cool. And I never really had an experience like that seeing a movie again, and I don't think I will. It wasn't comparable to anything else in my life. It was one of the best moments of my life, I think, was seeing this movie in theater. And we are already all know about my experience with Star Wars and how it's just been a part of my life since I was alive, and it's very important to me. And there was a point in my life where I knew more about like how biology works in Star Wars than I know about biology in real life.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, honestly, I went to see it when it came out and I loved it when it was like back then. I thought it was a really cool, darker take on Star Wars before we have all these different Star Wars takes now. Now, The Acolyte is my favorite shit, and I wish that I want more Acolyte so bad. We just started Andor season 2 though, and it's got the same kind of dark edge to it. I realized that Cassian Andor just fucking gets himself into situations where he has to escape a prison pretty much every time.
I like Andor too, but for some reason, to me, it feels like a really well-written show set in the Star Wars universe, and not really like a Star Wars. It doesn't feel like Star Wars, but I mean that's fine too. Right? I think that's what Star Wars should be at this point. Is like take some risks, do some different things. Give me a Star Wars horror movie. I want to see a zombie episode of Star Wars. Like give me that stuff.
Yeah, like Marvel zombies, but done well.
But not like Marvel zombies. No, not at all.
I mean, like the comic books and like what they did with the show. And
there's a book called Death Troopers that was pretty good that they could adapt in some capacity. Anyway, that's a story for another day. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, it's cool. But what I will say about this particular movie is like I watched it in theaters because I was, what is this, 2005?
Yeah.
I would have been 20. I would have been
May 16th, 2005. I still have my ticket stub.
I probably held on to my ticket stub for a time. I probably got lost to the ages, but I went to see it in theaters and I liked it. And I still like the movie, but watching it, I watched it twice this week because that's what I did with all these movies for this. And it's like you said, it's rough because there's some really cool stuff. The tonal change from episode 2 to 3 is like just everything is much darker, which I should like a lot. But like you also said, Steve, like there's some acting choices and some pacing stuff that like it's difficult to really, after you've seen so much new Star Wars stuff that's like great, and once you've watched, I'm almost at 1,000 movies reviewed on Letterboxd at this point. My movie watching reviewing journey is 5 years old now. Like I got a lot of stuff floating around in this, and I'm like, what if they made a Star Wars that's like Aliens, which is what this should have been?
Well, you should watch the Clone Wars because like almost every episode of the Clone Wars, like there'll be a couple episodes they're like, oh, this is a genre piece from. This is like inspired by Alien. This is inspired by Tremors. This is inspired. Like there's so many episodes of the Clone Wars like that.
But that's kind of what I want to say about this movie in particular. First of all, the movie starts with you being like, why is Grievous already messed up? Which all that stuff is covered probably in the TV show. Like you're probably watching this. Really? Okay. Well, we'll get into that in the body of the episode. But just to finish off, I basically watched it then, liked it, watched it now. Like I still like it. The Mustafar fucking battle, I think, is one of the best things ever put to film. I know that you specifically don't like it, but I think it's great. I
think it's fine. I just think it's too much, man. It's too. But I will say, when they're fucking Cirque du Soleil fighting at one point, I'm like, what the fuck is going on here?
What I will say is, after rewatching this trilogy, I've seen the first movie probably 4 or 5 times, and I've seen the second and third one 3 times each now. The trilogy is fine. It's fine. Everybody needs to stop being like that back in 2005.
I don't think that the thing is, Jason, the loud people who did that, they're all either like working on their hip bones because their hip bones are falling apart, or they're dead. So don't worry about it.
So yeah, my brief history with this movie.
Good news. They're dead.
Yeah. Why are they all dead? Yeah. I don't know. Probably
the 30-year-olds. The 30-year-old like would-be Reddit people who were in 1999 are now elderly. They're elderly people now. Yeah. So don't worry about them.
But yeah,
they've got kids of their own, and they're now forced to watch Frozen like 6 times a day or whatever.
Frozen is a fucking great movie. You shut your short mouth.
Can't wait to show my kid Wishbone.
I'm sure that you wouldn't be saying that if you were forced to watch it 6 times a day for like months on end.
No, I volunteered to watch it 4 times a day for 6 months.
Listen, my son is going to Tim. I'm having a child, just so you know that we'll talk about it later. But my son is going to watch all of the Disney trash, and I'm going to sit there and be like, when this is over, we're going to watch Pee Wee Herman. But I digress. I watched this movie then, and I watched it now, and I have different feelings that will come out while we do the body of the episode. But we should go to some production talk. I'm done talking.
Production talk?
All right. Quiet on set. Are we rolling? Okay, let's shoot this piece of shit. Sound. Speed. Action!
The fact that it's a tripod camera looking at a couch is very suspicious looking.
I made that. I'm very proud of it. I think it's very funny.
What, the casting couch?
Yeah.
I made that. You put our logo on a picture of a couch.
No, I used Canva to put all that stuff together. I made that.
Okay. All right, good job. So
look, this movie was produced, directed by George Lucas, I presume.
Yes.
It was, yeah.
Was it
when it came up at the end and it was like written and directed by George Lucas, I was like, shouldn't have.
The budget for the movie was only 113 mil, which, inflation hasn't changed that much in the last 20 years. But worldwide gross, almost $1 billion, 868 million, which is pretty crazy.
I have 905. Oh, you know what? It's probably an updated because they re-released it just recently.
Yeah, right. The 20th anniversary. Right.
Which is a thing they should do more of, guys. I feel like if movie theaters just like dedicated 4 or 5, like, the megaplexes or whatever, just do like 4 theaters and just have rotating movies like Jaws and shit. Like, people are going to go watch it.
Yeah, just the good old fashioned. Well, I mean, not old fashioned, but the movies that have done well, like the first.
But I mean, like, I'd go see the Mummy, the first Mummy movie. Put that in theater. Yeah, I'll go watch that shit.
You'd have to move to LA. Yeah. LA has tons of that.
Yeah,
nowhere else has.
Yeah,
just go. Los Feliz 3.
I think that there are some theaters here that do it, but it should be more prevalent and it should be advertised more. Anyway,
yeah, they put the original Spider-Man trilogy in theaters, and I didn't see any advertising at all.
Yeah,
I was just accidentally on the Cineplex website, and I was like, oh, and then I didn't go see it. I had plans to go see Spider-Man 2, and then they did the next trilogy, the new trilogy as well, and I wanted to see Far From Home or No Way Home because I didn't get to see it in the theaters because COVID, and I just was like, nah, I'm good. But I did go see Nirvana the band, the movie, the show, the movie, and that movie. Go see that. I'm gonna go see it again.
What does this have to do with the Revenge of the Sith?
It ruled. It ruled. Okay, sorry. Production talk for this movie. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right.
Well, this, like all of them, I believe, was filmed primarily in Australia.
Yep.
Which, and also
a lot of familiar Australian actors in this movie.
Yeah. And they also they finally switched to green screens for this one. They were using blue screen in the second one, which you can tell. I think because green is such a natural color and our eyes have far more adaptability when it comes to seeing green than blue. It's a lot harder to tell when there's like green reflecting on people than when blue is, because like there's moments in episode 2 where you can see Obi-Wan and he just looks a little bit blue compared to like the shit colored walls of Geonosius or whatever. And you're like, why does he look blue? Because he was in a blue room surrounded by people in blue costumes.
Yeah.
This one looks a lot better. The CGI in this is not as egregious. Yoda looks really good. This is one of those moments where I'm like, whoa, look at his ears. His ears are jiggling and they've got like weight to them, and you can see the light coming through it, and you can see veins in his ears, and his veins are green, which means he has green blood, guys. No way.
I made a note about this for later, but I'll say it now. Yoda's CGI in this made him look, in a good way, like a painting, like a really well drawn, like painted painting, and it fits into the mosaic of the whole movie. I think it works really well because in the last movie, the CGI had weird PlayStation 3 graphics for all the CGI, and in this one, it's very like Steven, you messaged me the night you watched it, and you said, "Oh, there's a massive bump up in CGI," and I think that's because in the 3 years between these movies, a new brand of CGI or something came out because this movie.
Well, I think
so
you also
better.
forget that George Lucas owns the special effects company that does the effects for these movies, and he just pumps money into it because he's like, I want to be always at the cutting edge of visual effects. And these movies, for as janky as some of the CGI look, it's the first time it's done a lot of the time, or it's like they're pushing it in a direction that they haven't done before. It's like, we've done this before in this movie, but we haven't done it like this. And George is like, well, let's try it out, see what happens. And he does it. And it's like, is he the greatest director ever made? No, but he is important to the film industry in a way that like a lot of other filmmakers are not.
Well, what gets my craw is that everyone always says that Andy Serkis was the first like mocap whatever. It was Ahmed Best. Like there's like, just because these movies are not great doesn't mean that they aren't on the cutting edge of whatever the fuck, right? Like Ahmed Best. Put some respect on that name, damn it.
Yeah, and I mean, it's nice to see that like Ahmed Best did get sort of like his roses in a way recently, where they're like, no, we're going to bring you back, and it's not going to be as Jar Jar. You're going to get your own Jedi character who's going to have a name.
His Jedi character is from the YouTube Kids show. Oh, I fucking love that show. It ranked really high. I'm going through the rankings. Don't worry, that one will show up.
Yeah, it was like a game show where it was like Jedi Temple Academy or something. Yeah,
it was.
I've never seen it, but I've seen clips of it. I'm like, that looks really super fun. Yeah, like I would watch
you could
that.
get trapped by the dark side if you need more time on one of the puzzles.
Yeah,
I find it interesting here.
But they took that character and put it into the Mando and stuff. Like he's a real character. Yeah. We've used him in Darth Theorist episodes. We're like, you know what? Let's throw Ahmed Best's character in here. He's kind of cool. Let's see what we can come up with for him.
I'm a Jar Jar apologist.
George Lucas still used a lot of practical stuff, obviously, but I'm just learning now that there were practical lava elements in the Mustafar stuff.
Mustafar is an entire Mustafar is a miniature. If you look,
that's so cool.
Plus some actual footage of a real volcano erupting from 2004.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. If you look at the behind the scenes stuff, there was a bunch of cool DVD extras. But they also, while this movie was coming out, every month they'd have a new sort of digital vignette that you could watch on StarWars.com, and it would just be like a little 10 to 15 minute video of them just showing you stuff that they were doing. And it was often like set design stuff or digital effects stuff or sound design stuff, all stuff that I found super interesting. But it's one of the reasons that Mustafar looks so good is because the majority of it is practical, and they did the Lord of the Rings thing where it's like, no, we're gonna make all this stuff and then just make it look huge and weighty with different digital effects. And that's the difference between episode 2 and 3. But even 2 had like a ton of like the Geonosis big arena. Like that's a real carved element that they photographed, and they just digitally composited people into it. And that's the issue, is that like it's a real thing on a real thing, but the scaling was difficult and strange, and it just looked very floaty and
why does
not
it all
quite
look
right.
like crap then?
It's because they didn't know how to do it yet, Noel. They're figuring it out.
I think that the CGI is largely inoffensive compared to the previous movie.
There is some weird sort of, it's like almost like resolution issues where they have these static images, these map paintings, but because they've been digitally blown up, they look a little bit lifeless. And it's like, just throw some birds in the background or something. Like, give me something moving back there. Because you look at like episode 1. You look at like episode 1. And like those panning shots of Theed Palace with like the waterfalls and everything, it just looks fucking beautiful. And it's because it's a miniature with digital elements. Whereas this, like, there's a lot of these static shots where like Yoda's getting into that pod when the Wookiees are like, blah, 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 blah. He's like, I will miss you, my friends. Or whatever. Like the forest behind him kind of looks like shit because there's nothing moving. Like it's just this flat thing.
Like, here's the thing, going back and watching it, like, I don't care what the CGI looks like in movies. Like, if it has happened past 6 months ago, I forgive it.
That's fair.
It just, if it looks like shit when you're watching it the first time around and that is new to you, then that's where I find it unforgivable. Like the fact that that for me, the Wizard of Oz, which is static map, like static paintings on a wall, looks better than some of this stuff. They did throw some birds in there, so maybe
real
that's
ones
the
too.
key.
Like literally, we're throwing birds.
Real birds.
Oh, birds moving! Give them a poke with a broom.
Two things I think to bear in mind.
There's a dead munchkin in the bird cage again.
Because they called them munchkins on set. For sure.
Absolutely. They all talk like that too.
Two things I would think to bear in mind when it comes to in the time this movie came out for visual effects is one, it's on the heels of Lord of the Rings. And Lord of the Rings did a very good job in that time and still holds up for a lot of people's opinions as far as the visual effects where there's digital coupled with practical shots and practical model sets and scaled things in force photography. So I think also at that time when people were being judgmental of this stuff and not seeing kind of the full scope of what this means for the industry at large, that there are people who were doing Star Wars level effort and I'm original trilogy Star Wars level effort into attention to detail for putting life into these worlds with having, you notice when the waterfall's not moving and you don't see the birds flying past, that it doesn't feel alive. You're looking at a picture. Yeah. And so it's not it. And another thing too to bear in mind is when you talk about things like Wizard of Oz and their
also doesn't bear in mind sound like a Star Wars villain, like General Grievous is commander. Bear in mind.
Well, there's just
bear in mind.
I was thinking like a bear inside somebody's mind, but
no, I thought I was thinking like a baron of a planet, and he's like,
bear in mind, we need you to find the Jedi.
Oh boy. So,
but anyway, for
Wizard of Oz, bear in mind.
Yeah, Wizard of Oz, bear in mind. Lions and Tigers, and bear in mind. They achieve a lot with their visual effects for that because it also it's in service of the story. And the story is inherently interesting. Everyone's doing a great job with their performances, and the way the director's capturing all that is hooking you in. And when visual effects in something like the prequels is starting to show behind the green curtain, so to speak, then it's because you're not really being pulled along with the characters' performances and the direction and the pacing. So that's where I also kind of agree in a sense of forgiving of visual effects when it doesn't quite add up, because it's one of the toppings on the movie pizza.
Yeah, and I think it's especially in this movie, like there are a lot more. I think he realized that he reached too far in one direction in episode 2, and he's like, we're gonna bring it back a little bit for this one. And he did a lot of stuff that he wanted to do in the other movies when he didn't have the budget that he had here, because he basically had a limited budget for this because it was all his own money. He's like, I make the budget, I can do whatever I want.
Yeah, the most expensive independent movies ever.
Yeah.
But sorry.
I was just gonna say, there are moments where you're like, it's hard for your brain to sort of compensate and negotiate with what you're watching visually. Like there'll be a scene where it's like Yoda, a CGI puppet, talking to two CGI clones that aren't real without real armor, and then two guys in fucking Sasquatch costumes in a fucking in a set that like maybe has a railing, and then everything else is CGI, and your brain is just kind of like, there's too many non-real things, and then two random guys in monkey costumes. Like
you say that, but what also threw me off is all of the clones, for some reason, had an uncanny valley to them.
Yeah,
I know
they're CGI.
No. I mean when they're showing their the actual faces, and it's just like they just composited a bunch.
It's because their bodies are CGI. It's not an uncanny valley. It's like your brain is like
legitimately
what the fuck is
uncanny valley.
Yeah.
Like this is the definition.
Like it's like almost like his head is like floating weirdly around the body because it's not real.
That's what it is. You just connected some wires for me.
But we can also like see the evolution of that with like Tony Stark, because at first he was wearing a real costume, and by the end he's just wearing a T-shirt with a bunch of dots.
He's just wearing his face is just composited onto a CGI video game cutscene.
All right,
how I feel about the way that the CGI looks in this movie is very similar to how I feel about it in Wicked, like both Wickeds for good, and the first one that was actually good.
I did watch the first one, by the way. I haven't seen the second one yet.
But this will you want a spoiler?
I saw the play, so
the witch died. No. Okay, I can't even. That's a
spoiler. Witches get stitches. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God, my ADHD. This is terrible. Oh, right. So there's a lot of stuff that's practical in Wicked. And I'm like, cool. Then why does it all look like shit CGI? Like, why is it that it's practical? Like the stunts in the new Point Break, like all of that was actually done practically. Why does it look like CGI shit? Like that's when it bothers me, when I can't tell that it's real. Like I can't tell what's tangible and what's not. One of the things that I find absolutely unforgivable about this movie was that they decided to use a wooden doll with CG for Anakin. There's like absolutely no reason they should have done that. But Obi-Wan Kenobi, like Ewan McGregor does a great job playing against nothing for 90% of these movies.
Yeah.
And I love General Grievous. I think that he's such a cool badass, and I know that's people don't really like him, but when he pulls out the
people like him.
I mark out for that shit. I
think that a lot of people like it. I think more people like him than dislike him.
Yeah, that's true. That's an argument I've had with somebody.
Because I don't think I know. Like, I mean, in the community that we have, like everybody loves Grievous. When you throw Grievous in, people are like, "Yay, Grievous is here! We love Grievous." Go ahead.
If there's a one-bit male character who shows up for 5 minutes and goes, "Wah!" that means like everyone's gonna freaking love him.
Yeah, listen, that's the rule of Star Wars.
Don't boil me down to that. I just think he looks cool, and he.
But I mean, that's why everyone likes Boba Fett. He shows up for 2 seconds in one movie, and then he shows up for another 2 seconds in another movie and dies.
Got a cool helmet,
and everybody loves him forever. Yeah,
I like the cut of his jib. That one.
I like the way Grievous dies. I
like that too.
Cool scene. It's really dark and weird and horror-esque.
I like his cough. They kept putting like cyborg parts on him, but they couldn't give him cyborg lungs. Like that, he was just.
So he had real lungs. Yeah,
is because he's dying from, and that's why they're rebuilding him. That would be where I would start.
Yeah. Well, that's actually so. I mean, not to nerd everything, but like he gets
heaven forbid on a Star Wars podcast we figure it out.
So like the explanation for that is that Mace Windu force crushes his chest like moments before episode 3 starts. So before this he's kind of like not coughing and stuff, and then Mace Windu crushes his chest as he's escaping, and he's like, "Oh fuck, what the fuck?" Oh, shit. And then for the rest of the movie he just hasn't had time to get his lungs looked at.
I just assumed there was a season finale where he gets into it with a Jedi and gets, so that kind of happened, but it happens off camera.
In the Gendy one, so there's 2 seasons of the Gendy one, which is the 2D animated Clone Wars series, and then the very last episode is like Grievous running away with Palpatine over his shoulder, and he's like, "You'll never catch me, Jedi!" And then he like crushes his chest. He's like, "Oh!" And he starts coughing.
So where that all started, though, is in the studio one day when they were recording stuff. George Lucas was there, and he was getting over his bronchitis, and then they said, "Let's record you coughing and make it all weird," and that's how. And then it ended up in the movie.
Right, and George Lucas is like, "Oh, you're not good. Just
Hey, that show you've never watched? Rank 26.
Which one?
Resistance?
Out of what?
Out of how many?
Yeah.
The ones that are tabulated, there's 50.
Wow,
58.
Right. Interesting. Maybe I'll check it out one day.
It's bad.
Oh,
Seems like a kid's show from what I looked at.
Hey, kid.
But I mean, you know,
place of respect on kids shows. It's the
Yeah.
least good if you're going.
I hate to break it to you, Jason, but Star Wars is a kid's franchise.
It is. So
Are you kidding me?
if you're going from Clone Wars to Rebels and then Resistance, like I wouldn't recommend doing that for everyone out there because you're going from truly the best thing that they've ever done to one of the craziest like things that they've ever done, where only the last episode feels real. Anyway.
Right. I don't have a ton more to add for production talk.
We're still in production talk.
Yeah, as I've done the
body
last 2 weeks. The only other thing I want to mention is the John Williams score. I really like the Battle of Heroes that has, Duel of Fates inside of it. It has the Imperial March. It has elements of like Luke's theme, like the original Star Wars theme. It has so much going on. And spoilers for my Home Alone of it all. It's Battle of Heroes.
I think you just mumbled what I was thinking, Noel. Noel mumbled something and I was
toxic.
I think so. We're being evil Star Wars. But yeah,
well, I told you.
Say the whole thought and stop talking to each other with your minds, Wonder Twins.
No, we were just saying that like Luke's theme is also known as the Force theme.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I think. That's what Noel mumbled, and that's what I was living. But anyway, so anyway.
When it goes dun 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 dun, I freak out. I lose
like
my
Luke's
mind.
theme isn't the main theme.
Yeah.
Was anyone here at my wedding? Anyway.
No, I didn't know you until like a year ago. Actually,
That's
more than that.
Not true.
That's true. It's almost been 2 years. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So yeah, it's a good song. You're right. It has everything that Star Wars. It's meant to embody everything, and it's supposed to be like the death of a bunch of themes. Also, the music when the ship is crashing at the beginning is really cool. The intro music, as soon as the crawl goes over, it's fucking cool as well. It's got a really good soundtrack. But so does episode 2 and so does episode 1. I would argue it's some of John Williams' best work. But then even if you go through the sequel trilogy, he's got a lot of good shit going on. The Kylo Ren theme, Rey's theme is so good.
That's my alarm in the morning. At my funeral, I want the end credits, like Augie's band, municipal. Oh fuck, what's it called? I want that song.
I thought you were gonna say Kylo Ren's theme. That's where you're like your coffin going into the ground.
I want Yub Nub to play as my coffin is lowered in the ground.
I think we can.
Like that's the same kind of vibe. Yub Nub and like the municipal band, like those two are very not.
I want the Return of the Jedi, the music that plays in Jabba's barge when it's like the people like and
you hear R2 sing along with it.
Yeah, exactly.
For my funeral, I want the end credits from Transformers, aka What I've Done by Linkin Park.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the 1985 Transformers movie. I was like, Lion? You want Lion to play?
Dare to Be Stupid, also from the 1985
Now you're talking.
Battlefront 2 was actually pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I really liked it.
Me too. The 2017 one? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I liked it too. I like the character of Iden Versio. I think she's pretty dope. And
24.
Oh, there you go. I think that they should put her into a live action. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
I think
I agree. Give her a fucking show.
She should have showed up in Andor as like a cool Imperial fucking defector. But I think, yeah.
Give her a fucking show, man.
I can't really remember this because I played the story of that game when I first got it, which came out obviously almost 10 years ago, and I haven't ever played it since. But I still play that game to this day, the multiplayer, but I don't play
the story.
The story. Anyway, let's go on to the body of the episode.
The body of the episode.
Everybody back up, because here comes the body of the episode.
Yeah.
This movie's got legs.
This movie's got legs for days. And you know what? It does.
It does,
made
actually.
that-
They
yeah.
recently re-released it.
Yeah. And it made like over $100 million.
Remember when they used to just leave movies in the theater so that they could have legs?
I do. I do kind of miss the era of like you go see a movie for 4 or 5 months and then it would take a year for it to come out on video.
Yeah, I mentioned this in our. That's why people will do it too, and it's like. But I mentioned this in our episode 1 talk. I saw episode 1 almost every weekend for an entire summer because when it came out in May, it stayed in theater until like
It was
September.
the big summer blockbuster. Yeah.
And anytime I had a friend of mine who was like, "I'm going to go see Star Wars," I'm like, "I'm coming with you. I'm coming." And I'd be like, "Okay, we didn't invite you." I'm like, "Don't care. Tell me where and when. I'll meet you there."
And the theaters would still have like people in the theaters. Like it wouldn't be like week 3
Yeah.
and you're there by yourself looking at you, Beetlejuice.
Week 3 is my for anything that has a seizure warning on it. Week 3 is the sweet spot because there's absolutely no one in the theaters midday. So if I go, I can go alone, have a seizure by myself, and just like have a good time.
That seems dangerous.
No, it's fine. It's just where people start to freak out around me that's the problem. So I just go, I have my seizure quietly by myself, and then I keep watching the movie feeling pretty post-sick till afterwards. But it just adds some charm.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly. I've experienced a seizure in a movie theater before. It's
Yeah, so I had one
slightly distracting.
I
but-
had one in a pre-screening of Batman Begins. That was my first one at a press screening for that. So imagine how that went for me.
Yeah.
So now by myself.
All the reviews were like, it was really great. And then the last 25 minutes, I could not focus.
Yeah. Aftermath, if you haven't read it, it's got a lot of background.
I've read
from a lot of the
Aftermath.
shows. It's so rank 20.
When they first sort of decanonized a bunch of the Legends novels and started to release the new ones, being like, this is part of the new canon. I was like, I gotta absorb every book, and then I kind of fell behind, and then too many books came out, and I was like,
Too many books.
Fuck it, I can't read that fast.
I can't read.
I mean, arguably I can't, but I can read. I just read slower than other people and out loud and into a microphone. You can hear me on Darth Theorist and the Three-Eyed Theorist and Moo, the Half-Blood Theorist. Let's explore the depths of it in the video. Yeah.
I like to think of Legends more as the Apocrypha.
Okay, I'm going to start now.
Okay.
The beginning of Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, starts a little bit like this. War! The Republic is crumbling under the attacks by the ruthless Sith Lord Count Dooku. There are heroes on both sides. Evil is everywhere. In a stunning move, the fiendish droid leader General Grievous has swept into the Republic capital and kidnapped Chancellor Palpatine, leader of the Galactic Senate. As the separatist droid army attempts to flee the besieged capital with their valuable hostage, 2 Jedi Knights lead a desperate mission to rescue the captive Chancellor. ...
That's
Hand
it?
down. That's it. It's always pretty short. It's usually just 3 paragraphs. When you're a kid, it feels like forever. You're like, and you're fast forwarding through it. The VHS, yeah. I don't want to read this shit. I don't know how to read.
Get to the Wampas.
Why do you have to do an essay, read an essay, do pre-work for the movie? I don't understand.
Because that's how they did it in the old serials way back in the day, which George Lucas emulates quite a bit. And it's become the Star Wars standard. But the Flash Gordon shorts would start with "Last time on Flash Gordon." And actually,
I like the essays. Don't get me wrong. Oh, I know.
But Commander Cody, that's actually a reference to Commando Cody, a serial series that George Lucas used to watch back in the day in the theater.
So what you're telling me is that George Lucas is a hack who just stole a whole bunch of shit from everything else, kind of like Quentin Tarantino or any other.
He's a borer.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Carry on, guys. Carry on.
I think every creator is influenced by people that came before them.
Okay.
Podcasts were not a new idea when I was like, let's do a podcast, friends.
Yeah, you invite me on. I was like, pod what? Cast
What
who?
the fuck does that mean? Yeah. Where are we casting? What are you talking about?
You just
Who
weren't
am
like
I?
loud enough first.
Yeah,
It's
but
like
I mean,
how I wrote so much gay hockey boy smut, and you know how much money I made from it.
did you publish any of it?
That's the
Yeah,
thing,
you
right?
gotta do like a Twilight 50 Shades of Grey thing with heated rivalry, I think.
Yeah.
And just
No. No.
in reverse,
No,
make them vampires and you'll make $1 million.
I already have like a whole hard drive's worth of original ideas that aren't
A
used.
whole hard
Right.
drive. You know that like a Word document
This
is a
movie-
couple kilobytes.
I got 42 terabytes of porno, and it's all text.
I've been writing fan fiction and drawing fan art since I was like 12.
I don't know how to respond to that, but okay.
Not porn. Mostly
Yeah.
it was like me rewriting stories so that women were actually in them. Mostly
okay.
that.
I used to write
I
alternative
did that
history
too,
Star
yeah.
Wars. Yeah.
Me too, when I was a kid. Or I would write like Boba Fett stories because Boba Fett was my favorite character. It's almost like Boba Fett is the reason that I'm called Boba Blackfly or something.
Mhm.
I
But
thought
no
you
one
just
will ever
really
know.
liked bubble tea.
I do like Boba, and I also like getting horribly bitten by flies in the wilderness. Oh wait, those are horse flies, right? I don't know which one.
Jedi
Yeah,
Temple Challenge.
you like drinking that cooler black fly. That's like
I also just thought it was a cool name when I came up with it, and I'm like, I like this name. It's cool.
Yeah, it is cool. I like it.
So, this movie starts with a crazy military battle over Coruscant, which is cool because up until this point, we just saw the Clone Wars kick off at the end of episode 2, and in this, we are seeing basically the tail end of the war. Only a few years after the inception of it. The idea that, Yoda saying like, begun this Clone War has. Oh shit. Like directed by George Lucas. And then we start here, which is like, whoa, they're in a crazy aerial combat. And it's cool because in this trilogy in particular, they tried it in the first movie and it wasn't nearly as exciting or cool as any of the other movies, really. Like, episode 4 and 6 both have really interesting and good aerial combat dogfights and stuff like that with the different ships. Episode 1 did it, but it was being intercut with one of the best fucking things we've ever seen in Star Wars ever, which is like the Darth Maul duel. So you're kind of like, okay, like Anakin, cool. And he's like, let's try spinning. That's a great trick. Like, okie-dokie. Can we get back to the devil fighting Twink Obi-Wan and hot fucking Qui-Gon, please?
This whole battle is interesting too because it is a giant. It's one of the best looking like sequences of the movie, showing the like giant battle happening, and then this opening sequence of like Obi-Wan getting his ship taken over by those weird little robots that are just like destroying everything.
Buzz droids.
They're called buzz droids.
Buzz
Jason.
droids. And then
Buzz droids that
sorry,
are
and
buzzing?
then I said I was sorry, and then good. It's jarring to know how far Anakin goes to the dark side and become the fully evil, but here he's still like, yeah, I'm gonna do all the good things for the Force or whatever. And he uses his ship as like a battering ram to well, first he shoots like a wing off, which I was like, bro. But then he uses his ship to like try to scrape the buzz droids off, and I was just like, both times I watched the movie, I was like yelling at the screen, like, I know you want to be this big hero, but you're already showing signs of like brute force your way into more power. That was my.
I mean,
that's how I
Anakin has
analyzed
always been
that.
like, I'll get it done, and the Force always works out in my favor. So like, don't worry, trust in the Force, right, everybody? And everyone's like, Anakin, you're going to get us both killed. It's like, don't worry, Master, I know what's going on. But he also shows that he hasn't obviously fallen to the dark side, because there's a moment where one of the clone ships gets shot, and he's like, I need to go help them, Master. They're in danger. And he's like, no, they're doing their job. We have to do ours. Who gives a shit? They're fucking expendable. That's why we brood them. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
I'll find you 5 when we first land right after this.
I don't even know their names. It's probably like weird nicknames like Flatfoot and Honky or something.
Honky.
Yeah,
It's called
was my
Honky.
favorite.
Flatfoot and Honky, the famous clone duo.
I mean, probably. Like every single time we see those fuckers, they got a whole bunch of funny little names going on.
Well, brother, why do they call you Flatfoot? Well, because I've got flat feet. Why do you think? What about you? Why do they call you Honky? Oh, you don't want to know. He's racist. He's just horribly racist.
I was hoping for that he would just have horns that he's honking all the time.
Oh.
There was absolutely no love for my saying that Hayden Christensen was a wooden doll with CGI. Just like, come on, guys.
I didn't know what you meant at first.
Pity laugh.
I didn't understand the joke. That was my problem. I understood it probably like 30 seconds after you said it, and I was like, "Oh, that's you just meant he was like a terrible actor." Okay.
I have a hard time with the like he's in the dark side, he's in the light side thing because he takes me out of it every single time he speaks, and I'm like,
I have an issue.
I don't know what it is. Like I can't.
It actually gave me a better appreciation for his acting in episode 2, which is also not amazing. But it is more so just this weird wooden stilted dialogue between Padme and him that bugs me the most.
Yeah.
I think there are moments in this where I'm like, oh, he's doing all right. Like Anakin is.
There are moments.
He's doing some genuine, and I don't think that it's Hayden Christensen's fault really, because I've seen him do lots of good acting.
He got a Golden Globe. Like it's not him.
Even within Star Wars, I've seen.
Even when he returned, exactly. Like it was fine. Like he plays well when it's with Ewan McGregor. But
absolutely,
all of the dialogue in this is like someone says something and someone says something that sounds like it would be the thing that you would answer about 3 lines later, like later on in the dialogue. And some of the actors can hold it and some of them just can't. And unfortunately,
no, I get that. Their buddy cop stuff. Their buddy cop stuff from the sequel is my favorite stuff from that movie. Unfortunately, they don't really get to explore that in this because they
do up until the ship crash, but then and good thing that's a whole hour of the movie. Like it's like half the fucking movie is this opening sequence. But I think that. Yeah, like you were saying, Noel, like even in the Obi-Wan show and the Ahsoka show, I'm like, oh man, look at Hayden go. Like he's back. He's back as Anakin and he's fucking killing it. Like he's doing a really good job. And it's almost like when you watch him in this movie, it seems like George Lucas gave him direction on how to deliver a line, and then the entire tone of the scene changed in the edit. It's like he's delivering the line based on direction that was totally inaccurate for what was happening.
I swear to God, have you ever seen My Fair Lady, where they're trying to teach her how to do the diction thing, so they put marbles in her mouth?
Yeah.
I feel like they put in some sort of thing into his mouth, so he had to that he had to deliver in a particular way because that just doesn't happen.
Like,
but I think
the rain in Spain falls mainly in the plain.
I think Anakin's supposed to be like kind of an idiot savant character. Like he's kind of a doofus.
Red leather, yellow leather. Red leather, yellow leather.
Which is crazy. That's the vibe. Because like, in Clone Wars, he's so like in the Clone Wars show, like he's so charismatic.
Well, he's like good. He's like a child actor, like the way that child actors are in our universe, where he never had to grow up. He was the Jake Lloyd kid, and then he kept getting propelled into these positions. So he never really had to like grow up, where everybody around him.
It's crazy though, too. Like if you watch the Genndy cartoon show, right? I'm not sure if Matt Lantern did the Hayden voice in that cartoon as well as the Clone Wars, but like there's a crossover between the two, where in the 2D animated show he's doing like a real hard Hayden Christensen impression, and it's like almost embarrassing. And then it goes to like the Clone Wars 3D animated show, and it's like, oh, this guy is like he's sort of doing a Hayden impression, but he's like got, like you say, Noel, he's got so much charisma. He almost reminds me of like Bob from Reboot or something. Yeah,
that's the crazy. Oh, Bob from Reboot.
Yeah. Wow, he actually is a lot like Bob from Reboot. But anyway,
yeah. It's almost like that's why I love the Clone Wars. I'm like, he's Bob. He's like Bob from Reboot.
So
I have a question.
the first section of this movie, the fight that everyone's saying is pretty good, and like this is the problem that I have with Clone Wars as well, is that instead of breaking the action, in like there's a lot of action and then you break it with something different, like the way that Peter Jackson does it, where you don't fatigue from it. It get like for me, it's like fight, pew, 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 and then it'll break at just the moment where I've completely tuned out, and then I have to like be like, wait, what? Sorry, now people are talking, and then I have to like go back and then watch that part again. So without the rewind function, like when I saw these movies, when you couldn't just like scrub through that easily, like I just missed huge sections of the first hour because my mind would just drift.
Well,
And it's
good thing
much,
for
much
you,
better.
nothing really happens.
Well, yeah, it's much better in the second half because they're flipping between the two fight scenes. So
It's very different pacing.
stay engaged. Exactly.
Yeah.
But that first one, like
It almost feels like he just didn't want to cut anything. Like he was like so into everything that like he had all this stuff, all these set pieces, and he's like, "Well, we can't cut the elevator. The elevator is great." And it's like, well, you could have probably lost that whole elevator thing, and it would have been fine.
did
Like,
you
don't worry
stop
about it.
it? No. Did you stop it? No.
Yeah.
Clearly, neither of them stopped it.
And the thing is that
if no one said anything, you're standing like a millimeter beside. It's not funny.
and there was so much more too. Like there was like moments where it's like. He's like, well, Master, what do you suggest? And he's like, oh, I was thinking maybe we do one of these. Like he's like doing like a crazy mustache twirl. He's like, far too many of them for that, Master. What about this? Yes,
Yeah.
perfect. Yeah.
So you like,
why was that deleted?
anything that actually is moving the plot forward just kind of gets lost in that. But that's like other people have come and done that as well in Star Wars and taken after that. And I'm like, no, don't take after that part of George Lucas's stuff.
Yeah.
Improve on that part.
But I mean,
yeah,
you can find those little cutesy moments in Star Wars, and they're a part of the identity of Star Wars. But like, it is super out of place in this movie right at the beginning, with like the droids being like, "Well, excuse me," and like, you know, like, "Well, out of my way, fat ass," or whatever. And you're like, "What are these droids saying to each other?"
The cheesy stuff I don't mind. I mean, like that's why I like Jar Jar Binks, because like I like when my Star Wars is kind of silly and fun and for kids. It's just like when it's just pew 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 that
See,
I'm like
that's the stuff that I enjoy. This I love this whole sequence. The first section of the last movie, I was saying this to you, Noel, earlier. I had to go back and rewatch that first chapter of episode 2 a few times to really nail down the politics of what was happening. Same with actually the
It's
episode
crazy that you
1.
guys have like the opposite like issues, which is like Jason was like, "This is boring and I can't pay attention," and Noel's like, "This is boring and I can't pay attention," for two completely different reasons. Too much talking for Jason and too many pews and poings and get out of my way, butt face. Like,
it's not even too much talking. Yeah, it's like a fatigue thing where I'm like,
Jason, it is boring when they're sitting down and being like, "What do you mean I was attacked by an assassin? We think an assassin came for you." "An assassin?" "Yes, an assassin." "What are we going to do about it?" "We're going to give you a Jedi detail." "Okay. All right. Now let's have another scene that's the exact same scene again with other people.
My Home Alone of it all for that first act of episode 2 is literally like when those worms come through the vent, and then they go into the whole thing where he jumps out the window, he smashes through the window, and he's flying around on a thing. This movie doesn't really have any of those like.
That's because it's open with a bang,
points.
right? Like, you know, like the phrase "open with a bang." It's like literally opening with giant explosions and shit. And like I say, I think it was just like he had so many set pieces within this that he's like, I don't want to lose the Buzz Droid moment because I'll too hit the Buzz Droid center eye. Like he wants to have all that toy shit, right? Like the stuff that he can sell as toys and stuff.
Yeah.
And then it, you know, I like when they enter the hangar and they both explode out of their ship. Like that's cool. Keep that. But then maybe we don't need to have like a whole moment of them in an elevator, a whole moment of them in a hallway, a whole moment of them then getting to where Chancellor is. Like, and like I say before, there's so many more moments that are in this. This would have been like a whole movie in itself, is just them aboard the Invisible Hand.
Seriously, this 2-hour movie has about 50 minutes of a really great movie.
Right. Anyway, I think we can skip past most of this stuff. Where
I do
like,
have a question that pertains to this that is sort of the
The
largest
ship's
Star
called the
Wars,
Invisible Hand.
Star Wars universe.
Oh, I thought you were going to ask what the ship's called.
No. Where do the droids end up going? Do they all get eradicated by the clone troopers in this movie?
As far as in canon, after this movie's done, there's multiple stories about what happens with all that.
Yeah.
A lot of them are powered down. Some
So-
of them, like most of them
Yeah.
are powered down. Some of them are stuck trying to like keep a base, like doing their prime directive thing. And so if anyone comes, they're like, we've got it, right, Roger.
Also, like
Roger."
the cleanest answer is like at the end of the movie when Anakin goes into Mustafar, that's the whole head of the CIS, which is all the people who control those droids, and they all get assassinated by
Okay.
Darth Vader.
Okay.
So all of the people who are in charge of the droids die, and he basically is like, send orders to shut down your droids and call them back to their home planets or whatever, because the Empire is going to come kill you now. And it literally is like, we can end the war tonight if we kill General Grievous and kill the Council of the CIS.
So
Which
they're
they
like
do.
artifacts that are kind of floating around.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Skeleton Crew, they show one, and I was like, oh yeah, why? Obviously they're not in the original trilogy because they hadn't been conceived of yet, but canonically, I was just wondering what happened. So they just sort of, because of what Steven has just said, like there's nobody creating them anymore. They peter
and
out.
it's also, again, it's a very simplistic realization of war in terms of like, then it's all clean and done, and now the Empire's here and everything else is gone. So it's just like, that's just sort of like a cartoonish way of dealing with stuff, but that's how it is in Star Wars, right? You always have to allow it to be super simple.
Snap Wexley.
Unless it's Andor, and then they're like, let's make it way more complicated, and people have sex. Ugh, gross.
Intense violence and coarse language is what it says in the little thing. And I just noticed that when we watched episode 1 last night. I was like, yeah, and it's pretty intense. There's some pretty intense violence in the very first episode. So, yep.
Snap Wexley has one droid that he's rebuilt, and he has a whole name for him, and he's like his buddy, he's like his pet that helps him along and takes care of him. So like there's still like the
Also in the Outlaws video game, there's one of the assassin droids from the Clone Wars era is like he's basically like a mercenary, and he's pretty cool. But yeah, there's as it goes on there.
It's like Wall-E.
Yeah.
When on that planet, all of
Yeah,
them aren't working anymore, and you just got Wall-E. It's like that.
Yeah, I agree. It is kind of like Wall-E. Yeah.
Looked kind of like a souped up version of it.
But I think
played-
even like the Mandalorian, we're probably going to get some battle droids and stuff, I think, showing up, like the Mandalorian and Grogu.
I finally played a little bit of Outlaws, and I realized it's kind of like Red Dead Redemption. As somebody,
A little bit, not as good, but yeah. Now you understand why it's not a fetch quest game. Right?
No, I get it. It is. There's a lot of like you go and touch a thing, and then it's like touch 25 more of these. But it is. It's
a touch game.
Demos on Tatooine.
Hey, Star Wars fans, wait till you touch this.
We've got a brand new touch game coming out.
You
To
don't
a
have a
gal-
weird droid
to a
this
galaxy
time.
near
You got a
you.
little creature. You got Nyx, and I was like, oh, after I just finished Red Dead Redemption 1 and Undead Nightmare, and I was like, oh, when you're on Tatooine and you're talking to an actual gunslinger cowboy guy, I was like, I see, I get it now. So my apologies for saying, well, flip Ubisoft.
Yeah, you
Quest."
fucking dildo. Don't talk
I'm a
about things
dildo.
unless you talk about them like with knowledge. Okay, anyway.
How about when R2D2 jizzes oil all over those robots?
Like that time that the Transformers peed oil on that guy in that movie. By
That was
Michael
a
Bay.
cool movie.
Yeah, George did it. George did it first. George was like, and then he just pisses oil everywhere. It'll be great. And it was pretty good.
Should I use my like new Sith power? Should I just lean into it and use it to like consume the remainder of the Star Wars things?
Yeah,
sure. Yeah, do it.
Mm-hmm.
Do it.
It might lead to another mental breakdown, and then your favorite movie becomes like I don't know, something completely unrelated, like a fan film or something, like Darth Vader versus the Predator on YouTube or something.
I'm in. That sounds tight as hell.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I kind of want to see what true insanity looks like.
yeah, this is the best Star Wars movie you'll ever watch, and it's like, Darth Vader versus Predator.
I go back to the albino black sheep or whatever the heck it was called, like the Star Wars gangster rap, and be like, this right here.
This is the dark side. Yeah. What is thy bidding, my master? It's a disaster.
It's a disaster. Skywalker after.
I remember
So
that.
you could turn to the dark side. Yes.
Okay, we need to move on. So they get to Palpatine, and he's in basically his emperor chair, but he's got little glowy handcuffs on, and he's like, oh, and they're like, oh, Chancellor Palpatine, you're here. And he's like, yes, we need to go. And then he goes, oh shit, it's Count Dooku, he's here. And then Dooku shows up, and he's like, hello, it's me, Dooku. Remember from the last movie?
Before that though, Dooku refuses to use stairs here, which I thought was so funny. He just does a fucking massive flip.
It's crazy that he does a flip. Like, I thought, it would be cool if he just like jumped over and like floated down slowly. That would be spooky as fuck. But he just does a front flip, like an elderly man front flip and landing.
I have a theory.
My ankles are still good.
Steven,
Yes.
I need you to say, I can't get down. I need Steven to say, I can't get down these damn steps smoothly, Peter. I can't do it.
Right.
In the
Art.
Christopher Lee accent.
George, I can't get down these goddamn stairs.
Exactly.
There we go.
So he famously said that when he was
he was wearing his dress
Lord
or whatever in Lord of the Rings.
He's like, yeah, I can't get down these damn steps smoothly, Peter. I can't do it. So he was like, I'm never fucking doing stairs again. How about that?
Oh, right. They're like,
is there a way for me to just front flip off of here or something,
exactly.
George?
It'll cost $1 million, but I guess so.
It's Christopher Lee.
Yeah.
When he tells you that when you get stabbed, you go and you don't scream, you just let Christopher Lee do the thing. He wants to do a front flip that's going to cost you $1 million.
Yeah. George is like, we put at least 20 mil away for Christopher Lee requests, and if this is the big one, then this is the big one.
It's called the stairs budget.
Yeah, the Stairmaster.
They knew it was coming.
But I think Dooku he's cool. He didn't get a lot in the last movie. He didn't get a lot in this movie, but I think as a character, he's interesting, and they do, elaborate on him a lot in the Clone Wars. He's pretty much the primary villain in that for the majority of it. Him and Darth Maul, and Grievous is not even really touched on all that much. He's like kind of like an in-between character that pops in every once in a while. But Dooku is
cute on Clone Wars. He's
Grievous?
adorable. Yeah, he's so cute.
Right.
It's a real cutie pie.
With his gill face, yeah. And Dooku is he has a cool line here, but so does Obi-Wan has a cool line. Palpatine has some good stuff going. I like sort of everything that's happening here, but you're right, Noel. It's like you've already been fatigued by the battle, and there's not enough downtime for you to really sort of sink your teeth in here, and it doesn't feel deserved, and you're already sort of like maxed out on like holy shit energy. I remember the first time watching this, it was an underwhelming fight because of how much crazy stuff had already happened. And this fight is, if you watch this fight individual of Star Wars with no context around it, you're like, oh, this is a pretty impressive fight. But because of all of the stuff that you've already seen up to this point, watching it in one sitting, you're like, okay.
Yeah, and the fight is fine, but then the part after it is really abortive. So it's like long, fine, and then like it's the pacing of this.
But even you're right, and even the fight that happens after this is like it's also pretty cool. Like he's fighting these weird new droids that you've never seen before, and it's like, oh, they're introducing a new thing. But instead of focusing on that, you're just like, can I get like a long, boring 20-minute sequence of people talking for like a little bit so I can just cool off with all the lasers and lightsabers?
Just give me some plot.
Yeah,
I was questioning why it cuts as Obi-Wan and Anakin go up the stairs to fight. It just cuts to Palpatine for like a second, and he goes, "Get!" like he's going to say something, and I've always wondered what he's going to say.
He's not saying "get." He's saying "yeah." He's saying yes, like like yeah, fuck yeah, like that's basically what he's saying.
Yeah, fuck him up.
Yeah, he's like kick his ass, Seabass is basically what he's saying.
I'm pretty sure the subtitle said "get" though.
Yeah,
Oh.
but you're watching it on fucking Disney Plus where they used an AI to fucking put the subtitles in. And not a
No,
human being.
with Disney Plus, like I have a feeling that nothing on there has been put on without like the official like George Lucas stamp of approval for those movies. I think
Oh,
that's in the
that's
contract.
not true. No, that is not true.
It has to be true.
Okay, well,
If it wasn't true, you know what? There's no time for that.
okay. He's saying like yes, like he's just doing a grunt of approval. It's not a word. It's like
Who edited this thing?
Probably
The same
Brett
guy from the
Bird
other
or
two.
whatever. Yeah,
Yeah.
the guy who does all the audio edits of these movies. Anyway, I want to just get through the when they show up. He says like you're no match for him. He's a Sith Lord, and then Obi-Wan says like Chancellor Palpatine, Sith Lords are our speciality, and then they have like a moment where they're like, remember last time we fight and I cut your fucking arm off, and Anakin's like, yeah, well, I'm stronger now. I'm twice as powerful as I was before.
All voices destroy you.
And then he says,
It's like your opinion, dude.
Yeah.
If that had been
Opinion,
what his
man.
voice actually sounded like, this would have been fucking fantastic.
If he was like more
Keanu
dude bro.
Reeves.
A lot of that.
Well, I feel like he's dude bro in the universe is what I've kind of gotten off the Anakin from these two movies, where he's just kind of a
He's-
moron.
Yeah, well, he is,
Dude Bro in the show, and in this, like, it's not.
but he's
even
charming in
that.
the show. Yeah, he's not
He's
as charming in this.
And like that dude bro energy, this is like, I can't even like. I think you might be the best actor of our generation, because I'm not sure that has ever been done or will ever be done again.
But like, I don't know, because a lot of the time when you watch Hayden Christensen as Anakin, I have no fucking idea what he's thinking. Whereas like a good actor, you'll look at their face and you'll know what they're thinking.
No, but that's what
I have no
think
idea what he's thinking.
I think
ever.
George Lucas was like, mask all of your thoughts because we can't know what's going on inside Anakin's head.
Right.
But later on, just outright say what you're feeling.
Yeah, and then just blurt it out. Yeah. But then,
Doesn't Dooku also refer to it as the laser swords again, which is like a George Lucas thing where he keeps calling lightsabers laser swords?
I mean, yeah, I think that he just wanted to have more sort of like nomenclature going on in terms of like, what else can we call these things? Like, it would be interesting if people called them different things in different areas or whatever, which is like,
I enjoy that actually.
I do. I don't mind it.
Real
Yeah.
wizard.
It is super wizard. Yeah. I mean, that's George Lucas.
I liked that they referenced Wizard on the Mandalorian show. I thought that was a little funny nod of the hat.
One of my favorite parts of Rebels is that they just use wizard, and it's just part of
It's
the
just
language.
it's like saying dope or sick. Yeah. Then he says like, my powers have doubled since the last time we met, Count. And then Dooku says like, twice the pride, double the fall. Ha! And then they have a little fight. It's good.
And then Anakin says, "Oh yeah,"
and he goes, "Oh yeah, here we go! Kick, jump, zip, duck." Yeah,
I do like that idea that
and swing.
saying just moves out loud. Yeah.
You're projecting every move. Yeah, I can read you like a book, Anakin. It's like, it also helps that you're saying your moves out loud.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate that.
I think what's ruined some of these fights for me is that I had the Star Wars Soul Calibur ones where you could play as the apprentice or as Yoda. Yeah.
Or
and
Yoda,
like it was just so much fun to have Yoda be like, "Wee, wee, 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 wee," over top of like Cervantes.
Or Voldo.
It was such a weird game. Darth Vader has gotten the Soul Calibur, and he's got the Soul
Welcome
Sword.
back to the stage of history.
It's
but the
Cassandra's
soul
sword.
still burns.
It's
Right on.
Cassandra's sword. Isn't that cool? It's Cassandra's shield. All right.
We need to move past this opening because we're almost like 2 hours into the show and we're not even.
Oh no!
The only thing I wanted to mention about this sequence is pulling the like platform onto Obi-Wan Kenobi was fucking so hardcore. And then Palpatine gets after he says, "Do it," and then we get. The
Well, yeah, we need to mention
decapitation.
that, he cuts both of of Dooku's hands off, and Dooku's like, "Oh fuck, I did not see that coming," and then he gives him puts the scissors on him. He's got the two lightsabers in a scissor formation around his neck, and Palpatine.
I can reenact that.
Red.
With some of my toys.
I mean, I have a couple lightsabers here too,
but I wrote a note. I wrote a note here that Palpatine manipulated this poor dummy, hook, line, and sinker. Even tries to get him to leave Obi-Wan Kenobi behind, which I was like, "Yep."
I clean up a whole bunch of vomit, but I can hear you guys.
He didn't. He didn't fall entirely into it yet, but you can see Palpatine right out the gate as being like, well, it's only natural, Anakin. You wanted revenge. He cut your fucking arm off. You cut his head off, An eye for an eye, as they say.
Well, then he said it was also just like the sand people. Like he brings it to that, like, shit just happens. Sometimes you kill sand people. Sometimes you kill Count Dooku. It's all right. It's chill.
Same shit, different day.
And then you hear in the background a little Tusken Raider yell. Yeah. Which is like,
remember what you told me about your mother and the sand people? Crazy. Anyway, who should probably go?
And then he's like,
was that sound my mom or the sand people?
Yeah. The sounds of the sand people murdering his mom. So we should probably leave Obi-Wan. If we don't leave now, then, we'll be doomed. And Anakin's
His fate will be the same as ours.
Yes, he does say that.
Imagine if that's where the movie ended, like the rest of the movie. He was like, I'm so sure that Obi-Wan Kenobi, we're just going to leave him, and this part's going to be smooth. It's going to work out. It's all going to be great. And then it's like, shit, he's carrying him on his back now. We got a whole other movie, a lot of movie left now.
Palpatine goes back to his office after the ship lands, and he's like, and he's got like a notebook, and it says like, abandon Obi-Wan to die, and he crosses it out. He's like, that didn't work. Fuck. But I try now.
One big shot.
Yeah. There's a bunch of other ones that are crossed out, being like, kiss him? Question mark. He's like, that didn't work. Damn it.
And on his wallet says, you don't have to be crazy to work here, but it helps.
Yeah. Maybe we do pod racing against each other crossed out.
He puts pod racing part 2. Like, it's like, he's like, yeah, we can do it again. We can do it in the pod race.
With a check mark on it.
Yeah, it'll be checked, highlighted in green. Yeah. Anyway, so they pick up Obi-Wan. We have another elevator sequence, which is like, all right, here we go, elevator again. George set it up earlier. He's like, the whole scene hinges on the success of this elevator. If this doesn't work, we're fucked. And
elevators are nothing.
You know that
a lot of elevator
scene
stuff in this movie
in Robot Chicken where he's like, Stormtrooper, go fuck yourself. Like, that's one of my favorite scenes. More escalators, fewer elevators. That's all I'm saying.
in Blue Harvest.
There's that other episode. Okay, we should watch those maybe, because like
Chicken?
Just as like a reaction, because it's so funny.
It's good stuff.
When this elevator opens, the stormtroopers about to get in. Elevator opens and it's all Quarians, and they're like, "Come on in, go in your room." And they're like squid people, and he's like, "No, I'll take the next one." He's like, "What's wrong?"
It's so good. Yeah. And the only thing I think about during this middle piece where she's like, I'm a senator, and like she's pregnant, and he's just like, yeah, I can't be married because all I think is that scene of her being like stripping off her stuff and being like, we can't be together because I'm a senator. And she's like,
yeah, it's crazy. Yeah,
we need to do.
It's like she's wearing like fucking Quaker costumes up until she gets to fucking Naboo, and then she's just got her tits out the whole time.
It's like they designed all of these outfits, and it was like what you said about we got to use this set piece. It's like, no, we have to find a way to use all of these outfits. Yeah. Like none of them are going into on the cutting room floor. No, different outfit every single.
I've said it already. Like there's a great like joke that isn't really a joke in episode 1 where they're like trying to figure out how to make money, and then Obi-Wan's like, well, we could sell some of the Queen's wardrobe. like she's just got like crazy costumes. Like
there's no way that wardrobe fits in like the luggage that she took. Like,
No, she gets to Naboo and she gets more. She's she's got.
no, I'm just saying, like, it's like Pingu's luggage. Like, there's some like force shit going on.
Right. She's also force sensitive. She's got like supernatural packing abilities. Like she knows how to.
Like Mary Poppins' purse was pulled out.
Yeah. She vacuum shrinks all of her clothes down to like a pill, and she just adds a little bit of water, and it like explodes. Anyway, okay, we have to talk about the General Grievous stuff. General Grievous.
Do we have to?
I mean, we don't have to, but yeah, he gets introduced and he's like, "How's it going, everybody?" And they're like, "Oh God, this guy." The implication here is that Anakin and Grievous have never met before, which is cool. And then, for those who are in the know, like throughout all of the Clone Wars, they had to like painstakingly have all these episodes happen without Anakin and Grievous ever actually meeting each other face to face. So that this line would make sense where they introduce each other for the first time. They had like whole scripts they had to like burn. They're like, fuck, we wrote a whole script about this Grievous shit. We can't have Anakin there.
Well, I mean, Solo was just to make that 12 parsecs line make any sense.
Yeah, but Solo's good.
I like
Solo. It's such a good movie.
I Solo's one of those that I've always felt gets too much hate. I liked it a lot.
I remember going in being like, well, here we go. This is probably going to blow ass. And then I saw it and was like, this didn't blow ass. This fucking blew dick. I don't know. What's the opposite of blowing ass? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
It's a good starting point, I suppose.
Well, I'll work on that. But yeah, it was a wizard is what it was. So we meet Grievous. They have another battle. And, like Noah's made very astutely said, like, we haven't had time to heal our battle fatigue yet. We're still kind of like parched. We're dehydrated. We need to sit down and cool off for a minute. We get another fight sequence. Again, it is cool. The stuff that they're doing is excellent in here. The lightsaber techniques to cut off the handcuffs. And we are introduced to the, what are they called? The droids that they're like Grievous's guards, but they have those like.
I really like those guards. I think they look cool as hell.
The Vanguard, or what they called?
I can't remember what they're called either. They're like his personal guards though, and they look cool. They're reminiscent of like the IG droids from the old like IG-88 and stuff. They have a sort of a similar vibe to them. They're not exact, but like the thin limbs and they're tall and.
Yeah,
cylindrical head and stuff, and they've got these sort of interesting like shawls on them.
IG-100 Magna Guards.
Well, there you go. Magna Guards is what I was going to say, but they are IG units, so I was correct that they look like IG units because they are IG units.
The light side.
Yeah,
I love IG-88. Personally.
I've returned my unbled.
Oh, there we go. You did a costume change. So. Grievous does a cool thing here, which I really like. Actually, it reminds me of it's a classic villain getaway, which is he knows he's about to lose, so he takes a big spear and throws it into the window and shatters it, and then launches himself into space. And he's like, flows out into space and grappling hooks himself back to his ship, gets inside of a little hole, and then he's in an escape pod and launches himself into space. And then because he's lost at this point, his ship is basically going to crash into the planet, and we can only assume that they all basically retreat at this point, being like, our plan has failed, we have to go, Dooku's dead, they got the Chancellor back, let's all get the frick out of here. But as we know, Palpatine is orchestrating all of this. His own capture was part of his plan.
He is not getting the frick out of here.
No.
Did you guys see in the background the alien that looks like those elephant guys, like Neil from Skeleton Crew, but he's just got like a human's face? Do you notice that guy?
I'm gonna look up the species right now.
He's this?
Blue. He's blue and has
no.
Ears,
so that guy's name is Ornfree Ta, and
Why do you know that?
He's a Twi'lek, like the dancers in Jabba's palace with the head tails. He's just really fat. He's a really fat Twi'lek.
Oh, so he's got fat Twi'lek appendages.
Oh, so he speaks like this.
He's from Space France.
Yeah.
Or Sprance. But
also known as Ryloth.
Okay.
Yeah. Why do you know that? I don't know, Jason. Why do you think I know that? Is it because I've done over 400 episodes of
He said
Star
like
Wars?
9 other things that were like, I should have said, why do you know that?
Yeah.
I mean, all of it is why do any of us know this? But I'm telling you, the CG, the movie does look a lot smoother if you're watching it on an iPhone. As soon as I switched it to the TV, I was like, no, fuck, I can't do this. And I put it back on my phone.
If you watch it on like I watched a little bit of it on Disney and then I put it on my Blu-ray and I was like, this is better. This is much better.
Again, low resolution, like with the screen very dim on your phone, looks great. It's really good.
It sounds to me like what you're saying is like, yeah, you're like if you just make the situation in which you're watching it shit, it looks great.
I watched it with my screen of my phone off, and I put my phone down and walked to another room, and I just imagined what happened. The movie fucking is.
Do you know how many times I watched this? Like I've been trying to watch this movie for a bit. Do you know how many times I just forgot that I was watching it and walked away or did something else or zoned out or started to put it in the play and then just forget that it was in the little screen? Like I
watched it with unfettered attention.
I tried. I
was enthralled. No, I wasn't.
Second half?
I've seen this movie so many times that like I kept putting it on,
half?
and then I would be like, "Oh, I've been looking at TikTok the whole time." Whoopsie.
Yeah, the first hour I can't do.
Yeah,
and yet we've been talking about it for.
Anyway, we like the crash. I think we all like the crash. It's a fun thing that we've seen in other stuff before, but it is like it's a fun, exciting moment. All the drag fins coming out, and like this ship has emergency procedures in place for if it accidentally enters atmosphere on a planet. Because obviously these ships are not. Yeah, it's not supposed to do this.
It was a little bit of a Star Wars moment where I was like, oh, they're kind of like it's floating, but it has to be in orbit because it starts going directly down at the planet. So it's in the gravitational pull. Maybe because the planet is so big. I was having one of those like physics moments where I was
you're like gravity. How does it work? Oh, fuck.
But then I quickly was like, it's Star Wars. It's fine.
George Lucas has said on the record many a time that gravity works the way I want it to work when I want it to work, and so does fire in space can totally exist.
There's so much sound in space. You can hear everything.
If you try to find any science in this, but let's care.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the people that criticize the scientific accuracy of Star Wars are the people who are looking for things to pick apart. You know, that's when you're like,
you don't
people
need
are like,
to look for things.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying is that like if you're pointing it out, then it's because you don't like something already, and you're just looking for other things to be like, look at how bad this is, and it's like, shut the fuck up. It's about wizards in space. Relax.
No, it is wizard.
I wasn't looking for. I wasn't like. It's kind of the opposite for me, where I was just like, I want things to talk about on the podcast. So
yeah, Jason, this isn't a criticism of you. This is just a
that
criticism of Star Wars.
I'm agreeing with you on the subject. My next note is pregnant.
Yeah, I think that's all our next note, except for I was talking about that blue guy's neck.
Yeah.
That's how it happens for them.
Yeah, they get neck pregnant.
I have so many questions about the pregnancy.
Well, the conversation that she's having with Anakin, I wrote next. I wonder if Padme is implying abortion.
Forced abortion? I really wanted to go deeper into that.
That's a path to the dark side.
He tries later in the movie to do that.
Good grief. No, but like I actually do need you guys to explain this scene to me or give me like the Coles notes, because this is part of where like I zone out as soon as they start talking and then have to go back. Like I've gotten back and forth to try and understand what they're talking about in the scene, and I can't.
So you're talking about Anakin and Padme, or you're talking about Chancellor and Windu?
Anakin and Pat. No, Chancellor and what's his face I can do, but it's a wood guy. But these two, like the pregnancy thing, I don't understand. Like they can't tell anybody, but don't people know? But
it's like the worst kept secret. As it's displayed to us for sure.
Yeah, and this is another like weird debated thing within the Star Wars community where it's like I've written scripts for Darth Theorist where like the whole point is that like everybody fucking knows, and we're like the Jedi Order are serious, but like they're not gonna kick you out unless you admit to it, and because they need you for the army. Like you are one of their most impressive and like battle hardened veterans of this war. If they kick you out, they're fucking themselves over. But they might kick you out when the war's done. So like that was always my thinking, is that like the reason they didn't kick Anakin out is because they need him, right?
It doesn't, like, I understand that like there's logic that can be found around it, and in Clone Wars more people know, and they went through that. But I mean, what I don't understand is the logic in the movie. Like, what is the movie trying to tell me?
This is George Lucas being like, this is a serial from the 1940s, so like it doesn't fucking matter. Like we're just gonna make it as like
so she's
very plain and like, well, I'm a senator and you're a Jedi, and but also it'll ruin both of our careers. But it's a happy thing, isn't it?
Yes, it is. I'm happy. This is what I look like when I'm happy. It's also what I look like when I'm confused and upset.
And you know that he puts a dildo attachment on that cyber arm, right?
I didn't know that.
In the extended universe, you would.
Yeah, there's a whole book about it.
But as far as like
you're
how...
just either thinking about it or letting it marinate for a moment.
I was trying to think of a joke and I couldn't think of one. I thought of a droid named DLDO. That's all I could think of.
DL30.
Anyway. But as far as like, I guess it doesn't explain the stakes all that well. But whenever it comes to anything like that, what any of these incidents in the prequels weigh in culturally or politically or personally to these people, it's, as far as the stakes for all that goes, it's always been a struggle for them to express what that is. And I find that's a problem in that particular scene as well. That they don't really.
I think outside of Empire Strikes Back, it's just been a difficulty in Star Wars in general. Even in the new movies, like when they try to do it, it feels strange, and it's because they never commit fully, right? In the sequels, like they do some good stuff in The Last Jedi, but then it doesn't expand beyond anything, and it's forgotten. It's because they reacted to the reaction.
The internet didn't forget.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean to say is they reacted to the reaction, right? Like they didn't allow it to flourish and blossom into something that it should have been.
Yeah.
Whereas this is just like George Lucas is really bad at romantic dialogue and doesn't really understand how chemistry works, which is like you see something like Empire Strikes Back and it's like, this is how chemistry, like this is like amazing, and it's still considered one of like the greatest love stories ever, but it's just like people bickering and then they kiss, it's just like,
what if you get a woman to write it? See what happens.
Well, anybody that disagrees with me is a separatist, so you're a separatist now.
But are the
I mean, like there's been
wrong?
plenty of women to write Star Wars, and I think that it's been good.
No. Empire was written by a woman, and it's the one that you were saying it's like the best one. And then like, see what you said. So I was like saying, well, look, see, it worked.
Right.
and that does speak to one of the things that makes Star Wars in general great, in my opinion, is when you bring in other really smart, creative people to help with the process.
Yes.
And like even episode 4, that was like famously saved in editing, kind of thing. So it's
by Marsha Lucas, or is it Martha or Marsha?
I think Marsha. I might be mistaken though, but it's especially when it comes to writing female characters. Like, I think there's just Padme in this movie. Is there another female character besides the
no,
the lady droid that delivers it goes
ooba.
And also, I think that was a man. That they just like they upped the voice modulation.
Are we like misgendering if I can?
But anyway, but it is an awkward
explain
scene.
Why she's dying. She's got a broken heart or some shit.
Are any of the younglings girls, or is it just boys?
I mean, there's the boy that is the main one, but I don't remember any of the other ones. And then the other kid, the kid that gets shot to death, that's Jet Lucas. That's George Lucas's son.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I mean, famously, Star Wars has not really been great about female representation. And then, of course, as soon as they do it, it's like, oh, everybody loses their fucking minds.
I'm gonna leave my Padme talk for whenever that.
But we talked about this
truly
during the
comes.
episode 1, where I'm like, Padme in episode 1 is actually pretty cool, and she has
Padme,
a lot of
episode
interesting
1 is
stuff going on.
actually pretty cool. Even in Attack of the Clones, she's fine. The reason I don't like this movie is
that she lives in her apartment and cries a bunch.
no. There are a lot of reasons I don't like this movie, but the primary thrust of this movie is so weak.
Yeah.
The motivation is so weak, but we haven't hit there yet. We haven't gotten there yet.
Yeah.
No, it also just feels like a lot of wasted time, right? Like it feels like the moments that we have with Anakin reflecting, they are shared with Padme, and Padme has no scenes really on her own except for like a handful of times when she is just making comments on what's happening. She's not actually saying what she thinks. She's just basically describing what's happening.
And she's a different character when she's not with Anakin. Like she's sitting there in the Senate, and like her acting, her mode is a lot more like Senator, like Queen Amidala, Senator, like that. And then every other scene where she's with what's his nuts, it's just a mess. It's a different
like she's
character.
like, oh, I forgot how dreamy you are, Anakin.
It's a completely different character. Even when she's like, we're not there yet.
It's true. But we are past the point where she's like, something wonderful has happened, ? I got a booby baby inside me. And then also it's like, don't they?
I was his babysitter.
Yeah, it's true. She was his babysitter for a bit. Actually, he was her babysitter, but also she was babysitting. Whatever. Who gives a shit? We get R2 and C-3PO back in action, which is nice for a little bit. I like C-3PO a lot. He's one of those characters that I'm like, he should have been in this more, but also when he is in this, he is saying shit at the most inappropriate moments. He'll be like, oh, I fucking hate space travel. And it's like someone's like dying in the background. It's like, shut up, 3PO. This is not the time.
I'm getting the hang of this flying thing finally.
Yeah.
Wipe his mind.
No. What?
Yeah, baby, gross. Use a condom. I'm sure force abortion. There are many ways out of this.
We do get like a brief moment where we see that Grievous is in contact with Sidious, and he's calling him Sidious, so we're not entirely certain if he knows that Palpatine is Sidious. That's one of like this sort of like main things of contention in the Star Wars community is like how many people in the CIS did know. I think the main sort of like agreement is that obviously Dooku knew that it was Chancellor Palpatine.
Well, it reminds me of what we were talking about last week, where nobody can sense that Palpatine is the bad guy, but I also kind of learned from this movie that I think Palpatine is so strong that he can put up like a force.
Oh yeah,
to have people.
Yeah.
They knew that there was a Darth out. They knew there was a Sith out there. They knew he was close by, but like, you know, he's good at.
There are
not
moments
good
in
enough
this movie where
to like get rid of all of it, but
yeah.
and oh wait, Mara Jade would have also known. And
all right, Mara Jade is not in this movie or in Star Wars at all, unfortunately. But I think that there's a moment where Mace Windu says like the dark side of the Force surrounds the Chancellor, right? Like he does eventually see it, but it's like he can't tell if he is part of the dark side or if the dark side is just sort of reverberating around him because of what's happening. And the way I always interpret it is like Coruscant in general is probably so fluctuating like mad with the dark side and the light side and everything in terms of the Force. It's probably like going into like the middle of an amusement park in the middle of the day and like trying to focus while there's people on roller coasters and shit, like screaming, like trying to like focus with the Force is like,
well,
it's too much.
Yeah, you're on Coruscant. You're mostly not trying not to get mugged. or like pulled into one of the many sewers. So like,
You want to buy some death sticks? No, fuck. I'm trying to meditate.
Exactly.
never
I always thought of
sell
it kind
death
of like
sticks
the
again, in fact.
Palantir, where like he connects
Right, yeah.
with the Eye of Sauron, and it kind of like, does shit to him, but it's not coming from inside of him. He Palantired, and then so did the other guy, and then they managed to fix it, and from Palantiring and yada yada. Like that's like that there's some disconnect there.
Mhm.
Oh shit, he is Saruman the White, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dooku?
No, not the actor. I mean like
Palpatine.
Palpatine.
Oh, Palpatine?
Yeah. That's
He's
very
sort of like a
linked.
conduit of the dark side, yeah, but like he's
not Sauron.
He's
This
not
is
Sauron
good.
for sure.
This is good. I don't remember this. I
But
like
the
this.
Force is also sort of like this thing, this big sort of amorphous thing, right? Like it's not like an individual. There's not a light side and a dark side. The Force is just one thing, and then there are people who can like embody the elements of it. But like, go ahead.
Those somewhat understated. They also talk about how the Jedi Order is having its failings, that they're becoming more arrogant and more sure of themselves, and in spite of the fact they actually are becoming less powerful.
Like the Catholic Church.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah, remember when the Pope was like, I think it's time we told the mayor of New York that our ability to look into Christ has failed us.
But like, how come this whole
No,
time,
we cannot tell the mayor of New York this yet.
It's the don't get married, don't have kids thing. But
how come this whole time
was
Anakin
thinking-
can't see a little bit that Palpatine's just being weird and evil? A
He's
little
pretty
bit.
good fucking Jedi.
He's also a master manipulator who has
True.
been manipulating him since he was a 9-year-old boy.
And
That's a
he's
good
also
point,
like a bit of a dum-dum.
He is a bit of a dum dum.
Palpatine is my friend. He gave me lots of chocolates when I was a kid, and then
He gave me
Nathan.
really
he
good
came to my
advice about
Padawan
my girlfriend.
graduation, and no
No.
one else did.
But that is an interesting point. Like watching it this time, I remember I don't remember as much grooming as there actually was. Like for some reason I thought like the fall was like boom, and it still kind of is, but there is a lot more going on. You see the manipulation a little bit better. There isn't enough of it. It's not spread out enough, but like you do.
It should have been spread throughout.
There
all
could be
three,
more.
a little bit more,
They
yeah.
could have done any of it in Clone Wars, but
But I mean, we did
no, of course
we did just watch episode 2 last week, and there is some of it in there too. So it does
Yes,
give you the impression
exactly.
he's been doing it for years. Yeah.
It's just it's not built up the way that one would want in like really good storytelling, like in really
Yeah.
like solid, concise, and like plot forward.
No, yeah, you're right. It's
storytelling. But it is there, and I see what the intent is, and I actually like it. Like I like the way that he's manipulating him. It makes sense why he goes the way he goes. It's just should have been more of the movie and more of the last movie.
Yeah, I do
So-
often think about like he confides in Padme about when he killed the Sand People, right? And I like that scene. I think it's good.
We
I think
should
it's
call
well
them by
acted.
their name.
The Tusken Raiders. Okay, sorry. He calls them Sand People. I'm sorry, and they are people who live in sand.
No, I
I know you're joking. I'm just being.
I thought Mace Windu was Saruman because he studied both sides so much, it turned his saber purple. Saruman L. Jackson.
Right. That's a jerk off joke, everyone. So he just in case you didn't get it.
just roll the dice.
Yeah. I can't remember what I was gonna say now. Anyway.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
I genuinely can't remember. No, it wasn't you, it was the purple nurple joke or whatever.
Ooh, I haven't heard that one in a while.
So
Dr. Pepper.
manipulation, Jedi, Sith, Jedi. Then there's another fucking horrible sequence of them on the balcony and she's brushing her hair and he's like,
I'm so fucking in love with you. And she's
That's a
like,
very tough scene to sit through.
Has
Yeah,
love made
it's
you
really-
blind?
it's fucking terrible. It's one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
I like this
Oh.
movie. I will say again, I like this movie, but it's a combination of the writing and the performances. It's like they don't know what to do with it, and they're not doing a good job with it. And the blocking is awkward. The delivery is awkward, and the words that they're saying are awkward. None of it makes me believe they're actually in love. It makes me be like, these people are repulsed by each other.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the whole movie, and like, yeah, all of that is perfectly accurate. But it's especially bad and so egregious in these moments that are supposed to be passionate. Like the caring is what's supposed to bring you through the movie. You have to care about the relationship. You have to care about Padme. Like, this would be the core. This is the sadness that you get. And at the end, like, you feel kind of weird because like you're mostly freaking out about, or like your emotions are coming from the younglings and stuff, and not like the actual core of the story that we've been working on for 3 movies. Yeah. It's so like, I want to like this movie, but I want to like it so bad.
It is weird. It's almost like they isolate Anakin so much in this movie from everybody that he feels disconnected from everybody right out of the gate, and there's never a door opened. It's almost like he's telling everybody that he likes them. He's like, he's basically saying, I love you, Master, I love you, Padme, I love you, Palpatine. But like he never, like, you never really believe it because he's always like 3 feet away when he's saying it, and like there's never any embrace or anything, you know. Like, it's crazy.
I believe that other people like him except for Palpatine. Like, Palpatine's the only one that feels like I feel has like genuine emotion towards him.
But I also think that the writing for Palpatine is better. Like, it is better, and I think that Ian McDiarmid is doing a better job presenting what he's supposed to be doing, right?
He's the only one who knows what movie he's in.
Yes. Yeah. Him and Frank Oz. They're the only two that get it.
That's it. And because
Ewan McGregor, when he's having his fun games on
Ewan McGregor is not in the same movie, but he's so charismatic and so good at the thing that he's like, he works. But he's not in the same movie as those other two.
When he's like leaning on the ship and he's like, oh no, I'm not brave enough for politics. You go have your beautiful day in the sun with the politicians.
He's so fucking beautiful and so fucking charming that like But yeah, they're campy. If everything else had just been camped up.
There's that one meme that I always think about when I see him like leaning on the ship, and it's like Anakin being like, so what are you doing tonight? And he's like, more like, who am I doing tonight? No, I'm just kidding. What are you doing?
It is nice in this movie that, like, to see they're getting along more, Obi-Wan and Anakin, where it was a lot of like snide and prods. And actually there is a bit of a reverse from 2 to 3 where when Mace Windu and Yoda are talking to Obi-Wan in episode 2, telling him, well, he's supposed to be the prophesized one, he's supposed to be the chosen one for all this.
Yeah.
Where Obi-Wan's having some misgivings and worries about what's happened with Anakin, and then comes into the next movie where he's defending Anakin, and they've had this big role reversal. Yeah. And you start to actually see Mace Windu actually showing some dark side elements, or at least that he's having some of his faculties.
He's questioning it. Yeah. He's like, I don't know, because we've been dealing with this kid for a while, and like, he seems like he's hiding stuff from us. He seems like he's doing things without, beyond the sphere of Jedi doctrine and like what we've been teaching him and what he should embody. He's going beyond that. And like, I like that kind of stuff though too, where it's like Obi-Wan immediately jumping to his aid or his defense, even when he's not there. It's like, like you say, like in episode 2, they're basically like a young father trying to deal with a difficult teenager, and in this, it's like they're friends, and they're like, no, I know better than you, but also I'll trust you on this one. We'll do it your way, I suppose, Anakin. And then we see that throughout, and then we see him, like you say, like literally being like, but is he not supposed to be the chosen one? Like, what are we even doing if it's not him? And then like, or Mace Windu was like, perhaps, but perhaps not. Maybe he's not. And then Yoda even is like, a prophecy that misread could have been. Did you ever think about that shit?
But they warned, like, that was an early warning that like Yoda and Qui-Gon had for him. Like, this is all stuff that, like, that part has been building. That part, shut up. Part makes sense.
He didn't like my Yoda impression.
She did not. But okay, with the Force dreams and whatnot, like when I take my like really strong like sleeping pills, I have Force dreams too. Like I'm not about to go.
But do they last for weeks? And have any of them come true?
Let me tell you a little story about Davy go.
No. No. You will die.
Are we at the scene where Anakin
too much ice
talks?
cream before he went to bed?
We were at the scene.
Yeah, he was eating a bunch of. He had a grilled cheese sandwich before he went to bed, and now you can see his wife dying
with sriracha on it, like a little bit too much sriracha. That's a spicy dream you had there.
That's real. I get that.
He's like, it's like similar to the dream I had when my mother died on Tatooine, and I came true.
You just have dreams
just like while he's waxing his surfboard.
He took his arm off and he's waxing his golden arm. Like
there's
if you don't wax it, it gets rusty, Padme. It gets tarnished. You know what they say? Tarnish. It's dry and coarse, and it gets everywhere. If you don't, it gets everywhere. You gotta soak your prosthetic arm in vinegar before you get it.
No, you would do baking soda, not vinegar for that.
Vinegar and baking soda makes it cool,
Yeah, it's like a volcano, like in Mustafar.
All right, we need to keep moving, guys. We're getting too distracted by hilarity.
I was actually going to say something related to the movie, but it's
Are we
gone.
at the scene? Are we at the
Is
scene?
it check out Hayden Christensen's pecs? I said that. When I saw
Oh
it.
no! Oh no! Like he has the same dream about his mom and Padme, and I know there's a world in which he's having that dream about other people that he doesn't really care about though, and that don't die, and like he's just, like that's just the idiot. That's just the dream you have. Like a friend of mine has a recurring dream where he's standing at a table and there's a gun in the middle, and someone comes in and forces him to shoot himself. Like that's just a recurring dream.
Jesus.
That's pretty fucked up.
Yeah, that's a crazy dream to have over and over again.
Yeah.
Usually my teeth are getting pushed in.
I think that Anakin has more reason to believe his dreams than most people because he had the dreams that came true. Like that's the
that's
reason
what my mom says.
Yeah,
like
your mom isn't a Jedi.
She might be. She's been having premonition dreams for a really long time, and they're often right, and it's kind of creepy.
But are they right about like normal things, or are they right about how did your mom dream about somebody getting killed by Tusken Raiders, and then you went to a Tusken Raider camp and found somebody there being killed?
Yeah,
these are very specific. They're very specific. Anyway, I don't like talking about flights of fancy in real life because it freaks me out. Freaks me out a little bit too much.
What do you mean flights of fancy? Like,
are we at the point
people having premonitions or seeing ghosts?
Are we
or
at the point where Anakin,
like a goblin came for me in my dreams?
Are we at the point where Anakin talks to
Yoda?
No, Palpatine about it, or is it Yoda? Yeah, it's Yoda about.
Yeah, he comes to Yoda with his dreams, and Yoda is like,
maybe real these dreams could be.
And then he says like, what does he say? He goes like,
why are there so many songs about rainbows?
No, what does he say? I can't remember.
He's saying like that leads to the dark side. Like people, like death is okay. It's a natural part of life. Like be happy about like this thing that is normal, and like those dreams might not be real, and you have to
also
stop holding. He goes very like let go of the things you're holding on too close to, like reach moksha, like that kind of thing.
Attachment is like one of the things that they teach the Jedi to let go of, because if you're detached, then you'll be better able to feel empathy from everything instead of the thing that just affects you.
It's like the most deeply bastardized kind of version of Buddhist principles.
Yeah. And it's also like George Lucas being sort of like a basic bitch when it comes to religion, right? Where he's just like,
no, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like it's George Lucas's Buddhism, like version of Buddhism.
It's Lukeism.
Okay.
Noel's mom, what? What did it say?
He said, "Why are there so many songs about rainbows?"
Dude, of course. My mom would have had to have been like force sensitive. Look at me. Look what has happened to me.
Yeah, I mean, I buy it. I buy it.
That's true. You did ask your parents why they gave you consciousness at the age of 5.
I did.
How many midichlorians do you have?
I just heard like a noise, like a clatter on my
charge,
ground,
bro.
and then I just found like a random screw, and I don't know what it's from.
You got screwed, kid.
Steve, can you tell us about Darth Plagueis the Wise?
What? That's like so much later in the movie.
Sorry.
I thought it was right after, like this whole middle section. I don't remember.
Okay, so he basically goes around and talks to all his friends. Like Anakin goes around and he's like, I'm gonna have a conversation with Padme, Yoda, Obi-Wan, and then I go to Palpatine's office and this is when Palpatine is like, I need you to go and be on the Jedi Council. And then Anakin's like,
What? They won't let me be on that though. And he's like,
Yeah, I think they will.
Why are you laughing like that?
Because it's funny. It's a funny joke. Anyway, you're going to be on the council, and that's that.
and he's basically like saying,
So I'll be a master? No, you're just on the council.
Well, maybe if you ask them nicely, but they'll let you on if I say that I want you there.
he wants like a liaison, basically, like somebody that can be an in-between between the council and him. And he's like, Anakin is my closest confidant, so I would like him to be on the council. And the
He's
Jedi
my
Council,
best friend.
the Jedi Council do not like that at all. But they're also dealing with the war, and like they've become basically generals of the Clone Wars, right? Like
they use that term.
yeah, they are literal generals.
Do you know who's a super hottie though? Master Plo.
Oh,
sorry.
well. You're gonna say Kiadi-Mundi with his double brain.
No.
That's what a brain, what a brain, what a brain, what a mighty brain.
Like seriously, Master Plo, I was always like, I like that guy. And then in Clone Wars, I was like, he's a certified hottie.
Oh yeah, he's got a cool voice.
Is that like
He's
the guy
hottie
with
with the
orange?
so fucking
Yeah,
charismatic.
he's got like a
too.
crazy mask, and he's like, well, what can we do? And he basically sounds like Obi-Wan, but his voice is like 10 octaves deeper, and he's
Yeah. It's so hot.
They have a conversation about what to do next, and they're like, well, we've all got to split up everywhere. But then, not before Anakin shows up, and he's like,
So I'm here now, and I guess I'm a master.
and they're like, no, not really, actually. Mace Windu in particular is like, you're not a master. And he's like,
What the fuck? What do you mean? Like, I should be a master. I'm on the council.
and they're like, no, not happening. Also, behind the scenes, Mace Windu was the youngest person to ever be placed onto the Jedi Council, and was also the youngest person to ever be made a master at that point. So there's like a lot of discourse on the internet being like, is Mace Windu actually like, fuck this guy? Like, he did not do what I did to get what I got, and I'm not going to just give it to him.
Oh, wow. It's the old generation versus the new immigrants. I see how it goes.
Yeah. Or like Gen X versus millennials versus Gen Z. Like, fuck you. I worked way harder than you.
Nah, man, I need a coalition with our Gen Z sisters who are being absolutely destroyed by men from their generation.
Okay.
Wait, what?
I mean, I'm not part of Gen X or Gen Z, but I agree. I think that the online internet is one of the
millennial women
I've ever seen.
we're watching out for our Gen Z sisters, and we have bail money.
We have bail money.
For your Gen Z sisters, you have bail money?
No, we will whatever, man.
I don't think Jason's catching on to what you're fucking selling.
No, I'm getting
More
it.
on the
I'm
internet.
understanding it.
We'll defend them.
Murder.
Asking questions. I'm just doing my own research.
He's just doing his own thing.
Listen, you can buy hairspray, but you can't buy pepper spray. That's all I'm saying.
Heyo.
You can buy dog and bear spray though.
You can, and dolphin spray.
You can't use it on a person though, unless no, you can't. Use it on a
I thought he was a dolphin. I swear. I think dolphins are pretty rapey, aren't they?
Yeah, they're
Anyway.
rapey.
Seems like they would be. They're no orca, I'll tell you that.
Well,
Anyway, so they all decide to split up after telling Anakin to go suck it, and he gets really upset, and he sits down in the seat that Mace Windu tells him to take. And Yoda's going to Kashyyyk for the Wookiees. Obi-Wan's got to go to Utapau. Anakin's like, I should go too. And they're like, no, you should stay here, sucker.
He'll be fine.
Well, that's after the sperm concert that they go to.
No,
right?
the sperm concert has not happened yet. No.
Because that's when he reveals that Grievous is on Utapau before Obi-Wan goes.
Oh, right. You're right. So they haven't told Obi-Wan to go to Utapau yet, but this is when Yoda's like,
Good relations I have with the Wookiees. I dated one once for 200 years.
He kind of
time she was tall.
Yeah, Yoda's the short king.
Wait, we don't
He is a
see
short
Yaddle at all in this one, right?
Yaddle's dead.
Yeah,
When
Yaddle
did-
dies. She dies in episode 1.
Spoilers.
No,
between 1 and 2. Yeah.
Oh, and they fleshed it out in one of the shows. Right,
Mhm.
right.
She doesn't appear on screen ever after episode 1, and then they wrote into the story that she was killed by Count Dooku. And it's quite sad and quite.
Yes, I recall
it
now.
actually
I
was
did not enjoy that. Although that was a great episode of.
Yeah, and it's also one of those things where you're like, you could tell that Dooku was really upset that he did that. You're like, they were genuinely friends, and he's like, I had to do it. My master told me to. Yeah, Anakin sprints to the opera. As he does in this movie, he sprints all the way there and then stops sprinting right when he gets to the door and walks a little bit.
I mean, it's like when you're
it's
trying to
funny
get
you
to
say that.
class and you stop in front of
Yeah.
all of the windows and then keep
That is
going.
Anakin's energy throughout this entire movie is I'm late for class.
Yeah.
Then he gets there and he's like,
Just pretend like you were walking.
I did clock that he runs down that hallway and gets to the door and he's like, he has to stop. Yeah.
Actually, and that's where we get a cameo by George Lucas and his daughters.
yeah. I don't
He's
think
the giant. He's
has spoken to a
painted
human woman?
blue, and he's wearing robes and whatnot for the opera.
yeah, his name's like Baron Papa Pimple or some shit like that. I can't remember. Something like that.
I don't think that's what it is.
It's something like that, like Baron Papanoidea or some weird shit.
Baron Pepperoni. You have such aggressive keycap things.
It's true.
It's extremely satisfying.
His name is Baron Papanoidea. I was close.
You were so close.
I do want it to be Papa Pippola.
Papadopoulos.
Baron Papa Pimpler.
Barba Papa.
Yeah, this is the
Fried
when
sugar cotton
Anakin
candy.
gets to
Guess
the
he's in here somewhere.
Yeah,
So yeah, that's him. That's him right there. He's the guy right in the with the weird square hat, flat hat.
They all have weird square hats.
Okay, the one with the guy who looks like a baron, who's got like weird
He's
belts
got
on his shoulder.
blue
Is he
face.
blue or
First-
is he not
The
blue?
first man from the left.
Okay, he's blue.
Yeah, the only man whose face is facing the screen, kind of.
that's
He is
it.
blue. Yeah, Baron Papanoidea, and he goes up. Have you seen one of these plays before? This is a Mon Calamari aqua play or whatever the fuck they call it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what it's called, but
I wish we could spend so much more time with them on calamari, but
me too. I have to go to the washroom. Are you guys okay to talk about this play while I go?
Sure.
oh
Oh, I don't know, because I thought you were going to tell us about Darth Plagueis the Why. Hi, guys. It's me, Jason, from the hit podcast. Hey, did you see this one? I was counting on Steve to talk about it. Let me look at my notes.
it's
We
okay.
can talk about it because
Yeah. So they're sitting in the thing, they're watching the sperm opera, which isn't an opera or anything, but it's quite it's interesting. I'll allow it. But then this is when Anakin tells him about his dream, right? And then he says, hey, have you ever heard about the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? No.
Why don't you tell us about Darth Plagueis the Wise?
I thought the Jedi would have told you.
yeah, it's not a story they would tell.
We'll tell the whole story. We want to hear it.
And-
Tell it
and
at the same time.
well,
He
this,
was-
this Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead, Tim.
Well, I don't know the Wikipedia version of this, but more or less, it's kind of semi-implied that he is the previous master of Darth Sidious, aka Palpatine, and that's why he has such intimate knowledge about the ins and outs of it.
And how to master death. What is the main part here that he's grabbing Annie with, because it's like, remember that thing about dying? Well, I can fix that.
Yeah.
He says, Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie?
Did you guys just do this month because you could do voices the whole month?
No.
Yeah.
But
no.
I mean, that's not why I did it. But
this is money here. What you've got?
Oh yeah, when he goes, have you ever heard the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise?
That's not a book that I've read yet. One of the canon books about him.
I thought not. It's not a book the Jedi would lend out to you.
There you go.
But is there anyone I could blend it out from?
Not from a Jedi. No. Yeah, the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise is pretty cool. It's an interesting thing. I never understood the irony part of it. He's like, ironic. He could save everybody else from dying, but not himself. I'm like, is that irony? I don't know if that's the definition of irony, is it?
I think the irony is his internal dramatic irony because he killed the fucker. So I don't think it's
right. Okay, right.
Yeah.
It would have been funnier if he was like, a terrible internal dramatic irony for someone out there.
No, but it is irony because he
don't know
can create life but couldn't save himself. Like,
no, he could
that's
stop others from dying. Yeah, I know, but like irony is often very like nuanced,
misused,
and this is just sort of like it is often misused, but
well,
like this is sort
you
of
got your ham in your fist, and you're George Lucas, and you're trying to tell a story.
True,
yeah, it is a little two-dimensional in this instance.
Technically, it is ironic, and it's like, well, technically, everything in Star Wars is ironic all the fucking time.
He was listening to Jagged Little Pill a lot.
I was okay with this one though because he killed the fucker. Like I'm like he's more being like jokey about it. Like
right.
What irony.
You know what's like more ironic is him chopping Anakin in half and being like, I have the high ground, when he like has won so many times from the low ground.
It's ironic
that feels more ironic.
That Anakin's hand didn't get chopped. That was already a robot hand that had been previously chopped. That's pretty ironic.
Sorry, did you guys talk about Darth Plagueis the Wise, or
no? I tread water until you got back to.
Nope, we talked about it.
I mean, it's most people's. It is most people's favorite moment in the movie, and I do like it. I think that like the tension here is really good. I think the music is really good, and I think the framing is really good. And I've said this before on our playback of these movies. George Lucas is a decent cinematographer. Like he knows how to photograph something in an interesting way, and I will stand by that, because you can a lot of the times take frames from most of these movies, and they look pretty great. Like no matter where the camera is positioned, it always looks pretty good. There's never
the conversation with Yoda from a few minutes ago, and this conversation with Palpatine, it's very dark,
but they're also very different. So like Yoda is staring directly at Anakin, and they're both being shaded and with light on them, whereas this is they're both facing light, and they're facing down the light together, and it's very close to the imagery that you'll get at the end of the movie when Darth Vader stands next to Palpatine on the bridge of a Star Destroyer overlooking the Death Star. They're doing the same thing here. It's like,
yeah, it's very cool. Like the way that they're talking is very Secret Agents, like the subterfuge, the at the opera kind of. There's for sure,
and it also feels. For sure, yeah. I never actually thought about that way, but like you're right, and like, but it also feels like the people that James Bond would be there to like assassinate or stop, like they're the ones in like, the box.
But that's exactly it. Like it's like this comes from, and I'm sure that George Lucas would bring this in from like your Russian spy novels and like those Jean Le Carré stuff, where like that's where they meet and they have their thing, and then someone's watching, and like
I know I get what you're getting at, which is like, you meet in a public spot, so it's not strange that you're meeting.
Although super disrespectful, I would really hate for people to be having conversations of tragedies of Darth whatever's while I was trying to enjoy the sperm.
While you're trying to sing,
While you're trying to
You know
watch
how many
Stick.
times at like anyway.
Yeah, one of those like snakes is like, oh, and they see like the Palpatine is like talking to somebody. He's like,
They're not even paying attention to my performance.
like,
Yeah.
They have an Anakin voice as well.
Exactly, like grabbing the cell phone and throwing it across the room.
But it's actually good to compare the Yoda conversation with the Palpatine conversation, because the Yoda conversation ends for Anakin where he doesn't want her to go, where he's trying to hold on to Padme, but Yoda's telling him to let her go. And then Palpatine is feeding him just what he wants to hear. And at the very end, he punctuates it by saying, you're not going to get this from the Jedi.
yeah. Yeah. And so this is one of the things that, like, when I first saw this movie, it was always very unbelievable to me that Anakin fell so easily to the dark side. But Palpatine is doing, as you said, no, like an admirable job of manipulating him throughout the movie. And then you look at like what's going on in the world right now, and you're like, oh wait, Anakin's just slightly dumber than.
No, dude, this made so much more sense to me once like incel culture like became like the way that it is, and QAnon became the way that it is. Like pre that. For Star Wars, for me to be like, get out of here. Post that, I'm like, holy shit, George Lucas is a genius. Like, he was right.
George is like,
it is about the Trade Federation. Oh my god.
Make somebody feel like everybody betrayed them, or like isn't giving them what they want.
And like it's so quick watching someone get like someone who's already a little bit like disenfranchised and whatever get radicalized. It's actually so fast, and you're like,
Anakin is like,
how did that
happen? Anakin is in like a demographic of people that is like, he didn't have a father. He was taken away from his mother. He's been mistrusted and mistreated and looked at as this special figure for a long time.
Yeah, he's been told that he has privilege, and he's been promised a whole lot of things, but then he gets there and finds himself to like other people are getting what he was promised, and therefore and this is exactly it. Like, you were promised the world as a young white man, right? And then when you get there, and life's actually pretty hard because the patriarchy is fucking you just as much as it is everybody else, and you're like, like you fall pretty hard, right?
Yeah, and also you have to remember he is a child. Like, he's basically like 21 or 22 in this movie. Like, he's not like a 30-year-old man who like has a full developed brain. He's just like, I was supposed to be on the council by the age of 20, and it's like, what?
30 is the line, right? Yes, he's exactly it. He's like, I want to make partner by the time I'm 22.
I just use 30 as like an arbitrary number to be like, you should maybe be a little bit more like developed at this point, but he's still he's very young in these movies, right? Like,
they gave too much power. They shouldn't have, like.
I think this is why I prefer Luke to Anakin in a lot of ways, is because Anakin he's given so much guidance and he's so resistant to it, whereas Luke is like searching for guidance and loses it every time he has it. He loses it, and it's like it's a lot
bad
more
at it until he's not.
Anakin's bad. Sorry, who'd you say?
No, Luke is kind of bad at the thing.
Yeah, he is. He's not immediately talented at everything that he does, but when it counts, he is. When he needs to make a bullseye shot, then yes.
Yeah, that's actually the only time, and like that's what makes him so likable, is that he, that's a different set of movies.
But I mean, they tried to do that with Anakin as well, and it just didn't work as well.
It just didn't work.
But Anakin getting his arm cut off was not nearly as intense as Luke getting his hand cut off, right?
These movies.
That's why Lucas pulled up the burn mark. He's like, well, we got to do the whole arm because it's not as intense as Luke's whole thing. So give more arm makes up for the damage emotionally, I guess.
These movies made more sense to me, like the 3 originals and like all 9 as a whole made more sense to me when I realized that everyone's gone. Hi, Tim.
Hello. Hey, did you see us on
the show? Here. I'm not
still there.
Oh, hey.
I didn't leave.
These movies made a lot more sense to me when I took the 9 as Anakin's story.
Mm-hmm.
All 9.
Yeah.
You stretch out, like once you see it as his entire redemption path, like through intergenerational trauma and yada yada yada, like it fits a lot better for me. where he is here.
I
and
think
while
that like that could have been like a weird saving moment in the third of the sequels to me if Anakin became a part of it just as much as Palpatine does, because like Palpatine shows up in that. We shouldn't talk about this because like I'll talk about it forever, but like Palpatine becomes a major part of that movie in a way that like is very dissatisfying for me. But if Anakin also became a huge part of that movie, then maybe it would have like changed all of it.
so I think he does, but through Ren and Kylo, and like it's through like Palpatine is the physical thing that's there, but the tension is with the memory and like what Darth Vader, what Anakin has like handed down to this generation through that, right?
Yeah,
Like that's.
I just feel like the Rise of Skywalker is so wishy-washy with everything that you can't be
It's not
what it's
great.
meant to mean at all. Like you're just like, what the fuck does this even mean? And it's a lot of like, let me hold your dick while you pee kind of moments where it's like, look, Lando's here, we'll hold it, and like it's good, it's emotionally resonant, but like at the same time, like nothing makes any fucking sense.
No, you just like if you watch the last movies with the same vibe that you watched this one, like the reason people like this one is because they pull back just enough. Like we accept that this isn't a great movie, but like you want to like it. And Rise of Skywalker is like a more accessible contemporary version of that same thing. Like the same thing that's happening here is happening here. But anyway, that aside, I'm just saying like I think it's salvaged when the full picture is seen for Anakin. Like for me anyway, like these made more sense once I tried to like take the whole 9 as like one story.
Yeah, I mean, I have to rewatch the sequels because I've seen each of them at least twice, if not more. But I've seen this movie in episode 2 and episode 3 like many times. Episode 1 I've seen probably like 100 times, and I am not embarrassed to say as such. But I was a child when it came out.
I like Phantom Menace. I have come to like Phantom Menace more than these two. Like more than, and it's just because they're boring and I can't hold
Phantom
on
Menace
to
is my favorite of the prequels. Yeah,
because it has the most vibe of what I kind of expected in Star Wars. Now, it wasn't what I was expecting when I was a child, but I was a child.
But it also created its own. Yeah, like when you say the vibe of these movies, episode 1 started that vibe and it maintained it throughout them, but it also is the best example of it. I'm just trying to like push us to the next point, which is that, you know, this is when the movie, now everybody's split apart and they never really see each other again, which is kind of cool. Obi-Wan, yeah. What I mean is, when I say cool, I mean like it's good for the movie.
Yes.
It's good storytelling in a movie that is not really full of
the fellowship has broken. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm on board.
And this is maybe the one scene between Anakin and Padme that I actually find believable and good, which is when he comes and he's like, I am not the Jedi that I should be, and I feel like I want more, and I don't know what I'm supposed to do. And she's legitimately concerned, and I'm like, oh, this is believable. This is actually believable when there's like this non sort of Shakespearean soap opera shit going on, and it's just two people who are genuinely concerned about each other. I'm more invested in it, and it makes the other scenes even worse, really, when you're like, oh god,
wow, why did Shakespeare get a drive-by there?
Well, what I mean to say is that like he wants it to feel like it's a stage play at points, you know, like it's supposed to be like we'll put them by this window, and they have to be by this window because the window represents this, and it doesn't matter what the fuck they say.
Yeah, because the conversation that you're talking about is the Shakespearean tragedy part of it, where your character says something and it's like the anchoring piece, like this.
Yeah,
that's the thesis. Like what?
Yes, I know. And what I was anyway, I think you know what I meant.
No. This is not like, this is adding to what you were saying. Like that part is likable, and it's the thesis of what's going on here.
But yes, and then everything else feels like a remnant, right? Like it's very conceivable to me that he thought of that moment, and then he's like, well, we gotta pad out the moments around with other things, right? And so like all those other things feel like this orbiting mess of this one nugget of what actually matters, right? Like he thought of the one moment and then tried to make other moments that were less impactful. And he's like, doesn't matter if they're less impactful because this one moment is the moment that matters. But it's like, yeah, but when this over here feels like a cardboard cutout talking to a fucking piece of driftwood that you leaned on a wall to dry out in the sun, like, why are we watching this?
He's not just retrofitting these for the original trilogy, he's retrofitting them within themselves.
Yeah. The way I feel about it though is that like you could take that one scene and have them not interact for the rest of the movie and it would have the same impact to me.
Yeah.
If they didn't see each other the entire time for the entire movie, if it was a thing.
I forgot they saw each other again.
Yeah, if it was just them talking through holograms or like being like, I miss you so much, but I'll be home soon, and they just met for that one moment, that would almost be better to me than what is happening throughout the movie.
Definitely better. Like you fixed it. I want to see that actually though. Because then it's more of a
like,
tragedy.
Othello,
the lovers aren't together.
Othello thing?
Murder his wife? Oh, wait!
He does murder his wife.
Strangles her
Spoiler.
oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah, sorry for spoiling a play from 500 years ago. So we get to Utapau. General Grievous is there. I'm going to send you to the Mustafa system, or whatever. And then, Newt Gunray's like, oh, as he does.
that is what he does.
He does do that a lot.
Not no.
Not no. Also, the same guy who plays Ki-Adi-Mundi plays Newt Gunray, by the way, just in case you guys are wondering.
I was
all
not.
in the head.
But
it's all in the head. Those hats, he's just hiding it under the hat. Yeah.
And the Utapawian, or whatever they're called, that greets Obi-Wan at the platform, that's played by Bruce Spence.
Yeah.
Who's been in all sorts of movies, including like the Mad Max movies and a bunch of other stuff.
What's a movie that Jason would know him from?
The guys who became sorry.
You know who Bruce Spence is, Jason?
The name sounds familiar.
No, but you would know his face too. Okay, so what's one? Oh, The Matrix Reloaded. Like they're not Reloaded. Revelations. What's the third one called? Is it Revelation?
Is he the guy from
Revolutions?
Revolutions, I think. He's the one he's the train man who's like, I'm gonna go, it's time to go. And he's got like a million watches on. Yeah. He's like, that guy.
Yeah, I do recognize him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's an Australian man. But yeah, he showed up for one day of shooting and got a bunch of crazy 8-hour long makeup put on just to be like 10th level, thousands of battles.
It looks great.
He looks cool as fuck. Yeah, he's like interesting. Then he's like, "Are they bringing their army?" He didn't say.
Are they bringing more warriors?
Yeah. I don't fucking know. There's no war here unless you brought it with you.
There's no tacos here.
Isn't that the race of people that the librarian was? Is that the same?
No, the Inquisitor. The main Inquisitor.
No, but the Inquisitor was the librarian.
No, the librarian is Jocasta Nu, and she's an old white woman.
No.
What librarian are you talking about? He was a Jedi guard. He was like a temple guard.
Yes, that's what I meant.
Okay.
Yeah. My brain was rebooting, and I was like, no, not the library, but he is there.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, that is that race, right? I'm not.
Yeah. Yes, you're right. Yeah, I don't remember what the head Inquisitor's name was, other than he's called the Grand Inquisitor. I don't know if he has a name actually. He probably does, but
he does.
Yeah, cool looking race. I like it. Like they have like weird vertical pencil lines down their face. It's like someone took it's like something you would draw when you're a kid. And I'm like, I like this. I like this weird alien.
I want to know what planet Yoda and Grogu are from and where it is that.
So earlier when you were talking about how like George Lucas put stuff into contracts and stuff to be like, this can never be broken. This is one thing that is in the contract that I know for certain is that George Lucas said that Yoda we can never reveal his origins. We can never figure out what planet he's from. We never want those things answered ever.
So he's like Mr. Wilson from Tool Time. from
Well,
Home Improvement.
If we're looking at all of the other places, he's probably from a Yoda planet, and it probably has like kind of a swampy vibe to it. Like if you look at a Yoda and you think of a frog, like you look at the little
I
bears.
mean,
that
Yoda's
walk,
definitely got a swampy vibe if I ever saw
From the
him.
He
frog planet of
walks or-
Frogdafar.
like Star Wars is like one ecosystem, like one thing. You're
Yeah.
a forest planet, you're a water planet.
So
like,
Yoda, where are you
would it make
from?
sense for a Yoda?
No.
What's the
He's got the
Is
little
that
wooden stick. He seems more at home in
what's
Kashyyyk and
the
places
planet
like
that Jar Jar's from?
Naboo.
Naboo.
Naboo. Yeah, it's from Naboo.
What? Yoda's from Naboo? He's just
A
like,
different
from
state.
Naboo. Yeah, it's fine. What?
He's from
You're
the
also
India
from
of
Naboo.
Naboo. That's where he's from.
He's the
Super
same
wet
as
instead of super
Boss
desert.
Nass. Boss Nass be like,
Oh, this is my friend Yoda.
Everyone's
Start
from Naboo.
grow up together in the same fraternity house, Yoda. and
That
me.
was in Battlefront, right? Where they absolutely nuked Naboo. With,
they nuked
with-
another planet, another
Is this
With the
classic
weather
Battlefront
things.
2?
the weather lasers. Yeah,
Yeah, the weather lasers. I thought Naboo
it's
was
called
one of them.
Operation Cinder, and they
Oh.
burn up the atmosphere and cause crazy
They
weather.
do it for several planets.
Yeah.
But I thought that he was like home planet as one of his like
Captain Planet.
He's a hero. Going to take pollution down to zero.
Buy the CD of Palpatine Sings.
Yeah.
how is this not a thing that you guys have done?
No. So we get a bunch of sort of okay action sequences, just kind of clipping between the different planets. Obi-Wan obviously gets his lizard that he gets to ride around, his bird lizard that he rides around.
Can I ask you a question about this lizard? This is what bugged me.
Yes,
with this
it's
lizard.
very sexy and well hung. Sorry.
Okay, well, it's got a huge dick, but
Got a big lizard dick.
Why is it? Why did Obi-Wan decide to use the loudest?
We call it a gizzard.
Loudest possible animal in the fucking known galaxy to do an infiltration,
Yeah.
detective mission. That's what I was hung up on.
screaming after a bit. But yeah, it is like
But it is also it is also very
the music's
good
like,
it's good at sticking to walls and stuff, so I understand it.
yeah.
But when he first goes in, he's doing like kind of the same thing.
Yeah, but
he
when it's
first
sneaking, it's
manipulates-
sneaking like crazy. It's like
right.
it's moving around, and like its body is not really, its torso is not moving, but its arms are grabbing and moving, and it's not making a peep, and he gets off it. So I think that maybe it's just screaming because it's so excited to get out of the pens. And then Obi-Wan's like, all right, now shut the fuck up. We've got to go. Stealth mode. Yeah. But also this is your Hoth gear?
Oh, for the team.
It's my heated rivalry jacket, and this is the cottage.
Oh,
From the show?
They're gonna like land and be like, "Ugh, Yoda, Dagobah, Yoda."
No, I'd be hanging upside down, trying to.
Force grab a hockey stick.
We also get Yoda on Kashyyyk, and we get the Tarzan, which is a callback to Return of the Jedi when they did that. But I'm glad it's canonized. I'm sure that it'll show up elsewhere at some point.
Mm.
It'd be great if they threw it into something as serious as Andor. Like Andor is like so deadpan serious, nothing funny about it at all, and then just a Wookiee like doing a Tarzan thing. I'm telling you, Gilroy, Tony, listen up. Very good, Jason.
You ever hear a female Wookiee before? That's an old one.
That's an old female Wookiee.
Yeah.
See,
She's got 8 tits and she takes no shit.
I got
She
a
does
hockey,
have udders.
I got a hockey stick.
I love making Tim laugh. It's one of my fucking favorite things in this world. Making Tim laugh is better than episode 3. I gotta say.
Did he laugh harder at the noise or at the 8 tits? I don't know.
They were both holding hands during all that.
I have reached the ADHD part of the episode where I'm starting to pull props.
Just now?
Well, I was gonna say I kept trying to get through we just show like a montage of them going to different planets, and then we realize that this is where Anakin has been left alone on Mustafar or on Coruscant, where he's left alone to do the most damage because he doesn't have any of his guardians around. None of the people that he trusts are there except for Padme, right?
Yeah.
And she's already sort of confided in him, being like, "You need to just trust in yourself, Anakin, and those around you. We're here to guide you." And he's like, "Okay." And then he goes to talk to Palpatine again. And this is where Palpatine basically reveals himself as a Sith Lord. And then, like, all of a sudden, Palpatine's office goes from being like, "Oh, this is just some guy's office," to like, as they switch the angles, and he's got like statues of like people with like their necks split open, like and like crazy like tapestries of like Sith Lords like fighting each other, and you're like, "Oh no, this guy's evil." What the fuck?
Yeah, like there's a whole relief wall, and it looks like there's like rancors on it and everything.
Yeah,
it's very bombastic.
He's got this sort of like Babylonian like it's just like a horror film almost, right? Where it's like we're gonna stage it in front of this thing, and it's almost like you're sitting there in Anakin's shoes being like, "How did I not see it before?" And he's like looking around. It's almost like you would look at a vase and just see like people stabbing each other, being like, like you would hear the Tusken Raider noises in his head.
Yeah, it's like when you sit down with your Firehouse sub that you realize there's a wild mural painted next to you.
Yeah,
the whole time, and that's when it hits you.
And we obviously get the Obi-Wan hello there fight with Grievous, which is fun, but I don't really have much to say about it other than that it's cool.
I love this fight. I think that I mentioned this in my history, but when they bear down and face each other, you know, that's when Obi-Wan does that crazy like move and his hair flips. But then Grievous is like, "Oh, I got 4 lightsabers," and starts spinning 2 of them. All I could think of is, you know, in The Simpsons, when Bart and Lisa like are doing this one in the cave. Yeah, that's exactly where my head went. And then cut.
I'm gonna do this, and if you walk into this, then it's your own fault. Yeah.
But I do like this whole sequence of fighting because it is a fleshed out, well choreographed fight between the two, because they fight all over the place. Like we have Obi-Wan jumping down to another platform. We have Grievous getting onto his like weird spinner bike thing, like, which was really cool.
I like his bike.
We have like a high speed chase down a highway, like all of it.
I also like that his bike has legs. It has its own legs.
It has legs,
and
then also switches to a wheel, which is cool.
And the legs come up like a little crab or something like.
So right before he gets onto that bike, he literally he gets slashed. I think Obi-Wan takes 2 of his lightsabers off immediately with
he cuts 2 of his hands off.
Yeah, and he does like that weird roach
spider
move.
He does like an exorcist. He does the
crab walk.
Yeah, and he gets into his bike. They have a little chase, and then like the funny thing is that like it cuts to like a whole like 15-minute sequence, and then it cuts back, and they're still like like fighting it, like oh, they've been chasing each other this whole time.
And I want to say that's the thing about this movie, compared to the other two. The other two are like a lot of politics and a lot of talking and a lot of like world building and a lot of plot. This movie is like an action movie with just a little bit of the politics and a little bit of like the continuation of that, but they go into these epic long battle sequences, which I like personally. I know
I like some of it, but I feel like it's all excessive.
I like this one. It's just
the Grievous fight.
Sorry, I like 75% of this one, and then my brain starts drifting. That's the thing with the fight scenes, right? Like
Well, I think that's a good thing about the Grievous sequence, which is to your point, is that they do break it up. So like it's broken up by slow, methodical shit. Which like when you get back into it, you're like, oh, I forgot they're fighting, and like I think that's why this one stays in my brain a little bit.
Halfway through the movie, the pacing and the choices with how you're like what he's splitting up the action with makes so much more sense. Like it's just
as opposed to the end of the movie where they're breaking up a lightsaber fight with a different lightsaber fight, and you're like,
actually, I don't mind that part because it's still breaking it up. Like you're still like flipping in and out of it. So my ADHD brain is fine with that.
And also like as much as the two fights are grand, they're very different in scale, and they're very different. They're so different in location. They even have different lightsaber colors.
And the like who's winning and who's losing is really different as well. Like
but during this, like we also have like Anakin talking to Palpatine, and like he almost makes the right decision. Like he almost does the right thing, but
he does make the right decision.
But Palpatine's hooks are in so deep that
he
does not.
He makes the right decision, which is I should kill you right now, and then he's like, yes, of course you should, but you're not going to because you need to do the right thing because you're a Jedi, just like you did when you cut off Dooku's head, you fucking twisted pervert. And then Anakin's like, what? And then he goes and he immediately tells the only like the best Jedi left, which is Mace Windu, who is, I mean, arguably the second best Jedi in the galaxy, really, right? So he goes to Master Windu, but like obviously he would prefer to go to Yoda because Yoda is a better Jedi in terms of understanding him, and I think that he never feels like Yoda's against him. He's always like, Yoda at least has my back in terms of like when I'm telling you something, he'll listen. Whereas Mace Windu seems to hate Anakin, like in ways that are
right.
Well,
would also be considered against the Jedi code. You know, being like,
and tells him that like if what you said is true, then you've earned my trust. And it's like, wait a minute, you didn't have it. So there's actually like a lot of information that's delivered quickly, but also like delivered with behavior, which is something that I prefer much more than flat exposition, which is something that Star Wars does struggle with sometimes. So it's a lot more dynamic. But another thing to note is the fight for Grievous and the fight on Mustafar. Steven Spielberg helped the original layouts and designs for all that. So there's kind of a reason why those two things in particular are a little bit more pronounced and noticeable in this movie that's full of a lot of action, where it's different pacing, different focuses.
Okay, that makes so much sense.
It does,
I was like, is the second unit doing this? Like there were moments where I was like, no, there's got to like this is the second unit.
This lends to Star Wars is great when you allow more people to come in. And when you have George Lucas, who's bankrolling the whole thing and directing and writing it, it's going to be a lot of people saying yes.
For sure,
and that's what it is. But it takes someone with an ego like Steven Spielberg to come in and say, try it more like this.
Yeah, I mean, he did famously give the script and say, like, can someone punch this up and add jokes? And they were like, don't add jokes. No jokes.
It's pretty good.
We're not going to do that.
Well, I need more pie throwing in this movie.
More jokes.
And then one guy's like, I could do it. You know, these droids could call each other assholes at the beginning. That'd be funny, right? You know, like a bunch of droids being like, excuse me while I argue dick. I'm pretty sure that's what they said.
Yeah, that.
Well, that's exactly what they said. I
too grievous.
But the fact that it goes from Obi-Wan fighting Grievous to Obi-Wan like hammering Grievous on like a lizard versus wheel, that feels like a Spielberg move right there, where he's like, you should have them on the move, slapping each other before they get to this platform to fight.
I want to say though that like Grievous's death and Mace Windu's death are on par with, ironically, this is irony, Jango Fett's death in how unceremonious they are. Now,
or that's not irony. Death, just
It's
so
it's
unceremonious.
ironic that Mace Windu had an unceremonious death in like almost similar to Jango because he literally killed Jango. But they're a little bit more. There's a little bit
I
more.
feel like that's
flair for these
poetic,
two.
not ironic.
It's poetic. Okay, that's a bit. Okay, I like that
Mace
better.
Windu's death isn't quite like the actual moment where he just gets shot out, but like whereas
gets
with
yeeted
Jango's
out a
death,
window,
you
but
just
you're right,
like
yeah.
all you see is like kid with bucket, head cut off, and then
Well, he gets his head cut
Yeah.
off. That was I didn't see that coming. I was like, what? When I was a kid, I was like, holy fuck, no, I
Mace's
like
scene
him.
is just so much longer, and then you get like he's almost got him, and then like there's a little more art to it. It is short, but I
You're
mean,
right.
like
You're right.
everything that's story in this is just too short.
Yeah.
Grievous's death, though, is an interesting moment where they fought for so long. I guess you're right. It's not unceremonious. I just think it's a little bit like he just hits him with some fire into his guts. I like how it burns out and his eyes burn out. Like it's a really cool, almost horror death.
Yeah. I think that Grievous's death is cool.
But it was
too.
quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, quick, yes. Dooku's death is the unceremonious one, I think.
Yeah, you're right. And it took me talking about it to like think through it. And you're right. And
One thing I
Mace
like
Windu's
about-
death also is very much like they have a whole giant fight, and
It's built up.
yeah.
He beats Sidious. Like Sidious is beaten at that point.
Did you
if
notice-
Anakin didn't show up, then Sidious would be dead. Like,
Have you ever noticed? There's a couple things a couple details I noticed watching it this time. When Anakin walks
Wait,
in,
you're gonna ask me if I noticed details? And
yeah, I'm gonna ask you about these.
Okay,
details.
all right. Tell me about the
When
details.
Anakin walks in and sees Mace on top of Palpatine, Mace goes like this,
Yeah.
and I feel
Yeah.
like it's like he force stops him a little bit.
No, he's just telling him to stop.
Okay, but here's another question for you. I think, and I'm gonna hit the theory theme about this because this is my theory about Emperor Palpatine.
Emperor
Palpatine's
Yeah.
Emperor Palpatine's voice changes specifically when he's talking to Anakin throughout this trilogy, but specifically after he's been melted down into like the Emperor Palpatine we know. But his voice takes on this metallic sound, like a little bit here and there during the like Mace Windu moment. I think that he's doing he's got like a mental mind, like even more than before. I think he's been controlling Anakin's mind through this.
So
whole
you're
thing.
saying that only Anakin can hear this, is what you're saying? If another person was in the room, it would just be like, yeah.
Actually, that's a good point. I don't think it's that only Anakin can hear it, but I think that we're hearing it from Anakin's point of view in that Palpatine has the ability to mind control, and that's how they represent it with that like different sounding voice that he does that sounds more metallic and more like weird.
I don't
can
think
only mind control a weak mind because Anakin's a dum-dum, right?
And that's part of it too. And
They
that's what
only
I've been
work on the
learning through-
weak-minded.
That's what I've been learning through all of this. I think Qui-Gon Jinn also might have mind controlled Anakin a little bit in the first place. And
What if Watto was the real Sith Lord?
Mind tricks don't work on me.
Explore the depths
Only
of it.
money dies over here.
Yeah,
you know?
because Watto canonically cannot be controlled by one of the strongest Jedis to ever do it.
I love Watto.
Anyway, those were my thoughts. about
Also
all
a
of this.
certified hottie.
Oh, yeah.
No,
His
I'm
fucking
joking about
weird
that
alien
one,
beard.
but I'm not joking about Master Plo.
I have the same
Master Plo
body
is hot,
makeup
He's so hot.
as Watto.
So I don't.
I'm an ice climber.
Oh, that's what you're dressed up as. Okay, they were a fucking Squid Game guard. So,
No, I'm an ice climber. See?
so I don't disagree with you, but at the same time, like he's been manipulating Anakin the entire time, right? So, like, I think that is also just he had to flex his dark side abilities very, very intensely, more than he's ever had to, probably in years to that point.
Right. Okay.
To fight for Jedi Knight, kill all to kill 3 of them instantly and then fight Mace Windu. And he's, a lot of people speculate that he let Mace Windu win because he knew Anakin was coming, but I think that he was actually getting his shit pushed inward and he had to fall over.
I think
also shit pushed inward is my new thing that I'm saying.
Yeah, that's
funny.
Training day. I like that idea because I think, when I was watching it, I was reminded of a professional wrestler, Ric Flair. And what Ric Flair used to do.
Oh, yeah. He would get hit and he would go, I'm strong.
Ric Flair would get down on his knees and go like, no. And he would get back. He would get on his heels.
Well, yeah, obviously, Palpatine is doing like, and he's like looking over, but like that's not when is lost. He's just now.
When his face, when he uses ultimate power and gets his face melted, I think that was like for real. Like I think he was like ultimate power and his face melts. I think he didn't even realize himself what that meant for the way, because the Sith always use their powers too hard. And then they get kind of like they're using their own self, their own power to it gets absorbed out of them.
Do we? What do you mean?
And
younger than
the Sith become ugly because they're so evil. It's kind of like MAGA. I don't want to get too political.
Okay.
But if you look at when in Anakin's death throes, he never dies.
The galaxy great again.
Anakin's final moments before he becomes Darth Vader, before Palpatine and the droid come and pick him up, his eyes are all fucked up and red, and he's existing on pure like hatred and the urge to stay alive. And I've never seen a person in any sci-fi get all their limbs removed and then burnt alive.
And then come back better than ever.
Exactly.
No, I'm stronger. Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't. Go ahead, Noel. I have a long thing to say, so you go first.
I have a different rate, probably slightly different. I think, I don't think Mace had him. I think almost, but I think it was a tough battle. Like I think it was like Canada versus USA today in the women's hockey. Like I thought, it's close. But I really don't think that he really had him at any point. He didn't even have his car. And then the part where he obviously he's doing the hit me
I'm too weak. Yeah.
And I think it's all for the manipulation of Anakin. Like the whole thing is so staged, and he's. I think for a second he's like, "Oh shit, am I gonna die?" No, we're good. We're good. I got this.
I think that as soon as Anakin walks in, or he senses Anakin coming, that's when he's like, "I'm good. I can figure this out from this moment on." But I don't think that he was guaranteed to win.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It was the Canada-US game where Canada came in after being bodied 5-0 in the previous.
You say this
game.
like I know what the fuck you're talking about.
Same. And I have a closer connection to that than even Steve does, but I'm still I didn't. The Olympics were on in a room I was in today.
I didn't even know the Olympics were happening until just now. So
so I don't think I need to explain the Olympics here, but the general point is Tim gets what I'm saying. That's fine, and a couple out you out there will know what.
All I know is about Mount Olympics, where Zooks came down and he said, "Look at my rings" or whatever.
John Odin was like, "I got one eye over here."
Have you guys seen that terrible Wizard of Oz movie with James Franco in it?
No, yes, it's the only one I haven't seen.
Yeah, it's directed by Sam Raimi, my favorite director. So I've seen it multiple
you are
times.
So lucky. So you know how they have
the
witches are. It's so fucking bad. Don't even.
It's not that bad.
No, it's really
I've
bad.
never Return to Oz guy.
It's so bad. Okay, enough. Anyway, the witches they're really ugly, and they have the pendants that she has that makes her pretty. I feel like that's what it is with Palpatine, that he's already gross.
That's what I was gonna say. Oh my god!
And that he's just he's using a beauty charm on himself,
that's what I was thinking.
I was wondering about that actually.
So that was always my theory.
Is that a theory? Or
I'm going to
legit?
springboard off of what you're saying,
My
Noel. I know, but like that was my theory since I was a kid. Was like we're gonna go into this movie, and I remember having this conversation with the guy, being like, because it showed him in the trailer all monstery, and I was like, oh, he looks like a monster man. Wow, the Monster Mash is here in Star Wars finally. And I was like, so why does that happen? And then I was talking to this guy, and he's like, well, I think that he's going to get burnt in Mustafar. I'm like, those aren't burns. That's a monster, man. He just looks like a monster. And so like my whole thing was that like he was
power sucked out of you.
He was so powerful in the dark side that he was just like glamoring everyone like a vampire.
Exactly.
Like, that
And
he
like
actually just looked like that, right?
That amount of dark power, like in Rise of Skywalker, we see that he's deteriorating for the amount of power that he has, which is what he's trying to. So like, again, if you take all 9 movies together as one unit, like this is the decomposition of his body. But if you have that much dark side force and you're master manipulator like this, of course you're going to be able to, like, wouldn't like beauty charms happen in all kinds of
Absolutely, yeah. And like I like that better, right? Like I kind of hate that he got melted. Better. Like it's like, what are you, a candle? Like what the fuck happened?
Think about it when he's like, they have deformed me, right? Like. He knew that going in.
The attack on my life has left me twisted and deformed.
And he literally says it's a scar, and I'm like, bro, you look like you got fucking the life sucked out of you by a zombie.
The Jedi have transformed me into a testicle man.
No.
And I will have revenge with my new empire.
Do you know what gua sha is? It's like this tool that you like rub on your face to like move some of the like the lymphatic drainage and get some of the puffiness out. That's what he needs. He needs like a very good like 12-step routine, some red light
created
gua sha.
a new planet-sized weapon called the Vasic Drainer, and it will be the most powerful drainer in all the galaxy.
Okay, so about that. Like he's looking in the mirror and he's ugly every single day and he puts on this glamour and now he doesn't have to, which I'm sure like allows him to have even more power because that's probably going to use a lot of power in order to do that. But wouldn't it's just great that you get to be like, see, I'm deformed because of those guys being like, hey, deformed the whole time.
I guarantee you that George Lucas thought of that though. Like he because like
100.
Yeah, like the thing in like Return of the Jedi, it's like you're like, what is this guy, like 900 years old? And you already know that Yoda can be 900 years old, so maybe this guy is 900. So like I always, when I was a kid, I was like, he's just really old or something. And then it's like, but the Clone Wars, all that kind of stuff, and you're like, oh no. And then we see him in episode 1. I'm like, oh, he's old, but he's like kind of handsome.
You know when his birthday is, so it's not age, it's power, right?
Yeah, or darkness. Yeah, the darkness transforms you into into an old pumpkin man.
It's like Reboot, where every time you level up, or every time a year goes by, you change your number to a higher number.
Do you know what it's like?
Jason, that's just aging, you fucking dildo.
It's like
I'm 1-0 instead of 0-1 now. So
it's like Judy Garland, right? Like by the time she was 30, she looked like she was 65, or people who do a lot of drugs and how like it deteriorates the
because the drugs are the dark side. Yeah, you're doing too many dark side drugs.
Yeah, you get.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't going to use a joke that I was gonna, but I mean that's like old Hollywood system as well. Like this is what George Lucas would have grown up in. Like this is.
Anyway, I think we all agree that like him being monstrous as a glamour would be cool, right? Like that would be a cool and more interesting thing than him just getting melted. It's so strange. Like it's one of the weirdest parts of this movie where I'm like, that's what made him look like that. Like his own lightning being reflected back at him. He never had that happen to him ever when he was being abused by his master Darth Plagueis the Wise and shit. Like why didn't
if it was more gradual as he reveals more and more that he's evil, that makes more sense. I one thing I do like about this scene is like at the end of it, at the end of it he's going to be the monster man now. And it starts off when he goes to attack the Jedi, that he gives an unearthly howl as he's doing like the barrel roll spinning in the air. And
I love that though. The scream, like he screams like an alien. It's crazy. Yeah.
And in my mind, as I was kind of projecting my ideas onto this movie back in the day, I was just imagining that, like, why would he take down 3 Jedi so easily? Well, it's like he is a master of the dark side, that they are just being oppressed entirely by this onslaught of
and the
dark
scream
side
kind of
force.
fucked them up a bit. They're like, "Ow, my freaking ears!"
Yeah.
I have a theory.
Dunk theories.
Well, I have a
Do it. I shouldn't. Do it. That's not the Jedi way. Do it. 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 Do it.
Right. You know, in Soul Calibur, like
I don't know. I'm gonna take a walk. I'll be right back.
Do it. Yes, Soul Calibur.
I think I killed them. Well, in Soul Calibur, when you get Soul Edge and you start killing people, like the more souls you get, the more deformed you are, and like it's like malfested, right? And that is exactly what this feels like. Like when he probably got like that gross when he like killed Darth Plagueis, like that. And you see it with Anakin, like the more souls he collects with Soul Edge, the more like malfested he looks. Like it's exactly like Soul Calibur. So that's like, I think that's very related. Now, what probably happened was that George Lucas was like, well, he was really fucking ugly in those first ones, so how are we gonna get there?
Yeah, and fast.
Yeah, and how do we do it within seconds? Maybe, you know.
Yeah.
But you get my Soul Calibur thing, right? Like it.
Well, I mean, they did put
for
those Soul Calibur games. They did put Darth Vader in PlayStation and
but
Yoda in Xbox and Zelda.
I think that this was more just like a side. It wasn't like an actual Soul Calibur. This is just like a. I understand, but
but like Soul Edge in the first one, like the pieces of Soul Edge got in her, so she got like malfested. So when like those pieces, the more like souls you kill, the stronger like the pieces of Soul Edge get.
Right. Yeah. And I, you know, I've said, as I've always said, which is like he should have been monstrous to begin with and secretly a ghoul, like a cave ghoul that, you know, came out to be like, I'm going to be a politician, but first, slightly less ugly.
Hang on, I can think of a cave ghoul who decided to be a politician.
I will.
Couple of them.
But yeah, no, to the idea of donning a fairer form as he's using that to manipulate people.
Yeah. And also sort of like a fatherly, grandfatherly, like he's not imposing physically. He's just sort of like, I can help you here. If you give me the chance, I can show you the way. And this is what we should do. And like, that's what he gets is he becomes a politician of Naboo. He slowly makes his way into the Senate. Him and his master Plagueis put everything into place. Yeah, and also, like, if you know about Plagueis, his name is also Hugo Damask, who is, like, he was one of the banking clan people who had all the money that going around the galaxy, and they are the ones that financed all the Trade Federation and the CIS members to be able to actually do the blockade. Yeah, the blockade of Naboo and everything to be able to start his sort of projection towards being the Chancellor. And Hugo Damask was like, I would like to be Chancellor, but Palpatine was like, I think I'm a little bit more charismatic, and also your head is tall and weird, so let me do it. And that's how it. And then he murdered him in his sleep. And it also it was a point of opportunity too. It wasn't even like a planned thing. He just did it in the heat of the moment. He wasn't fully trained yet. He just shit.
Soul Edge, like he had to get another soul in order to.
The thing about the Sith is that you have to take the advantage and kill your master when you know you can do it.
Yeah, it's all about getting more power.
Yeah, and this is why I'm okay with somehow Palpatine returned, because like you have like there's no way this guy dies by going out of trash chute into like space. Like that's just not a thing. So
I'm okay with him dying that way because like he killed his master who just got a little bit too surly and then he fucking stabbed him in the back. Like I'm okay with him getting thrown down a trash chute.
This guy is like the most ultimate evil. it's not just a system of evil here. Like
I have a whole other idea of
evil
how
as a
he should have came
person.
back. That isn't. He should have been only a ghost. He should
There are
have
a
been
lot
just a
of
ghost.
there were a lot of ways.
All right,
that
let's not. I don't want to talk about this. We can't talk about this. We can't talk about this because we'll just keep going.
Let's
forever.
move forward.
Yeah. So we did the fight. Anakin is now evil, and then we have to do execute order 66. Is that what he says?
So sexy.
Yes.
It's so sexy. Sex.
100%.
Execute order 66, and then all the clones start blasting all the Jedi. And when I was a young man in theater,
it's literally friendly fire for 15 minutes, which is crazy.
Yeah, they turned the friendly fire feature off, and all the clones are like, "Oh, stick."
I hate this scene. I hate all of Order 66. It's a huge fascination that all of the boys in the sandbox who like Star Wars, they're all fascinated with this. It's too long. It's too ridiculous. I fucking hate it. And it's overblown. I don't want to live in the darkest moment of the Jedi for like 30 years. But carry on.
And the rest of the movie is just the fallout from Order 66. After we just get this scene of, I want to let you guys in on a little secret about the name Darth Vader from the horse's mouth, from Luke's dad, George Lucas himself. That's just another one of those things that came out of thin air. It sort of appeared in my head one day. I had lots of Darth this and Darth that and Dark Lord of the Sith. The early name was actually Dark Water. Then I added lots of last names. Stephen Dark Waters, Vaders and Wilsons and Smiths. And I just came up with the combination of Darth and Vader. So what I learned
Does Darth Vader translate to Dark Water?
It translates to like Dark Father, actually.
Yeah, I learned that in Pitch Perfect.
Yeah, Jason just read a transcript from Pitch Perfect to Revenge of the Pitch Perfect.
This is so funny because when he's like, "You shall be called Darth Vader," I'm like imagining him like in his chamber alone, like looking at like baby like names, like being like picking out a baby name for who his like
He's
Darth.
like,
What is it gonna be? In a different room, Padme is going through like a baby book, being like, okay, just in case it's two guys, like I need to have like a backup.
Well, I like Darth Maul was quite good. So how about Darth Pole? No, that's not good.
Yeah, he's like going through and finally he hits like, he's like, oh man, then he hits the B section, it's Vader, and he's just like
Dark Lucas.
Yes, Vader.
It was going to be either Chris or Matt again.
Yeah.
Good thing you kept on reading.
Every time I name someone Darth Matt, they die horribly.
Speaking of Padme, though, like she's just
how to
clocked
name your
out
Darth baby
for the rest of the movie.
For a
like
lot
right,
of it.
the next time we see her, she's just like clocked.
She's
out.
sitting in a room crying at the edge of the world burning or whatever, and you're like, oh my god, Padme, pick up a gun. Remember last episode when you had a gun? But she's pregnant. She can't just run out with a gun.
pregnant.
I know she's pregnant.
No. Do they know? Is it just that they don't know? Like when she's sitting there watching Justice Fall or like Democracy Fall,
Right.
Like it's very unclear to me if they just don't know who the father is or they legitimately don't notice that she's pregnant. Like I can't tell.
I think that they know. I would assume they would know.
Okay.
They're all too polite to ask, to be like, so Padme,
Gained a bunch of weight.
Yeah, you're fat as fuck. What's going on?
Do you have a tooth?
Fail.
Just to hear Jimmy Smith say that.
So Padme, I noticed that you're gaining a shitload of weight real quick. Is everything all right?
Okay. Legitimately, like I watched that scene, I'm like, do they just not know?
That's the thing that I always thought about Star Wars, is that everybody knows and they all know that they're together because like they spend all their fucking spare time together. Like,
But
it's like,
I wouldn't be
obviously
surprised if the movie is just like that. They don't need to know. Like, whatever, man.
Well, that's what George
Like,
Lucas does. He's like, nobody. We're never gonna have
Exactly.
anybody question it ever
So-
until Obi-Wan says, "Anakin's the father, isn't he?" And
So
then
I think,
he's
like,
like, "Well,
in the
duh."
movie,
Yeah.
I think they don't know. Like, I think that's the
No, I think
logic
they
of the
do know.
movie.
It's just they don't want to bring it up because they're in the middle of a war, and if they bring this shit up, it's gonna be like
It's a
more
whole thing. The
complicated.
senator is pregnant.
Yeah.
What are you gonna
Yeah.
do about that? It's out of wedlock.
You're supposed,
Yeah.
and then all the politicians would be like, "This guy's the father. He's also a general. This is a conflict of interest. We need to get him out of the fucking, the Jedi Order." And then it would be weird and messy. So they're just gonna wait until the war's over, and then they'll be like, "Obviously, this motherfucker has been fucking the senator forever."
She's just they make her hold boxes in front of her, or like big tote bags.
Yeah.
One thing that does kind of lend to what you were saying before about how, of course, they're going to keep Anakin on the council. They're not going to just outright deny the Chancellor and all this stuff because they're trying to keep him in the order. They're trying to keep things intact. But like another thing that could be said is, I mean, as interesting as this sounds, but that like the Jedi don't want to have a perception of they're just losing Jedi over and over again because
Yeah.
the last Jedi that left them started a whole galactic war. With Count
Yeah,
Dooku.
and I mean, in the extended universe, they exiled Ahsoka, and then they welcomed her back, and then she left. So she's technically a Dooku. Like, she did the Dooku thing, and that was
Yeah.
Anakin's apprentice. And I know that this is different from this movie, but like, even within the context of just the movies, yeah, it would be horrible if Anakin was like, "I'm leaving the Order in the middle of a war where I am one of the most powerful generals within the war."
Speculated to be, prophesized to do all this stuff. And,
Yeah.
and it was a chosen favorite of the Chancellor and all this kind of stuff. So
It would be the whole universe would be like, we're fucked. The
Yeah.
chosen one left. Like, fuck the Jedi. Fuck the Jedi. We're not listening to these guys anymore.
which is kind of a thing that's going on with Mace Windu, where the first thing that he says after General Grievous is gone is like, okay, let's take over the government then. So there are some elements that kind of go into gray areas for the Jedi that that even Yoda warns about. This is kind of going down a dark path for us.
Yeah. This is also why I believe that every single Jedi in the Order was like, yeah, Anakin is definitely pounding that senator. Like, they know. They know. They know.
And using that vernacular specific.
They say that in the meditations room. They're like, all like, their eyes are closed and they're like, "You guys think that Anakin's fucking back there or what?"
There's
And,
a lot.
Not while I'm here. Shh, quiet. But pounding her, he is for sure, for certain. I swear to God.
There's a lot of stuff that you can do of like them chatting while they're saunaing, like,
Yeah.
like all of the side
Just a
stuff.
bunch of Jedi talking like tea, like
Yeah, I
spilling the
want
tea.
like
Yeah.
the sauna tapes.
Yeah, they got the robes for it, so yeah, they're already there.
It's exactly what you'd think of them sitting there being like
Well, you guys all know that Ki-Adi-Mundi has like 5 wives, right? Like, the guy with the big tall head?
I know he is. Yeah, I didn't know he had
Yeah.
5 wives.
He
But there
has
was-
5 because his race is like dying, so he had to
Ah.
take 5 wives to be able to like help reproduce or whatever. He's like, "Well, according to my fucking religion, I have to," and they're like, "All right, it's okay." So he's all like, "I have fucking
and
10
what's-
kids or whatever," and then
Wait.
Anakin's like, "I can't even have one." And it's
So,
like, "No, your
yeah.
your race is nasty. They're like cockroaches."
Why can't Anakin have? They just
Yeah.
this movie is really the one that's you're like, maybe the Jedi were really wrong, and I think like that's a commonly thought of like the Jedi fucked up.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just why can't they just?
I'll say that in the movies, Ki-Adi-Mundi is not nearly as bad as he is in like the extended universe. He's a little bit fucked. He's the one who like tried to get
Sorry,
this-
who are we talking about?
the big head, tall guy. Tall head.
Oh yeah, I'm not concerned about him. He's fine, dude. Gets murdered at the end. Yeah.
He
That's
does
a
get
dick.
murdered in this movie. He gets blown to pieces. He gets RoboCopped in this movie.
He gets
Well,
elevated.
if they actually
So
did that,
when-
that would be great.
When Anakin's going around killing everybody, Jar Jar gets murked during that, right?
No.
No, you see him at the very end.
He-
At the
he's
funeral.
sad
He does
at the
survive.
funeral.
Yeah. Why did you think that, Jason?
because there's like a couple of scenes where
You think that Jar Jar was in the Jedi Temple being like, "No, Misa, I don't want this to happen."
I missed that he was in that ending scene. The only I watched this twice trying to find where Jar Jar was, and I missed.
Oh, you're doing like a "Where's Jar Jar"?
Yeah, I was doing "Where's Jar Jar."
You went to the back of the book and you're like, "There are 4 socks and 2 Jar Jars. One's fake in this page."
No, you're right. Right.
That's a Where's
that like
Waldo reference. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about those like spot the differences in like old bars that were like, does this lady have a stocking or
like an I Spy book? Yeah, basically, yeah.
They're the same photo.
No, Jar Jar is only in the opening scene, I think, and then like I think he might be in one Senate scene, and then at the end of the movie, he's one of the people pushing Padme's casket down the fucking.
I don't even think he's in the Senate scene.
I'm not sure either. But
there's very little Jar Jar. I think that's what
you hear an excuse me from him early in the movie. I think that's it.
And they reuse that, but they pitch it up for the droids going, "Squeeze me, you tit squeezer."
Did I tell you the story of Jar Jar Binks going off at church?
Sorry?
So I went to Christmas, like midnight mass or whatever the hell, and midnight mass.
Whoa,
and then I have a pill alarm that breaks through everything. So even if I put it on silence or whatever, like it's one of those reminders that like just doesn't matter. And it is Jar Jar going, "Squeeze me." So it went off right at, like just in the middle of the service, right at 11:30. Squeeze me, and then I went fuck, and that was my church moment, and everyone around me was dying with laughter. It's like, was it the Jar Jar yelling "Squeeze me" or the me going fuck in the middle of
it was probably the
Christmas,
fuck, but also
it was both. It was
also if it was Christmas, then "Squeeze me," but that's funny because like even people who are not going to do that year round are there, right? So the funny people are going to be there on Christmas.
Oh yeah,
because they're just there for their stupid religious parents.
We call them Easter Christmas Christians. Hey, wait, I'm going because of me.
I didn't say anything about nothing.
I want to say though, I know that this podcast is talk about the movie till it's talked about, but it's 11:30, and I'd like to.
All right, let's squeeze me. Let's get to the end. All right.
Yeah.
So this is how democracy dies, with thunderous applause, which is like not a poorly delivered line, but in the context of the rest of the movie, it is on par with the rest of her.
She doesn't say democracy though,
doesn't she?
This is how democracy dies with uproarious applause or something like that. I believe she says democracy, but
this is how liberty dies.
I think liberty.
I was paying attention because I was like, this is how democracy dies. And then she didn't say it. She said, this is how liberty dies. And this happened a lot in this movie where I was like, oh yeah, this is the classic line that, oh no, wait, that's something that everyone else has created that's better than what the actual line is.
Regardless of the line though, I think that the way that she sells it is good. I think that it's a
I
good
like
moment.
The line delivery, but it's misremembered. That's all I was saying. By a lot of people.
Yeah, it's similar to like why everybody says like, "Luke, I am your father," but
that's all part with the Mandela effect nonsense.
Yeah, it is.
I watched
the racist thing. People are just wrong.
I watched a whole thing about that, and it's not that. It's like you're filling in the blanks because it's like a call to.
Well,
action.
the thing that bugs me is that, like there are things that are like that where it's like, well, I know that since I have been a child, I've been like, you're all saying it wrong because like I watch Star Wars all the fucking time, Empire Strikes Back more than anything else. I'm like, no, it's actually this and not this. But then there's people now who are like being like Mandela effect. C-3PO all of a sudden has a silver leg, and it's like he always had a fucking silver leg. That was like the point of C-3PO is that he's cobbled together, and like they just don't know stuff, right?
I really hate that term just because of how it came about, and it's just like it's just your brain shorthanding stuff and putting it in boxes.
It's the collective brain shorthanding stuff and everybody wanting to fill in blanks with things that it's more being more like using familial ideas to fill in blanks.
It's not the
pop
collective.
culture
Like
telling you what you
every
should hear.
every
Yeah.
single person is skipping things constantly, or else our brains would explode like in scanners.
Well, that's what I'm
Like-
saying. That's what I'm saying. Because the human brain automatically just fills in the blanks.
Well,
That's
I
why
think
when
that
I
the reason
remember
that
the
we're saying that like
movie, I fill in the blanks.
democracy dies instead of liberty is because right now we're going through a thing where people are probably memeing it and replacing the word liberty with democracy, and then we're in our brains.
Democracy also fits better, and that's what Obi-Wan says later. He's like for democracy.
For democracy, yeah.
It does come up, so I can see why, because that's the idea. Democracy is the idea of what's happening there, which is why the line saying liberty is a little awkward, because the whole thing we're looking at is the democracy that is then said later. So script supervisor may just not have been on the job that day.
I think that also liberty is kind of it is a lighter and more flowery sounding word than democracy, because liberty sounds like it's for everybody, whereas democracy sounds like it's only for Democrats or Republicans, right? Whereas liberty sounds like everybody wants liberty.
I mean, no, but that's a whole different conversation.
What do you mean no?
Valid point. That is not how I understand it. The Greek version of democracy and the American ideal of liberty.
I'm talking about the American ideal. I'm not talking about
so the
root.
American ideal, liberty is one of the American ideals. Democracy isn't.
I know,
Like-
but democracy now, what people think of democracy now is different than what they think of it when they think of liberty, right? Like liberty sounds like it's for everybody because of things like the Statue of Liberty, like where it's like the Statue of Liberty is our liberty. We all embody this, whereas democracy is like Democrat versus Republican. Like it's like an actual head-to-head combat in the, what do you call it, the octagon or whatever. You know, like you can put it down a little bit harder, whereas like liberty is not a thing that anybody is contesting. Now, no, am I wrong?
Yeah, I would say
You're not wrong, and I can see how
Good thing
people
about
say
it.
that, but like I understand that may be how people respond to it, but it's a crazy way to see it if you look at the etymology and
I know,
the
but I'm not
meaning
saying I
and
see
the
it that way.
myth-making.
Okay.
No, I'm like, yes, that's true. People would think that you are correct. And then I'm just like melting on the inside thinking about the world. That's all that's happening.
All right, I didn't mean to melt the inside. Anyway, so we can move on to the next thing.
Yeah.
So she is like, oh my god. And you know what, while this is happening, while she's talking about liberty dying, Anakin is murdering the CIS. So it is a pretty good in terms of editing. It's like, this is pretty good.
Yeah.
Where he's like, the first galactic empire, and the CIS is quite literally being murdered by a democratic weapon, which is
and while that's happening, that's while Obi-Wan and Yoda sneak into the Jedi Temple to try to warn the Jedi, any remaining surviving Jedi, to not come back to Coruscant.
Mhm.
And while they're there, that's where they learn that Anakin is the new Darth Vader.
And Obi-Wan's like, I should have knew it. He was always talking about, like somebody should make people listen. He was a real fascist when he was a teenager, but I thought I set him straight. And then Padme said, yeah, he was, when they were even falling in love, he was by that waterfall. He was like,
I like fascism. It's better than everything else, or whatever.
I thought you were going to go for like he was listening to all that rock music when he was a kid, and I found that Slayer t-shirt under that's where I thought you were going with
he
that.
didn't listen to anything. He just listened to his own heart. He had
No.
a fascistic heart, that Anakin. But you remember in episode 2, and he's like, well, somebody should make him do it. And they're like, but who? You? And he's like, maybe.
Well, even in episode 3, he says,
Maybe it'll
like,
be me.
yeah, like, okay, the Chancellor has more power. It means that actual decisions can be made, and then like the war will be over, which is the ideal small government and blah blah blah. We can get into that, but we won't. But yeah, so he gives you fascism is good in this movie as well, pretty centeredly, and in the way that's like completely, yeah, I believe that. Like, I
The
believe this
weird
good
thing is, like, in between the two movies, right? Like, because it is, it's smart they show that he's like weirdly leaning towards fascism in that movie, and then have him do that in this movie. But there's nothing in between. Like, he's not being radicalized by anybody other than Palpatine, and like
Yeah.
it should be maybe pumped up a bit more.
more fleshed out. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
there's things that like you could turn into, like things that are happening around him that you could turn into reasons, but like you have
Yeah.
to do a lot of work. And I believe it's pronounced fascism.
Oh, I didn't know. But also, Mark last week,
It's fascism. That's what it is.
my friend Mark last week, he said that episode 2 is like out of these 3 movies, that one like is most adept to being turned into like a 10-part miniseries to really show him like being like groomed by fascism, but at the same time, like every Obi-Wan moment is kind of like dun 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 dun, and it could end the episode. You're like, it's true. This could be a great season of a TV show.
So like
The
Clone
prequels
Wars.
is a good argument to make like a 3-season TV show. Like if they
Yeah, I
fleshed
agree.
these ideas out in a crazy way.
All right, let's get Jason to bed.
Isn't it crazy how Anakin starts to look more and more evil as we progress?
Yeah,
into
the
the
soul
Disney
edge
sequel?
thing. The malfested, he's reaping souls.
Yeah. We also get the battle with Palpatine and Yoda through all of this. which is great.
Yeah. We also get the moment where like Anakin comes home and he's like, "Who is here?" And she's like, "Obi-Wan." And he's like, "What the fuck was he doing here?" Like he's getting mad that other people that he trusts are in his own home,
Behind his back, yeah.
Yeah.
Paranoid. He's the alpha.
Obi-Wan goes to Padme, talks to Padme, tells her that he saw that Anakin killed younglings. It's over at this point. Everybody around Anakin is never going to be able to see him the same way again.
Yes.
I don't know how much I have to say about this fight, but
You come now.
I have more to say about the Yoda Palpatine fight than I do about the fight between Obi-Wan and Anakin, because the fight between Obi-Wan and Anakin is just like, I could take you now, Dad. Like that's basically
It's the fight we've been waiting for like we know it's coming.
For a decade.
Yeah.
The fight
Like-
between Obi-Wan and Anakin, like they start fighting each other and they end up on a boardroom table, which is fucking great.
Mr. Gray will see you now.
It's very there's a metaphor happening there, like a visual metaphor.
But Star Wars fans have been waiting for that fight since like Star Wars. So that's what
Since
that
the
is
first
built
fight
up.
that they had, yeah.
Correct.
Where it was them being like,
Yeah.
Only a master of evil does.
Which is why like it doesn't actually
Excuse
have
me.
to be to
Hold on, I'm gonna do a spin now.
That's how it sounded, I think.
That's 100% how it sounded.
Yeah.
But
Now
one thing
the
that's
master.
tremendous about the fight, even though it is a little long, but so much of it is them mirroring each other. And the choreographer for the fight, lightsaber fight scenes, to hear him talk about the planning for it all, it sounds like he was putting more effort into writing that than George Lucas did for a lot of the writing for everything else. Because like the styles are all reflective of who they are as individuals. And then he wanted to have the fact that like Anakin is good, but Obi-Wan taught him all his tricks.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And
The part where
that-
they're like where they're waving at each other and they're both missing each other is supposed to be
Yeah.
like they're both trying to use the same move at the same time, but they're like are missing because they're like 1 second and they're like, oh, okay, well, we're both doing the same move right now.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Which is
I think this fight is earned, is what I'm saying. And
Yeah.
again, it's not earned within the movie. It's not earned within the prequels. It's earned when you take all 9 together.
Mhm. And regardless of the scope and pacing with the rest, it's still something that's necessary to be there.
Yes, and it's paced so much better. It's like it means more, and the intercutting between the other one that means a lot. Like there's a lot at stake in these 2 fights, and I think like those moments like I was like, ooh. Like, I know who's gonna win, but I'm still like, every time I watch it, like, ooh.
Yeah, like because you don't want to watch
Like,
these people hurt each other.
Pull through this time, I swear.
Yeah. There's like a major difference between watching Palpatine and Yoda fight between Obi-Wan and Anakin, and even Anakin and anyone else that he's fought up to this point, I guess. But
hi, Travis Mitchell.
Travis Mitchell, welcome. I think that this fight is 7 layers of bullshit, and I don't like a lot of it, but I do like the choreography in the moments that they're close and personal, and everything is meant to be between the two of them. But as soon as you clip to like a faraway shot of them being like and like leaping onto lava platforms and stuff, I'm like, can we just get them on like a dusty bank with like dust coming up around them? Like, I want to see them close and fighting and like punching each other in the face or like kicking and stuff. Like, I want that. I don't want them flipping around.
I agree with you. The part I don't like is when like the towers are falling and like I completely agree with you. Give me more of the actual thing and not all of this like grandeur around it, because that doesn't feel earned. And I think we agree here.
Yeah.
I like all that stuff personally. I also like when Palpatine throws one of the like when
Okay. Okay. Oh wait, here's the difference, Jason. This is the difference. The Palpatine fight where they're fucking hucking hunks of the Senate at each other. Oh yeah, keep going. I love that shit. I love every second of that. That's so good. But the Obi-Wan and Anakin thing, it's like they were trying to top the other fight, right? Where it's like, well, what happened here? This has to be even higher. But I'm like, no, this should be close, personal, tight. It doesn't need to go through. It can go through a whole facility for sure, but it doesn't need to be. One of them's on like a tiny little widget inside of a lava river at one point, and I'm like, I don't care about. But like Palpatine hucking, literally throwing the Senate at him is like so cool. Like that's
because it also doubles as representing what's been happening this whole time.
Exactly.
That like he's weaponized their culture and society.
Literally throwing the Senate.
Literally
like, tearing the Senate apart. Like
But also Yoda, when he walks in, he's got the guards there, and Yoda just like knocks the guards out, and he's like, "Hello, what's up?" Like, and Palpatine's like,
and Yoda thinks he's gonna win, and I think like it's like when you watch Titanic and you think that like you're like, oh, the boat will turn this time, like, and you know it won't.
Yeah. I don't think that Yoda thinks he's gonna win. I think Yoda thinks that he needs. No, I don't think that he thinks he's gonna win. I think he knows he needs to be there.
Wow. Okay. Because I thought as Yoda's like, yeah, I'm gonna cut this out, like get rid of this, and then like, oh shit, he is much more powerful than I thought he was. Crap. I
think that Yoda is confident in his ability to win, but I don't think that he thinks that he's gonna win. I think that I don't know. Maybe I just think about Yoda in a way that where he's like, the Force will tell me if I'm gonna win in the fight or not. I don't know. I could go there and win, but who knows?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, and that's how I normally feel about like I agree with that feeling about Yoda, but in these prequels, like the key here is that he's making mistakes where he doesn't make them later from the mistakes that he learns here. Right?
Also,
I have a long comment here. The most tragic part of the scene happens off screen when Obi-Wan gets back to the ship. Padme isn't on the platform. C-3PO runs out panicking, which means he's gone out to find her like that. Don't laugh at me.
No, I'm not laughing at you.
Which means he was the one who found her like that.
Yeah, and C-3PO has since so like in the last movie,
but he got his mind wiped, so it's fine.
I mean later he does, but he becomes Padme's droid because he made 3PO for his mom, and then when he brings 3PO in episode 2, he gives it to Padme because it's like, well, I built this for my mom and she's dead, so this is yours now. So 3PO becomes Padme's droid, right?
Okay, so that's like bad behavior watch. Like, I made this for my mom and she's dead now, so you can have it. It's like a really, if you take that out of like that's real creepy, actually.
That's one of many red flags when it comes to Anakin Skywalker.
Yeah, one of many. Yeah,
Never.
But also, it's kind of
that,
nice, I guess. That he's like, I made it for her to be able to make her job easier, and he's capable of doing the job you do too. So here you go. But yeah, Padme is too blinded by love. Remember?
It's like here's a pillow I made for you out of your own hair that I've been plucking out of your. This is my mom's hair pillow. Like that's kind of how it feels to me.
Yeah.
I did make 3PO's internal circuits out of my mom's hair. Just so you know. She had thick hair. Desert hair.
I took
Southern California hair.
To make this.
All right. But we're almost there though. Because
I think that between the two fights,
Mhm.
the Palpatine Sidious fight is way better. Or sorry, the Yoda Sidious fight is way better. I don't think it's more impactful emotionally, but I think it's better in terms of like what it represents and what it means, and visually it's more interesting. And it doesn't race across a whole lava planet, which I'm like, come on, just chill for a minute, guys.
I think they better each other by being interspliced. Like I think you could have the Palpatine Yoda fight on its own and it would be satisfying, and I don't think that you could have the Mustafar fight on its own and it'd be satisfying, but the combination I think just brings out more in each one. It definitely elevates this, but also gives this a little bit more like juice, right? Because you have something to compare it to.
Absolutely. I also, the thing about the Anakin fight is that like Anakin's gonna lose from the start, and you want him to lose because he's.
I was rooting for him.
Why? He killed a bunch of kids, you madman. I hate kids.
No. I was not.
But I love that
understand.
Palpatine's like, and he's like throwing whole platforms at people.
He looks so gleeful. Like he looks
Yeah.
like he's having a blast.
This is what I was talking about at the beginning, where like ham Palpatine just fucking throwing shit and laughing like a mustache twirling villain, while Yoda's like stopping things and being like, and then like, I'll finish this. It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah, it's very, very good.
I always interpreted the Yoda and Palpatine fight as that they were kind of more or less equal to each other. That one couldn't overpower the other. And that's where Yoda's failing was, because Palpatine does accuse him of being arrogant. And he wouldn't kind of just say that just to be toying with him, that like he's actually speaking a truth, which is what's been happening to the Jedi this whole time. And now it's been funneled down. Now it's just Yoda to confront him on all this.
Well, it is true, because his arrogance led him to this moment where he's literally the only one left. He's like, I killed every Jedi.
Yeah.
Every single one is dead because of me.
And that's why I think this is like really Yoda making a mistake. Like mistake 1, clones. Mistake 2, mistake 1, letting what's his face train Anakin. Mistake 2, clones. Mistake 3, thinking that you could win this fight.
Yeah.
Bringing a little mini lightsaber to a knife fight or whatever.
When you think about like what Palpatine did in terms of like a manipulation of overthrowing a government, it's like if you were to do that in a video game, when you would realize it in the moment, you'd be like, holy fuck, like your heart would be like, whoa. But in a movie that is already like, we know that he's gonna win, it doesn't have that same impact. But it is pretty crazy what he did, right? Like
Yeah, I've always liked that part of it, and I think like these movies would be better if you didn't have the first 3, right? Because you're just waiting for threads to tie back. Like thinking about these in a complete vacuum, it's a pretty like incredible story and a very understandable.
Give me a young Palpatine, Tom Hiddleston, him being like, hello, like that's like I need a young Palpatine.
Yeah. I've never thought about what it would be like to just see these movies, but like I think I get it why kids who saw these first have a magic with them that I wouldn't have, like that I don't have, and that I only got with the sequels because I had like reached Nirvana by that point, or like I had become like I wasn't a Sith, I had like really understood the light side, because Like, I've never thought about this, but they're three very epic, momentous, like not understandable, but like you can anchor it in real life. Like, it's quite a bit going on with these movies.
And what's happening is it's very clearly like bad versus good, where you can morally lean on what you need to, right? Like, it's not hard
the
to
Jedi
understand.
are bad. Get it?
But that's how the early ones were too, right? Where it's like, these are the bad guys, these are the good guys, and you know
Exactly.
who's who.
In fact, I would say those are much more like bad guy, good guy. These are more like, well, the Jedi have made mistake and they've allowed this thing to happen. Like there's I can make fun of George Lucas's writing and his directing and all of that. And yes, it could be more to be desired, but like that he's an ideas man, that's definitely not up for debate. Like it's quite well done. I think that's universal truth.
Yeah, and he knows how to name stuff and make little funny characters. Love him.
I like those little guys that are like on the ground.
The mouse droids, yeah.
And there's like a whole bunch of them that scatter like cockroaches near the end of the movie.
All right, we need to save Jason. He's going to die.
I'm dying.
He can go to bed.
Well, we're still talking about the end fights, and Yoda gets fucked over. He gets blasted by lightning, and Palpatine's like, sucker, and then like he falls off or whatever, and then he goes through like a little tiny hatch that he somehow opens, like beep boop beep.
My escape hatch that I planned somehow.
And
it is classic.
And then he declares that he has to go into exile, which we all know what that means.
Yeah, he lands in Bail Organa's hot rod. He falls in Bail Organa's hot rod. It's like a red fucking speeder, and Bail's like, "Are you all right, Yoda?" And he's like,
Into exile I must go. I declare this now. I declare bankruptcy.
I declare exile.
The whole time I was thinking about Keller and Beck rescuing Grogu. Like, I'm like, is it here? Yeah, it's right here. This is where it would be. Like,
I wanted to say about the Mustafar fight too. It was really cool to see. One thing that I really like about it is the blue lightsabers with the backdrop of all the lava and fire. I thought that was cool.
A red lightsaber would have been lost.
Yeah.
Lost in this. It's one thing that I was really upset about when I was a kid was that he didn't turn into Darth Vader like halfway through this movie. Like, I thought that he was going to be Darth Vader like in the suit and everything. Like,
I actually remember enjoying the fact that he was going by the moniker of Darth Vader before donning the Darth Vader look.
I find it a little. I like that, and but it makes it so jarring when he does step into the Darth stuff. You're like, this is a different guy, right? But then the line reads are a little wooden, and I'm like, no, I could see like
you're like, wait a minute,
saying this.
He's
like,
talking like James Earl Jones the whole time. He was doing a James Earl Jones impression.
No, but that's the thing. The James, like the voice is really different. Like
that is like a prequel defender thing. Is like people defend Hayden Christensen's wooden acting as him talking like Vader.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that James Earl Jones's performance in the other movies is very different from his performance in these lines. This is the most wooden Darth Vader has ever sounded.
What do you mean when he's like, "Where is Padme?"
Just there's something about the timbre or something.
She was alive. I felt it.
It's like, I don't know. Like I listened to both and I was just like, this feels different. Like this feels like,
it's also like
James Earl Jones coming back years later and like just like reading a line, being like, okay, what do you want me to do? Okay, cool, done. Like it feels like that instead of like the crescendo, like the voice of his original performance, which is so rich.
Yeah.
Like this is very wooden in comparison. So no, it's not that Hayden Christensen is the actor of our generation. It's that James Earl Jones put in a terrible performance for 3 lines. That's what I'm saying.
All right, Jesus. So
I don't think I'm wrong.
Do we want to talk about the end of the fight? I mean, they get to the end of the river, and then I have the high ground. I have the high ground, Anakin. It's me, Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I always heard the argument that like Obi-Wan would know how to defend himself from that because he would know how to attack towards the high ground, and it's like, sure,
because he chopped Darth Maul in half or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
And it's like, sure, or the movie can just happen and you can be okay with that.
Yeah, isn't it like the silliest plant and payoff where like they're training and he's like high ground and like, oh, here it's back, and this time he gets his legs chopped
Also,
off.
that river is flowing still, and he's like,
Yeah.
not moving. I'm like, is he using the Force to stop it from like?
Yeah,
like I gotta make sure this. Is
he
moving.
must. I mean, why didn't they use the Force to detect that there were two babies? Like, there's so many things in this.
That's true. Also, don't they have technology to be like, there's two babies in here?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They were keeping it so secret they even kept it secret from their doctors.
There was honestly.
Don't even say one Uba.
Yeah. No Uba.
I wanted to point out a moment during their fight on the lava flow where they got too far apart, so they like had to talk it out a little bit, and they couldn't find common ground. And the second they got a little bit too closer, they just start fighting again. I wanted to point that out. But the high ground thing is such an iconic moment for Star Wars like mythos that I remember when the movie came out, people thinking that it was kind of goofy, but rewatching it this week, I thought it was cool. I think it's a cool moment. You were the chosen one.
Yeah. I don't mind the line read. I think it's been memed to death, but like it's because it's a like Harry Potter, did you put your name in the goblet of fire? Like it's kind of like that kind of a line. But there were so many things that I wanted to say about Padme, about how like the way that she dies, the babies thing, all of that, just like the general awfulness that is like that character, that story, and how pretty much that's what ruins the whole movie for me. But I have a feeling we're not going to get time for that. So
well, you can do it now. Like this is why we kind of skipped past that because we got run out of time and we're like, we gotta fucking talk. But like, yeah, if you want to talk about it, like let's.
I mean, I think that's the basic, and I honestly don't think this is anything groundbreaking. But like, when I speak to some other Star Wars fans, they kind of gloss over this as like not an important part of the story.
Kind of like how we just did, like assholes. We didn't mean to, by the way.
Let's talk about the fight for like an hour.
No,
right? Like,
we need to talk about that.
And then, but I think this is the biggest disservice that this movie has. Like when you have just this motivation for Anakin to like, because he's afraid that his wife is going to die, is like the most like wife.mp4, like this is what causes the character to do a thing. And that doesn't feel very Star Wars to me, to be honest. Like, yeah, Star Wars is like very much not a ladies like thing, but this is crazy. Like this isn't in the originals. This isn't even in the sequels. Like this character of Padme being like castrated.
No, yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Like
it's like
in this, it's like it doesn't fit at all with the ethos of what we're doing here.
It doesn't even feel like within the ethos of Anakin. And like I know that he's just killed a bunch of kids and everything, but like. He is going against the exact thing that he was trying to do, which pushed him to this. And he's doing it because he thinks that Obi-Wan has turned her against him or that they're cheating or like, it doesn't, like there's nothing there.
Weirdest 40 chess. Like, so his fall to the dark side, very short, but like the math don't math with what he's like being paranoid about. And
we talked about
time.
Yeah. Talked about this a little bit last week where like they introduced Bail Organa and I was like, oh, this is Leia's dad. And I was like, oh, cool. So like I bet you that they're gonna do a thing where Anakin is gonna think that Bail and Padme are together. And like that'll be a whole like storyline where like he's concerned that Bail and Padme are together, but like he'll become jealous or something, right? Like which is like a bad sort of like simple way of going through a story, but like that would be better than what this is, which is that he just strangles his wife for no reason. Like that he literally strangles her for no reason.
Yeah, and that's what it's like. By the time he's strangling her for no reason, we've already hit like 10 different things that I'm like, well, what are we doing here? Like, what are we looking at? Why is this character doing this? Why are they both interacting like this? It's not just the wooden performances. It's none of this tracks with what Star Wars is. And it's like, I don't know if they just, like, even in Clone Wars, you have a whole new team. You have characters like Ahsoka that come out of that. And still Padme is this like wildly two-dimensional like character who's great but not. And it's just there's something about this character that the men who are working with her can't figure it out. And it always pisses me off that when a woman dies in Star Wars, she dead forever. Whereas if a guy dies in Star Wars, he coming back. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, if he got chopped in half, fell into a garbage planet, had his like legs rebuilt out of garbage, and then like his mom
is chopped
like,
in half and somehow
gives him a
comes back.
potion and like.
Wait, Jason, you just repeated the same thing that Noel said.
Sorry. We were talking about
I didn't catch it. Yeah. Or eaten by a sarlacc or whatever. Like,
yeah, Boba Fett, Darth Maul. Yeah,
they always come back. And
I mean, Dooku didn't come back, but maybe his spider head will come back in like a new one.
I don't know. Like, I'm saying, like, if a character is cool enough and people want to do things with him, like the other generations bring him back.
That's the thing
like,
that sucks, is that like people think that Padme is cooler in death than she is in life, right?
It's the Batgirl problem where no matter what, she always winds up in a wheelchair as Oracle. Like, everyone else can like walk again, can like be resurrected, can do all these things, but for whatever reason with Barbara Gordon, we're always going to shoot her in the back and she's going to go in a wheelchair and be Oracle. Like, what? Like, like once they've decided what this character is going to do, like basically this character is just motivation. Like, you're just going to be shot by the Joker every single time. Like, that's it. You're just there to serve the purpose of being strangled.
Has there ever been like a Padme comic or anything? Like, I don't.
There are books, and I've read them.
Are they good or?
They're pre like they are. The first one, it takes place just before episode 1.
Okay. Yeah.
And then you get one that's like in the middle of. They're fine. Like, you get it.
Okay.
They're fine. But like the character,
I mean, she's a cool character, and I agree that she does not get, especially in this movie, because the other two movies she does do cool shit, but in this one she doesn't. Yeah.
So the books, like they're trying to give her character, they're trying to give her life in a world that like it's almost impossible to give her any life in.
Imagine a woman running around with a blaster and she's pregnant, and like she's just like, oh god, my pregnant belly. Like that'd be cool.
That's the other thing that I know that we needed Luke and Leia to have a mom, and I know that like the woman's always gonna wind up pregnant, and like we can only be mothers or wives and die. And because you started out with the Disney princess like story for the twins, like we were never going to be able to get out of this because you already had that stereotypical trope built into it just didn't feel as egregious then because we didn't have to see it. Now we're looking at it. And that's the thing with all of these Disney princess movies and all of the, like the parents are dead. You don't see the lead up to that. You just see you see the trope and what comes after. So it's actually looking at the trope in the eyes. It's like, this sucks. Like, it's not good storytelling. It's not good character. It's like, no, this like.
All right, I hate to have to cut you off here because we could keep talking about this forever, but we need to move on. Star Wars happens more, and then Anakin is left on the beach of this sweet lava beach, and he's like, "Oh!" Noel, I do agree with everything you're saying, by the way. Just I don't want to cut you out to be like, I don't agree. I do.
No, I know, which is why I like gave myself the like, but there's no time for that, and you were like, go for it, and I went, well, until they tell me to shut up.
Well, yeah, okay. So
Stop
this is me telling
silencing
you,
women.
Shut up. Yeah, okay, but they fight, and then he goes like, "Ma, ma," and the other guy goes, "Huh, bah," and then he goes, "Ma," and then his legs and arms come off, and he's like, "You are my brother, Anakin. I fucking can't believe you would do this to me, you sick fuck." And he grabs his lightsaber and he's like, "Well, see you later in episode 4." And he leaves. And then Anakin's there, dusty. And then they go to the asteroid belt. Where do they go? Like Polis Massa?
Polis Massa.
Yeah, and they birth some babies. And this is the droid that you misgendered earlier. No, when he comes up and he goes, "I am here to perform birth, but you know she's fucking dying." Ooh ba boo ba, ooh ba boo ba, or whatever the droid is saying. And
that's verbatim. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it says all that. And then it comes out and Yoda's like, "So what's the damage?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm not here to charge you for this. I'm here to tell you that she's dying." And he goes, "What? Dying?" And Obi-Wan goes, "How is she dying though? Like we just brought her here. She was alive." And he's like, "Well," I'm sorry, Yoda doesn't say that. The other droid says, "Oh, well, she should be completely healthy, except for the fact that her larynx is crushed and she's dying of sadness."
Yeah, she's
given
up the will to live.
Because that's what we do.
Women die of sadness all the time, I heard.
We just
like dogs.
Our emotions just.
You know when you get like a new puppy and then your old dog dies because no one pet it or some shit? Like,
oh my God.
What? I'm pretty sure that's how it
And
works.
I was going off topic.
Yeah, I'm just
right.
Yeah.
No, it's so stupid. It's like the dumbest where she just dies of literally a broken heart, where it's like I've never heard of a human dying of a broken heart, but I've heard of like a dog dying of a broken heart. This is like the equivalency.
I've watched Futurama. I know this is a fact.
Yeah. No, just like an old dog. You get a pet, and then like an old dog that's been hanging on for years, and you get a young puppy, and then the old dog dies, and you're like, well, that dog died of a broken heart.
Well, I remember from Return of the Jedi, not to get too off topic, but quickly, Return of the Jedi, Leia said, like when Luke asked, "What do you remember of your real mother?" And then she starts recalling things about her mother, and I always took that as like, oh, Leia did actually
live with her for a bit, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So
I think that was the original intention.
Yeah, and then I mean, there were a lot of original intentions. They weren't supposed to be brother and sister and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever. But so yeah, when I was in the theater watching that, I was actually surprised when she died. And I was just like, oh, I thought she was going to stick around. But
for a little while at least, yeah. Go to Alderaan and live.
So that's the Shyamalan twist here, is that she actually dies.
Yeah.
And we had no reason to believe that she would have died in that moment.
Yeah. In a somewhat unsatisfactory way.
I think that the reason that this came about is that they needed to have that moment of Vader snap, and like he wouldn't be able to ever find her, kind of thing, to be able to. Because he's like, how do we make it from here to here? And we can't ever have like a dirty little moment where Padme is still alive in between. She has to die right now, right? Like it has to be part of his.
Yeah, it's trying to retrofit it and trying to create that moment at the end that like it's like the whole movie was built backwards from having him be like, no. And
but it's also like to your point of like, you know, she could have had like a whole movie to her own where she is raising Leia for a little while and then she dies somehow. Like she could have had her own thing. But no, it's about Vader. You know, the story's about Vader, Darth Vader, you know, the evil villain from the original trilogy. We really need to make
9 movies. I definitely did not. I said 9 movies are just Darth Vader's story, but this just feels very un-Star Wars. Just this whole section with Padme. It just doesn't feel like what Star Wars usually brings.
Yeah, and even like when he does show up when he shows up in Obi-Wan and Ahsoka and stuff, like, you think he's ever going to talk about Padme ever? No. Yeah. his
Maybe,
most
like, if I thought
his
that I
most
could-
beloved person he's ever met. He never even really met his like son. He met his son for like 5 minutes before his son fucking fucked him up, and then he died. You know,
I mean,
like he didn't get to know him that well.
Maybe it's like he was 21 and like he thought he was really in love with Padme, and then he's got the then now he's just like how Rose and Jack would not have worked out if they had like been together for another week after. Like this is just we didn't see the breakup that would have happened later.
And we
Rose
and we
Jack
never
sounds like a
need to see
Star Wars character.
We never need to see him talking about Leia, because the only time he ever met Leia was when he's like, "I'm gonna blow up your planet, princess," and she's like, "Don't do it," and he's like, "See ya, see you later." Like that's like the only time he ever met her. Like,
don't underestimate the princess.
Yeah,
I believe he says. I believe that's the verbatim for it.
he didn't have a good relationship with his children.
No, he did not.
Before he got burned
Bro,
to
the
a
worst
husk
relationship you
on
could possibly have
Endor
with your
by
children.
Ewoks. Yeah.
I hope that my
Okay,
son
I think we're
does
at the
not
end.
Get into a situation where I get bisected.
Do you know it's a son now, Jason? Did you?
Yeah, I got a
confirm that?
boy coming along.
Oh my
Ooh.
god!
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, we have to do everything we can to make sure that he doesn't like traditional sports.
That's what I'm saying. What if he likes sports and is a
No.
Republican?
But I'm Uncle Noel.
You're Uncle Noel.
I am sport.
That's different. You like combat sports and you used to like.
That's okay.
professional wrestling.
It's not that I don't like it. That's
I
not the
know.
point.
I know.
Brain explode.
I'm gonna be the guy who shows him horror movies for the first time.
Here
You
is
don't want to
what-
get babysat by Uncle Steve. Don't watch any Freddy Kruegers.
Oh my god, your
Freddy
kid
Krueger
will not be able to sleep, and I'll be like, "Let's watch Rise of Skywalker again, young child."
again.
here's Gertrude Stein's books. Here, one thing I will say.
Here's R.L. Stein's books, is what I'll say.
I love that. I love that. Okay.
Also, if you want to get real freaked out, here's Fear Street by R.L. Stein.
I'll allow this. Here, I'm apologizing for the movie. It's not a broken heart. She's a force-sensitive being, and there's a whole bunch of story that we didn't understand, and she shuts down because of some force shit. How about that?
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's
Like,
how I
he wants
always.
to leave this world and go into, like, you know how at the end of one of those Marvel movies, like he goes to the gates of heaven and she's there being like, hey, like I was here the whole time, and you're like, hey, you're up here. Like that's kind of like I intentionally
I interpreted it way more as like a fantasy thing where like she's connected to him in a way that is like
like
his
Dragonheart.
Yes, exactly. Like if you stab the dragon heart, then the dragon dies and you also die. Kind of.
Yeah, okay. So that works too. But
the part of him that was living in the force with her was
Yes.
killed in that moment, and that's what severed.
like
it.
I'll accept it if it's like this, you need these star-crossed lovers because of some sort of magic force shit.
He was like, all of my love for Padme is in my shins.
Precisely. Like it's a couple tweaks here and there would have.
I think
needed this.
like that one.
No, that's a good one. I think that's my favorite one so far of the whole episode. So I'm glad that we got here.
When I'm around Padme, my shins are tingling. I'm telling you right now.
Feet don't fail me now.
Hey, Steve, how does this movie end definitively to end the whole
Well,
trilogy?
it ends with Obi-Wan and Bail Organa and Yoda sitting around a table similar to how we are doing right now, and they talk about the movie Revenge of the Sith, and they're like,
Can't believe that happened. Wow.
and then Bale's like, I know. So what are we gonna do with these kids? I'll take one. And they're like, what? And he's like, me and my wife, we love little girls.
No,
we're gonna take her to my island. Oh, sorry.
No, I love Bail Organa. We don't live in a world where we can say that. No.
Okay,
no.
sorry. Yeah, I shouldn't.
They couldn't have a child, and it was
But
like an
they've
absolute
always dreamed about
miracle.
having a little girl. Yeah.
Exactly, because she was infertile, or they.
She's a turtle. Yeah.
She is a turtle.
She's an infertile turtle person.
Can't
Imagine he was married to like a turtle woman, like, hello, Val.
Well, maybe then that's why they wouldn't be able to conceive because, like, you can't.
It's
conceive
non-compatible, you know.
Yeah.
My queen.
So how
of
does this movie
Alderaan.
end?
It's like a beak, like he's like kissing her.
Sorry, it just like makes me so uncomfortable now. Like, those little jokes.
This is my wife, the turtle.
Yeah, the infertile turtle, and we're going back to Alderaan.
Thank you, Travis. Oh, heart. All the different ways they do that. Thank you.
Right on.
And then Obi-Wan says, like, and I'll go back to the dusty desert planet where his gross in-laws live.
I have a question. I got
Somewhere
another
where they won't
Star
find
Wars
him
related
with his
question that
family.
I think Steve might be able to answer.
Mm-hmm.
I watched this movie twice. I rewound it several times during this ending sequence. Why do they split the kids up? What's the like practical
So that Vader
reason
can't find
To
both
hide
of
them
at the same
better.
time.
Is that literally just all it is? It's just to hide them better?
Yeah.
Vader
And
doesn't know there's
if one gets, whoosh, you still got another.
Vader doesn't know there's two of them. He may be able to sense both of them, and if they're split up, he will be confused as to like, why do I sense my child everywhere?
Yeah.
Instead of it being just one spot. And then if he kills one, the
Have you
people that are
done-
involved,
It's
it
like
will
putting
deal with it.
the
Done a
royal
Darth
family.
Theorist that is, what if they sent both kids to the one place?
Yes. And Vader finds them very quickly. Every
So
time.
it's like
We've done
putting
that
the
more
royal-
than once, yeah.
It's like putting the royal family on two different planes. You know,
Right.
like you can't have the entire line of succession on the one plane.
But what if they bring two missiles? But anyway,
I like that they're like split them, like that makes sense, split them up. It's the where they send them that doesn't quite make so much sense to me.
One of them is
One
going to be
person
a princess in a beautiful palace, and the other one's going to live in dirt.
No,
One
the
lives
princess.
the lap of luxury, the other
and
one
Send
is
him to
the
dirt
poorest
world.
of the poor,
But the
in
princess.
also a planet that is notorious for its crime.
No,
Yeah.
it's not about like the
Dirt
princess
world
thing.
run
It's
by
about
Crime.
one
Sand
of the
agents.
Sorry, no, go ahead. Yeah.
dirt crime. Yes, one of the kids is part of like junior senate and like is just like very visibly like in the books, like in the little Princess Leia books, she is in junior senate. Like these are things, and like so she's very visible to the Empire, and the other one is on the home planet. So like that's where my problem is. It's not like you put one prince, one pauper, but it's like those are the two worst places.
Yeah. I feel like that Obi-Wan was like, I don't actually want to raise this boy, so I'm going to bring him to his family.
But that's what
They're
Yoda
like,
says. Yoda says he should be with his family on Tatooine. And I'm like,
but he should, though.
sure. It's just silly.
Also, not his family, though. Those people are not related to him at all.
But that's what he says. He says his family.
I don't know.
And you know what? Family is the friends we made along the way.
You're right. And also, Uncle Owen and Emperor Hood, they clearly don't give a shit about Luke that much. They're like, Luke, you fucker, you're gonna suck the moisture out of those evaporators the same as all of us have.
I was actually so surprised watching the ending of this with how much like love Aunt Beru like looks at Luke. Like there's like the ending I had always thought was a bit hokey, but like I was actually pretty moved by it this time around, which I thought was like, oh, I have a heart. But she looks like she loves the boy. Now Uncle Owen is a little bit like, fuck man, I don't want to deal with this. Like your like moisture water thing that you were saying, but at least like and I found that to be nice. And we know that Leia is taken care of and is loved very much by Bail.
Well, for a movie to be about like the end of the Jedi, the fall of Anakin, and the loss of Padme, all these really bad things happen. You really have to find some kind of good parts to land this with, as melancholy as it is for Obi-Wan and Yoda. But to see not just that the children are safe and we know what the future has in store for them, but more specifically that they are with people that will love them.
Yes.
And that is for how dark this movie is, for being the first PG-13 Star Wars movie. they had to land it at a happier spot.
And it was very hopeful. Like it's a trope, but like ending with these two little baby children and like they can still have a life was actually very nice. Like ending, well done.
Yes. With
into
next to no dialogue. Yeah.
Which is honestly how it should be sometimes.
Yeah. Should we go into our Home Alone of it all? Our final thoughts and our rating.
If you had to pick one,
what do you think the Home
when
Alone of it
is
all?
the Home Alone of it all?
Can someone please tell me when the Home Alone?
I really gotta know.
When is the Home Alone of it all?
What is the Home Alone of it all? Now that's the Home Alone of it all.
I truly miss our first Home Alone of it all theme, but we kept getting canceled by YouTube. Anyway, the idea of the Home Alone of it all is the idea that every movie has a pinnacle point that you're waiting to get to. And from that moment on, that's kind of the conceit of the whole movie. For instance, in the movie Home Alone, the whole setup is a setup, and then we get to Kevin McAllister setting up the blueprint, and then the funhouse begins. Segment of the movie is the Home Alone of it all of Home Alone. I've been thinking about it recently, and I might actually not even, if we were to do Home Alone, I might not even think the Home Alone of it all is that Home Alone of it all anyway, or anymore. But in this particular movie, we have to find out what that is. So, Tim, you've been on the show 4,000 times. Noel, you've been on the show 4,000 times, but Tim's going to go first. You know what the Home Alone of it all is. We need that from you. In addition to that, please give us your final thoughts and your rating for Revenge of the Sith, Episode 3 of Star Wars.
It's my Home Alone of it all. Honestly, I think when, as much as we poked fun at it, the sperm opera scene, the Palpatine turning to Anakin and just dropping the line, "Not from a Jedi," where I believe that is the real tipping point for of what's to come. That there is no going back after that. And as far as my final thoughts, once again, as much as we can poke fun and comment about things, I do think that this film succeeds at the very least bringing to us fun ideas, interesting ideas, and it's almost, I almost wonder if it's impossible to bring a perfect Star Wars movie to the light, because we'll probably always find something that's not quite there, something that doesn't quite live up to our imagination. So over time, I've become much more forgiving about these movies, and I wonder how I'll feel once I rewatch the sequel trilogy again, because I'm also an ocean of opinions about those as well, even though there's stuff that I do really love about them. The thing that I'll say is, years ago, seeing this for the first time with my brother, we wondered, is this going to be the last Star Wars movie? And no, it's not. And that I'm actually thankful for. And it's because there are movies like Episode 3 that they just continue to work on. And as bloated as some of the things have become now that's part of Disney, at the same time, it is still a vehicle for creativity, that there's people who love this and put everything into it, and may not always land, but that kind of commitment, I at least appreciate that quite a bit. And I'm happy that Star Wars is still alive, and that there's something for everyone to take from it. So, which is partly why I also say it may not be for me sometimes, but that doesn't mean there's not room for everyone else to come and play. And I think that's probably the biggest thing about Star Wars overall, is that it has so much for everyone to take from it, and just for yourself to enjoy. And so with that, I'll like my serious rating would probably be like a 3.8 out of 5, but I don't even know if I can come up with a silly rating. We've said everything to death tonight, but I'll give it 4 reviewers out of 4 reviewers tonight. I'm happy that we all got together to talk about this. Thank you very much for having me on.
Noel, I know my explanation has never been more difficult to understand, but give us your best.
I don't think this movie has a Home Alone of it all for me. I think if it does, that it's the moment where Padme says the thing, like when we have this is the Galactic Empire, like you're like, oh, here we go. Now we're in the original trilogy.
Yeah. Liberty dies with piss and shit in this guy's robes.
Yeah.
ADHD brain. What was I saying?
Liberty dies with piss and shit.
I think that's what you said.
But you're saying if that was going to be the Home Alone of it all, that would be it for you.
Right. Like that moment, because okay, we've moved out of the prequel trilogy and now we're setting up, and everything else is just like setting up the next movie.
The first Galactic Empire.
Yeah. You really got my ADHD brain.
Oh, sorry. I was just that's me. I thought you were saying I set up the first Galactic Empire. Anyway,
no. You're not interrupting me. It's just like we've reached the point in my day where holding on to thoughts is difficult if something else is waiting.
I won't say anything else. Shh.
It's so funny though. Right. So that's the Home Alone of it all. My final thoughts is like Star Wars is like pizza. Even when it's bad, it's still pizza. And I like the more Star Wars stuff there is. I learned when I unfortunately fell to the dark side that you don't have to consume it all. You can just take what you like, leave what you don't. It's always pizza, and the worst pizzas have the best dips. And when that comes to these movies, some of the worst movies have like little pockets in them that are still valuable. The best dips and the worst pizza. I think Clone Wars is almost, Attack of the Clones is almost completely unsalvageable, like as a movie. But I do have some space for this one. Like I have a lot of love for Phantom Menace. I have a lot of space for this one. It's not a good movie, but it's cardboard pizza. It's still pizza.
It's pizza.
Yeah, no, Papa John's is worse.
Pizza is worse than Papa John's.
But the best dips. Again, I'm telling you, the worst pizzas have the best dips.
You ever dipped cardboard in good dip and taken a bite? It's pretty good. It's pretty fucking good, I'll tell you right now.
I'm saying you got to dress it up. Like Pizza Hut has the worst.
All I'm saying is cardboard tastes good if you put some good dip on it. All right.
If you cover it, anyway.
Rate this movie, Noel.
I give it 2 General Grievous crushed lungs.
Oh my God, he can't even breathe at that point.
Now, normally I'd go to Steve, but I'm going to go to me first because one of our viewers said the Home Alone of it all is when the clones put on angels with filthy souls to scare off Bail Organa, which I have never seen one of our viewers.
Means that Jason has to go first. Anytime a viewer says this message into the thing, that means Jason goes first.
Yeah, I mostly like the fact that a viewer understood the Home Alone of it all because it's a complicated endeavor.
True.
I'm just stupid, guys. Like
you're not stupid.
It's real simple. My Home Alone of it all for episode 3 is the Battle of Mustafar. It's the Battle of Mustafar, and it's also the Song of Heroes, or whatever. What's it called?
I think it's called like the
Battle of Heroes or
Stars.
Yeah, the Battle of Friends. It's friends
friend
become
battle.
enemies.
Friends with battle fits. Yeah.
Friends with battle feet.
Oh, Rock'em Sock'em Friend Bots.
Rock'em freaking friend freaks. Listen, on top of that, I like this movie a lot, and I found that episode 1 is the best of the trilogy, in my opinion, because it is so good. It's like I fucking want to go back to myself as a 14-year-old or 15-year-old and shake them. Be like, don't listen to the primordial ooze internet. Don't listen to what they're saying. Don't listen to people hating on Hayden Christensen back in the day, or Jar Jar Banks, or
Jar Jar Lloyd,
or Jar Jar Lloyd, or Jar
Martin. Yeah, the writer of
couldn't agree more with you, Jason. With this, like,
I think it's so dumb because it's clearly the most Star Wars of this trilogy, in retrospect, and episode 2 and episode 3 really feel like our modern day television show versions of Star Wars. And Star Wars is my favorite sci-fi, hands down. I don't like sci-fi typically.
Well, it's a good thing that Star Wars isn't sci-fi, you sick fuck.
I'm a sick fuck, and I like a quick fuck. So I really enjoy the fact that this movie is a pulse-pounding, hard-hitting action film in the Star Wars universe. It's from start to finish. There's no time to waste with politics. And I do like the politics.
What?
I do like the politics of this trilogy. I just don't like politics in sci-fi specifically, and I don't like politics like really in fiction. So I think at the end of the day, there's so much to love about this movie, and there's so much to dislike about this movie, but I think that the things I like about it outweigh the things that I dislike about it. But I understand why people are so up in arms when it comes to the entire prequel trilogy, and also why people don't like this movie. In summation, I get why people don't like this movie, but I like this movie so much. The Mustafar battle.
Wait, does he like this movie or not like this movie? I don't know. I can't.
Is that
tell.
the Home Alone of it all?
Oh, okay.
Sorry. My Home Alone of it all is the Mustafar battle. My final thought is the Mustafar battle, and my rating is a 4 to 5. My rating for the first one was a 3. My rating for the second was a 3.5. My rating for this was a 4 out of 5. But I will say my rating for this one is the realistic effects of the lava that flows through all of our hearts when we watch this. And ultimately, we get to have a fucking most legitimate 5-hour conversation I think we can have about Star Wars ever. And that's my rating. Thank you. So, with that, before we get out of here, it's going to be very quick. We're all going to go to bed soon.
Home Alone of it all.
Yeah, this is one of those episodes where Jason
moving over.
I exist.
Steve, please give us your Home Alone of it all, your rating, and your final thoughts. The only reason I got confused is because normally he goes before me.
I understood. He looks like he's in a throne. Honestly.
A's before B's and Steve's before Jason's. That's what we always say.
Steve's before Steve's, and Steve's go right now. My favorite part of this movie was not the opera and not the scum opera. My favorite part of this movie was the part when Palpatine goes, "Oh,
You figured me out, haven't you, Anakin? And he's got the up to his neck, and he's like, you want to kill me, don't you? And he's like, I would certainly like to. I would kill you right now. And he's like, well, of course you should. You should do it, shouldn't you? And then he like basically just talks him down from killing him. Because like Anakin was gonna kill him then.
Mhm.
That's the best part of this movie, where he talks him down from lobbing his head off right then or arresting him. And he's like, I will come to the bottom of this and I will figure it out and I'll be right back. And then Palpatine's like, yeah, of course you'll be right back, you stupid bitch. And he goes back to his office and he just starts like going back to his computer. Like, you know, that he knew that was gonna happen. That's
an Excel file.
Yeah, it's like, I'll start. I can call the police. Get over here, and then call the police over here, and then whenever it happens, it happens. I don't like a lot of this movie. I do like maybe more about this movie than I don't like. Yeah, I do. I do like more about this movie than I don't like. But that's how I feel about all the prequels. You can hate everything that you want about these prequels, but there is so much in them that makes Star Wars better. And like George Lucas, I think you said it earlier, Noel, like he's an ideas man. And like he'll be like, I would like this idea of a thing to exist in Star Wars. And he makes it in a movie. And then now we can all just like cannibalize that thing until it's interesting. And we do that all the time. We see like one character and we love that character. I won't use like the obvious ones. There's like a character in the first sequel where it's like, what's his name? Finn is like, I'm gonna leave and I'm gonna go with these guys back to this planet, and it's like a weird like devil droid. He's like, and he's got like a crazy demon head. He's like all red, and I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? Like, I want to know about this guy. And we never learn about that guy, but he's cool for those 2 seconds that he's on screen. And I would love to see a whole story about that guy and his like business partner or wife. I don't know. We don't know. And I would like to know about it. That's what Star Wars is to me. And this movie didn't have a lot of that, but it did have a lot of resolution to our characters that we've been setting up for the last few movies. I'm so sad that Padme does not be cool in this movie. It's one of the worst things that ever happened to Star Wars, because Padme started off as one of the coolest characters. Padme was cooler than Anakin in episode 1, by the way. I don't know if you know this. She fucking headshots like so many people, like, and then like episode 2, she's like, holy shit, and her like tits are hanging out, like, what the fuck do I do? And then in the third movie, she's just like, I'm too pregnant to do anything. And you're like, Padme, pick up a gun. What the fuck?
Luke.
Yeah.
Leia.
But, that's how Star Wars works. But this movie is good for all characters except for Padme and Anakin, maybe. Anakin is not the best character in this movie. Palpatine gets a lot of good showtime. Obi-Wan gets a lot of good showtime, and Yoda gets a lot of good showtime. But Anakin, it doesn't explain anything about Anakin to us at all that we didn't already know. Does this movie give you anything about Anakin that you didn't already know about Anakin from episode?
Definitely not.
Okay. I don't think that it does. So I'm going to say that this movie is not about Anakin at all. It's more about Obi-Wan. It's more about Yoda. It's more about Palpatine. It's more about Padme. And some of those people die. Some of those people move on to become crazy, like, and then another guy's like, oh, God, I'm going to fuck that up.
That's a pretty good Padme.
Thank you. If I had to give this movie a rating, I would give it like the most immaculately built, like beautiful lava planet that anybody could carve with their own hands. And then someone's like, action! And you're like, what? It's not done yet! Oh, fuck! And then that's what my rating is. But I do like this movie. I do like this movie a lot. I do. I like it.
I'll even eat
Personally-
Hawaiian pizza and I don't like
I would like to
Hawaiian.
eat
I
Hawaiian
didn't want to go into pizza
I'll eat
talk because I was
Hawaiian.
like, there's a little bit too much pizza talk going on right now that I'm like,
Don't.
Jesus Christ.
No, but that's a legitimate take that I frequently use only when referring to Star Wars. The pizza thing.
I would legitimately like to thank everybody for doing this show tonight. It never ceases to amaze me that we can do the longest episode ever, but it does not amaze me that it was these four people. I would like to tell everybody that look out for things that involve our two guests tonight.
Maybe we should break this one up into 3 episodes.
Right? I've thought about that in the past.
Yay. Or 4 episodes. 3
right.
out of, because you have to break the last part into a 2-part.
Or we could break it up and then we could have a bunch of little slivers that we put in the middle that are the of episodes. We're like next week on.
But with all of that, we should probably go into our plugs.
Oh my god, I forgot we had more to do.
There's only one more thing.
Did you just put it as plugs? What is it called again?
It's called plugs.
This guy
Butt
telling
plugs?
me it's called plugs. I can't.
We were all thinking it.
Everybody.
I can't find plugs anywhere. Is it called just plugs?
All right, let me just plug this in right here and.
Oh no! No! 3D! 3D!
Tim, what do you have to plug this week?
Personally, at the moment, nothing really, but might be something cooking in the books. Might be something people talking about things, but we'll see what it is. It's all done in the shadows, of course. What Dark Sith Lords have in store for us, we'll have to wait and see. But it is something interesting and something that, for me anyway, it would be me stepping out of a wheelhouse and entering into a whole new arena. So we'll see. But time will tell. It's work in progress. So hopefully soon, perhaps for the next Bond movie, Golden Dick or whatever, I'll be able to say the next time I'm on. So we'll see.
I want to be
brother.
Dick Bond movie episode.
I think Dick Bond month is coming.
How
up
does
soon.
one get on to the Golden Dick Bond episode?
Yeah. No, how does one get on the Golden Dick Bond episode? ...
episode, semicolon episode.
All colon.
But otherwise, I would say,
Did you hear it? Noel just said all colon.
All colon.
That's funny.
That's all I've got to plug. Anyway,
well, Tim, you're welcome back here anytime you want to come back here. I hope to have you back soon.
Please
come back.
Bond Dick Gold.
Noel, speaking of Dick Gold, what do you have to plug this week?
Wow. I also have to plug the same subterfuge shadowy thing that Mace Timdu has to plug that we can't talk about too much. All I have to do is take more of my antidepressants and finish my court case brief, and then we should be fine. But something is coming. So
stay tuned.
Stay tuned, or don't forget about it, and then we'll spring it up on you.
Are you going to finally spring that Coruscant case against 100 children being murdered against Anakin Skywalker? We've been waiting for that one for a while.
Brilliant.
No.
Noel, can I put you on retainer yet, or
what do you mean?
I need a lawyer.
Oh yeah.
Where's this going?
Yeah,
it's not going anywhere. I'm just asking a question.
Yeah,
doing research.
Yeah,
Okay, good.
Yeah,
good. Okay,
I will.
We'll talk off camera.
I'm a big pro bono guy, and I want to use my powers for good, despite what you all saw here tonight.
All right. Well, Noel, please come back here every single week. We love you on this show. Apparently, you have a fan. Also, I want to give a shout out to Travis Mitchell, who was here.
Oh, thank you, Travis. Thanks for coming by, man. That was good and great, and you're welcome.
Even Boba Blackfly Waters. What do you have to? What do you got cooking on the back burner? What do you?
Yeah. Well, as always, Stanland, check it out on wherever your fucking things are available. I do some voices on that. We're about to release Randy, a thing that I cleaned up, edited, and it's got some of my voices in there. I did a couple like,
Hey, how's it going? It's me, a voice, or whatever.
and then we've got another one coming soon to the theater near you. And by theater, I mean whatever podcast thing you listen to. But also I am the voice of Darth Theorist and the Three-Eyed Theorist and also the Half-Blood Theorist. Now I do 3 of them. Wow, isn't that amazing? But yeah, Star Wars, Game of Thrones, and Harry Potter. If you like Harry Potter, then check it out. I don't know if I like Harry Potter though. Every day that goes by, I'm like, do I like this shit? I'm like, I do kind of like it, but at the same time, I'm like, but it's run by a psychopath who hates trans people. Shouldn't I not do this? I think about it every day. But you know, she's not getting any of our YouTube money, so fuck her.
Yes.
Anyway, yeah, it's like if George Lucas was like, I only like putting all my money to eliminating the moon people. I'd be like, well, George, you can't do that. But at the same time, moon people don't exist. So we don't.
No, moon people that definitely don't exist.
But trans people do exist. That's
trans people do exist.
That's the thing.
Very much so.
Problematic.
Yeah.
In fact, that's the whole problem. That
That's the problem that I have with my own thing that I'm doing. Anyway, I hope that you guys liked this episode, and I hope that you liked everything that I had to say about Star Wars. And I love Star Wars, so it's part of my soul. It's like I was, as a child, I was known as, oh, the Star Wars guy. You know, like sometimes they would pin us against the Star Trek people. Yeah, they would grab us and be like, this guy likes Star Trek better than you. And I'd be like, I like Star Trek too. And then the Star Trek people would be like, what do you mean you like Star Trek better than me? I'm like, well, I like Star Wars more than Star Trek. And then they'd be like, yeah, they'd like attack you. And you'd be like, what the fuck? I didn't know. I thought that this was supposed to be a friendly competition.
And yet
they still gave me a scar on my chin down here and a scar behind my ear over here. And those Star Trek.
Maybe it wasn't so bad being a female Star Wars fan.
Yeah, they didn't pin other groups of fans against you, did they?
No, they just hated me because I was a girl. Which is pretty standard, so I was pretty used to it.
It's weird because every time I met a girl who liked Star Wars, I was like, are we supposed to be married? Like that was how I felt. I was like, I think we're supposed to be married now. What? That's what I thought.
I liked this episode.
Jason, what do we do now? Are we supposed to do something?
I'll tell you all about it. You can find this show that you're watching right here on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook each and every week at 8 p.m. on Thursdays. That's the main thing. That's the main takeaway. You can also find me at Super Kicked Wrestling. We have a big show coming up tomorrow night. It's called Gains for some reason. The main event is Jesse V versus The Vision Orion. We also have a big tag team match between Durag and Psycho Mike versus Pretty Ricky Wildy and somebody. And a big 6 in the 6 match, a body count match. Body count matches are more of a gauntlet, so I don't know how to promote that. And check this out. The young upstart, who I love, great wrestler, Dior Nollins, is going up against a legend of the sport, Eric Young from TNA. And our very own Taylor Rising goes up against Layla Wild. It's going to be a great card. Friday, February 20th, 2026, right here in Toronto at the Great Hall. I'm the announcer for Super Kicked Wrestling. You can also get our t-shirts. If you're looking at this in the future, just look below. Just look below. Just look below.
So I got what the
We have an
t-shirt.
illustrator on our payroll. He doesn't get paid much, but he gets paid often.
Who?
His name
Zardoz?
is Stephen Boba Blackfly Wires.
I've never been paid one time for anything I did on this show.
I thought on that breakdown you were going to be like, and the girl match, because that's how it kind of like is
There
structured.
was a girl match.
No,
You mentioned the girl match.
I'm not a moron.
Lots, blah, 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 and the girl match is how the
Oh.
poster looked.
Realizing match is better than
Jason's an ally. Don't worry.
Yeah.
We know.
Thank you for saying that. We got Corporal Tunnel Syndrome illustrated.
Let's just get rid
by
of
our
Corporal
very own-
Tunnel. Like, no one ever buys this. Like, get rid of this one.
Well, does anybody buy the Howie Mandel effect?
I mean, I would buy that. I would buy that.
It's the
We
only
got
good
the-
way for the Mandela effect. Like,
The Grimoire Familiar Killers. We got the Eldritch Millennial. We have, blasting through your screen. It's Killade. We got the fan favorite of all fan favorites, Twinkerbell. And the newest thing that we have on the docket to show everybody right now, and you can buy it anytime that you'd like. It's
What is it?
Chef's Fingers. So all of this and more is available at Redbubble / hey, did you see that?
Red bubble, black, blue,
Also T Public as well. But that's the end of the show. Let me find my mouse here. There's only one question that needs to be asked. It needs to be asked each and every week, or else one of us dies. If nobody asks the question, me or Steven will perish. So, since there's 2 guests this week, you got to come back, Noel. You got to come back. We need you both to ask the question at the same time. I'll count you in. It goes 3, 2, 1.
hey, did you see this one?
Hello, let me get the door. Hello, Newt Gunray. I just got here. I don't know. All right, all you separatist sons of bitches, it's time for you to die.
Beam up some Star Trek content with Live Long and Podcast. A roundtable movie discussion with Hey, did you see this one? And take a peek into the darkness with Heard Noise. Must Investigate with Michael Chan. Watch us duke it out on trivial debates. And let's chat about TV with the Super Mater Brothers. It's all here on the United Federation of Podcasts.
You were the chosen one! It was said that you would destroy the Sith, not join them! Bring balance to the Force! Not leave it in darkness!